Welcome, everybody. Appreciate everybody being here. Appreciate all the members of our Habitat Council being here today. My name is Eric Edgley. I am the chair of the Habitat Council for the Division of Wildlife Resources. And today is our Habitat Council meeting number 2, where we're focusing on waterfowl and upland game projects primarily. Could be some others in there. So we'll start today with some introductions. We'll go around the table and we'll go around the room. So we'll start here with Daniel.
I'm Daniel Eddington. I'm with the Habitat Coordinator here at the Salt Lake office with PWR.
I'm Tyler Thompson. I'm the Watershed Program Director with the Department of Natural Resources.
Steve Sorensen, I'm over big game.
Blake Millette, Sport Fishing Representative.
And you want to cut over waterfowl?
Eric Anderson with the Habitat Section. Chad Crane, Wetland Manager up at Public Shooting Grounds in Salt Creek. Rich Hansen, Wetland Manager at Ogden Bay, Howard Slough, Hurricane, Black Hawk National Area.
Go ahead.
Arlo Wing, Assistant Manager, Salt Creek Public Shooting Grounds, Lithman Springs.
Talon Robson, Assistant Manager at Farmington Bay.
David England, Manager at Farmington Bay.
Mike Quinn, Nature Conservancy. Daniel Olson, Habitat Manager in the Northern Region.
Danny Summers with the Habitat Section.
Fred Burgess, Wasatch Region.
I'm Jason Jones. I'm the Migratory Bird Coordinator with Division.
Allison Whitaker, Division of Wildlife Resources in Salt Lake.
Already said who I was.
You're Cushing, the Aquatic Section Chief for the division.
Kim Hersey, Assistant Wildlife Chief for the division.
Randy Hutchison, the Upland Game Rep.
And Lisa Brown, Habitat.
All right. Thanks, everyone. And thanks, Kim, for sitting in for Kobe today. Appreciate that. Let's see. Our next thing we need to do is approve our minutes from our last meeting, which was the recording of all of the voting that occurred and whatnot. And so, if anybody wants to give us a motion for that.
I'll make the motion to approve the minutes.
Okay, we have a motion from Randy to approve the minutes. We have a second from Angie. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes. Next thing we need to do is approve our agenda for today. Hopefully you've all seen that, reviewed that. We have a motion for that.
I'll make the motion for the agenda for today.
Okay.
I second.
Okay, we have a motion from Tyler and a second from Drew to approve our agenda for today. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, we're moving forward. Okay. Before we jump in, just remind everybody that this meeting is being streamed live on YouTube, on the internet. So stay professional. And this is a public meeting, and yeah, we're doing good work for wildlife here. Restrooms are just down the hall to the left here. There are drinks over here in the cooler. If you need a drink during the meeting anytime. Thanks to Daniel and Allison, Danny and Lisa for helping out with all the logistics. I appreciate them, and the AV staff for helping stream our meeting here today. So, okay. Any questions before we jump in? What did I miss, Daniel?
I don't think you missed anything. I think we're good.
Okay. One of the highlights of our agenda is we do have a habitat management plan that we're going to review from the northeast region at the end of the meeting. Montez Creek, WMA. And so we've added that on as well. Okay. So with that, we're going to jump in. Our first projects are from our northern region, and just a reminder to staff as you come up and present, remember to introduce yourself, and we'll jump right into their project 6925 Phragmites and Invasive Weed Control.
Yeah, so can you go? I do have PowerPoint loaded up on here. Yeah, well, thanks everybody for coming this morning, listening to all our cool projects we got. My name's Chad Cranny. Again, I'm the wetland manager at Public Shooting Ground, Salt Creek, Locomotive Springs. I also oversee our Phragmites control program. So this is a project that's been going on for 18 years now. Started back in 2006. And it's been a very important program for all the waterfowl managers and all the wetlands across the Great Salt Lake. It's grown a lot since that time, and yeah, we've got a lot of cool things going on. It'd take me a long time to really give you a comprehensive update, but I'm going to kind of give you the highlight reel here. So again, we've been doing this since 2006, and it's grown a lot since then. We've got a lot of new partners and whatnot. And I'd say this project's just as important today, or even more important today than it was when it first started. With all the stuff going on with the lake, trying to save the lake, trying to get more water to the lake, you can't really have those conversations without having conversations about Phragmites control and Phragmites management. I've been personally working on this project since 2007. So the second year it was going. And I can tell you without doubt that these wetlands along the Great Salt Lake would look much different than they do today without this project, and they look much worse. So really important for us. Go ahead and go to the next slide. One cool thing about this project, when we started, this slide would have just had one logo on it, Division of Wildlife. This thing's grown. We've had a lot of other people come in, agencies, municipalities, NGOs, contributed a lot, either from just implementing treatments on the ground, supporting with funding, manpower and whatnot. So it's just been real cool to watch this program grow. Next slide. So what did we get done this year and what are we currently working on? So this past fall, the division treated close to 4,000 acres from the air, 6,000 acres on the ground. Of that 6,000 acres, we sprayed 1,000. So that's a pretty cool number to think about. We're driving this equipment across 6,000 acres, where 10, 15 years ago, that 6,000 acres was probably 80%, 90% Phragmites. So now we're spraying about 16% of that area. We currently have contractors on the ground that are mowing and trampling 1,300 plus acres right now. And then we're going to try and burn 2,000 acres. Forestry Fire and State Lands treated over 7,000. They're trying to mow and trample 6,000 and burn 1,000 this year. The refuge treated 600 acres, and then Cache and Box Elder counties treated over 300 acres. Next. So I want to just kind of step back in time here and show you a pretty cool series of photos. So this is back in 2003, looking off the Turpin Dike at Farmington Bay. So you're looking out towards the Great Salt Lake, Antelope Island there in the background. Zero Phragmites, hardly any vegetation whatsoever. Next. And so fast forward to 2008, it was estimated there was about 1,900 acres of Phragmites out there in this area. By 2010, 2,600 acres. So super fast expansion. Next. This was taken in 2017, same area. Basically monotypic, almost 100% Phragmites in that area. Now this photo is kind of, you're sitting up on top of the dike there at Farmington Bay, so you're kind of looking down at this stuff a little bit. For those of you that have never really been inside a frag patch, next slide, this is what it looks like. I mean, it's pretty crazy. And I know, you know, this picture here probably doesn't do that much justice. I'm a pretty small guy, so, but it's pretty crazy growth, right? But you know, we've implemented some treatment strategies in this area, and over the course of a number of years, next slide, this is what it could look like. This was taken this past summer. So this is an area that Forestry, Fire, and State Lands has actually been dumping a lot of resources and money into. The guys down at Farmington Bay have been doing a ton of work to help make this treatment area successful. But this is what can happen if you put in the time and effort. Next slide. So some of the areas within our WMAs, this is the Miller unit at Farmington Bay. Again, you can see the differences before and after treatments there. In this photo, you can see some of the frag islands that are starting to come back. So we'll go back this fall and spray those again and knock those back down. Next slide. Same story at Ogden Bay. It's hard to see the vegetation behind that tall dead frag there, but it's all Phragmites. This unit was probably 90% plus Phragmites before we started. This is where we're at now, mostly native cattail. Next slide. And then this is the other Bachman unit at Ogden Bay. I've shown these slides and pictures before, but I like to kind of go back to them because it gives you a really good painting or picture of what's going on and why we have this 3 to 4 year treatment cycle. I don't have a good pre-treatment photo for this particular area, but that first photo in 2017 was taken after the first year of herbicide treatments. And then right after we rolled all the standing dead material, so you can see all the litter down there. You get a few, you get some plant growth coming back after that first year. So that would have been, we would have sprayed it from there in 2016. We would have rolled that dead material in the spring of 2017. And then we would have went back in the fall of 2017 with our ground equipment and sprayed whatever's coming back. And then we came back in 2018, took this photo, and you're kind of like, oh, what the heck's going on here? But that's typically what we see in the second year. After 2 years of treatments, there is kind of a resurgence of growth. So you got to follow up with the third year of treatments. And then after that, you do a couple of years of spot treatments or maintenance treatments. And eventually, next slide, is what you then end up with. As you can see, there's hardly any frag in this picture. Looks like there's a little patch there that's been sprayed. There's a lot of native cattail, open water. We've got pondweed growing in some of these areas, and the bird use is just off the charts. So pretty cool to see these changes, but it just goes to show that it takes time, it takes resources, but if you can keep at it, you can have these changes. Next. So this is what we're hoping to do this upcoming fiscal year. Division would like to treat 2,300 acres from the air, 5,000 from the ground, and mow and trample 2,800. And then we're also grazing 7,000 plus acres. Forestry Fire State Lands is looking to treat 7,000, mow and trample 5,700, seed 100 acres, graze over 2,000. Then the Fish and Wildlife Service wants to treat 1,000. Cache and Boxelder counties treat 200 to 300 acres. So this is kind of how the funding breaks down for this year's project. We're not asking for any Habitat Council funds. We're not asking for any WRI funds. We have a lot of other agencies that are pumping in a lot of money this year, and we're just leveraging those dollars to ask for a big chunk of federal aid. That's all I have. If there's any questions.
Yeah, and probably, but would mention, that federal aid chunk is the main reason why we're reviewing this project to this council, even though they're not specifically asking for Habitat Council dollars here. We were reviewing the project anyway. So that was federal aid money. Questions?
I just have a general question. Is there a goal line, or is this just perpetual maintenance forever?
So, our specific goal is to get these areas under 20% Phragmites cover, which we've done in a number of areas, but it is going to take perpetual maintenance to keep it at that. Yep.
How many acres do you think you've got under that 20%?
That's a good question. I'd say maybe 3/4 of the acreage with inside the waterfowl management areas.
3/4 of the acres within WMAs are in a maintenance mode.
I would say so. Close to, yeah.
Incredible.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. One of the things and comments, questions that I get often too over the last, I'd say, year or two is, well, you guys have been doing this since 2006. Is it going to slow down? And I think it will, but we're just not quite there yet. So you think about when this started, and we were treating maybe 1,000 acres at a time. And at that time in 2006, there was probably close to 20,000 acres of frag across the shore of the Great Salt Lake. So as we're treating these areas, we're doing really good job in those areas, but where we're not treating, it's just love and life, expanding, continuing to go and do its thing.
So that's my next question. How is everybody else doing? If you guys are at 3/4 acres in a maintenance mode, how about forestry fire? How about Fish and Wildlife Service?
Forestry Fire is making a huge dent in what they have. They've been really stepping up and getting some good funding, and over the past several years, they've been training a lot. The refuge, they got some work to do. Everybody's still got work to do, really, though. I mean, and I say 3/4 of our areas, that probably doesn't include the areas that we inherited over the past couple of years. Like, we got a lot of work to do out on the spur, for sure. But I'd say everybody else is doing pretty good. People that have the funding are actually hitting it real hard. They're following the same program. We're working together. It's going well.
You had mentioned the refuge. I want to say it was 2 years ago they came to us with some budgets, and there was some talk about trying to coordinate, efforts to improve things there. Has there been any? Where's that at?
Yeah, so they are actually a partner in this program. They do get funding. They've been getting some funding from us for the past 6-7 years now. But it's smaller. They're not treating as much as we are. So they're treating anywhere from 600 to 1,000 acres a year. And I think that's just mainly probably resources and funding.
So Chad, through the legislature this year, there were several requests for additional funding for Phragmites control. So outside of this project, maybe our normal partners, we also includes other agencies, NGOs that they're even here today. We appreciate all those efforts, but are you aware of where some of that other funding might go for Phragmites work around the lake, or is that all administered by Forestry Fire?
I think it's all going to be administered by Forestry Fire. I do think I work closely with Keith Hambrick, who's over their program over there. Some of the conversations we've had is just expanding in these areas, including more people like Wasatch Widgeon and some of the duck clubs on the South Shore. I mean, honestly, I'll say Troy's come to me in the past. The refuge would like to do more and more. Some of the South Shore duck clubs have come to me, want to be a part of this project. Right now, for me, this project is as big as it's going to get. But if there's more funding and more contracting, maybe we can start bringing some of them people together and treating those areas as well.
Yeah, it's from a legislative standpoint. The meeting that I saw or attended, there was just continued significant interest, either from the Great Salt Lake Commission, Forestry and Fire requests. It seems like there was even an additional request through another agency. I don't recall what it was, but anyway, it's a lot of focus, and so it's a good time to be in the frag war, to be honest. And so we appreciate all the work and efforts there.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Okay. We have a motion on this project.
Make the motion to support this project for federal aid funding.
I'll second it.
All right. We have a motion from Tyler. We have a second from Blake. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Say no. Okay. The war goes on. Project 6941, Mains Flat Wetland Project Engineering Phase.
Hi, I'm Mike Lindrianos. I'm the Great Salt Lake Shoreline Preserve Manager. I help manage the Legacy Nature Preserve and ISSL, our Kennecott's preserve. So TNC, we manage about 10,000 acres around the Great Salt Lake. I'm going to add to Chad. Me and Chad had a lot of conversations. One of his numbers did include, we treated over 700 acres by the air frac. along the state sovereign land of the Great Salt Lake and some of our property. The majority of it now we're pushed off TNC's property, and we're helping treat state land. We did the same thing. We probably covered 800 acres on the ground, and treated probably about 100 acres spot trading, frag. This project that I'm going to bring to your attention, Manus Flats. So this is actually named after my uncle, that was a division employee, a waterfowl biologist, actually sat on Rich Hanson's hiring committee. So you can thank my uncle for Rich. So this Chris Brown also worked with my uncle. He's our director of stewardship. He named this area after my uncle. When we started working on this area, it was 100% Phragmites. So you can get the roll. Actually, I'm going to just skip this. It's Phragmite control. One reason we want to do it. I'm going to go to the next slide. This, you can see the Syracuse drain. So this is constant flow, about 3 CFS. And then it surges during storm events. It services pretty much the whole city of Syracuse. Probably about 75% of Syracuse stormwater comes through this drain. It's managed by Davis County Public Works. It comes down, you can see how it just comes straight down, hits the red line, and then just kind of sheet floats over TNC property. And we started treating that top area straight at like 3-4 years in a row with the helicopter roll that got it somewhat under control. And then we oozed 1 year, and it didn't go back to where it was, but we then had to go in and do a lot more spot treatment. We do graze it in the summer. And actually, I really want to show on the west side of the area, right? All that area, we see all those tracks. Those are Marshmaster tracks. That's a fenced in area. We're doing strictly cattle grazing in that area to control Phragmite. We put no herbicide down on that. We're in about the 5th year of it. You couldn't see the Phragmite before, or the bottom fence line before, because of all the frag. Now you can actually see it. And what's really cool, just recently out there, a lot of little ponds have opened up, especially in the spring. So we're getting a lot of waterfowl use. We kind of moved over, fenced in another area closer to Manus Flats, but the water just sheet flows across. So what we want to do in there, what we're asking for funding for, is do the engineering design Manus Flats. I've already got a commitment, a pledge of $250,000 for construction. So I'm hoping that you guys can help us with the engineering, get this done. And I'm going to take a page out of Chad's book. You guys have helped fund 2 projects for us, the Freeport Drain project, which we completed a couple of years ago. We've actually seen really good bird use numbers from our bird surveys. Then Miller Pond that we're designing right now, we actually got funding. I'm not supposed to say that. We partnered up with DU, and they're going to handle the construction of the project. The funding should be announced next month. So we're on our way on those. The other thing that's kind of unique is, this is what I like about this WRI program. It makes us partner up with everybody. We partnered up with the University of Utah to do kind of train it's a grad student program, a class where they train the next group of scientists basically to come and get practical hands-on success. In that partnership, we endorsed a program from the U.S. National Science Foundation. They recently got awarded, along with UNLV, Arizona State, I think another $15 million to do science and do other type of work that will kind of benefit us with another 10 years worth of potential funding. So another 150 million. So I don't think without us doing this with Freeport Drain and the funding that you guys provided, some of this other funding might not have materialized. But kind of back to this project, we're gonna engineer it, see the contours, survey it, see the contours, see what we can do. We have no water control, and that's what we're after, is try to control the water, funnel it to the Great Salt Lake. We teamed up with Keith, like Chad mentioned, and we're actually drafting a strategic plan for Phragmites on this area, on the preserve border. So that's another partnership without WRI, us going through this project that might not have materialized as quickly as that. So you can run to the next slide. Kind of talked about the monitoring a little bit. We're going to still bring the grad students back in. We've got one student did her thesis on the Freeport drain. We have another one doing a follow-up thesis for her master's. And then we have Sageline Collaborative has been doing the bird surveying for us in that area. What's cool about that, anywhere we've done work, our bird numbers have increased. So that's really kind of beneficial. All these projects are doing that. Next slide. Funding. I'm asking really, to do the archaeological clearance, do the engineering, asking for some funding for supplies and materials for the students. So one thing we're trying to do is see how the wetlands are cleaning the water. And actually one big concern, because this is so much stormwater, and one thing our students have found is the high concentration of heavy metals coming in that stormwater. So we want to see how the wetlands are performing before and after. And we're actually also brought in Utah Geological Service to help us with that. So they've been collecting data for us also. If you have any questions on the funding, I'll be happy to answer. These are our partners. That's Unlimited. And actually Dave England's going to sit on the committee to review the engineering drawings. What we found is we don't all have all the right answers and collaborate. We can find some improvements. Actually, Keith told me how that Howard Slough, I think they made an oops, and it's actually something that we're going to implement at Miller Pond to get the water closer to the lake, so it's not sheet flowing over stuff. Syracuse, Davis County, same thing. We're going to ask them to sit on a committee to review the drawings, the design, and give us feedback. We've already talked to U.S. Fish and Wildlife Partners Program. They have some potential funding for the construction that will work with them. Of course, my ranchers that, they do a lot of good out there. You can see what we're trying to do is minimize our costs by grazing it heavily, get it under control, and then we'll actually start taking the cows off, let the marsh kind of recover a little bit on its own. Next. Keith's part of our team on this. Of course, myself, Chris is director of stewardship for TNC, covers the whole state. Got any questions for me? Be happy to answer.
Questions? So once the steps completed, what's the next step? What kind of implementation are you going to do?
Say that again.
So this is the planning step, right?
Yeah.
So what's next?
So we'll have construction drawings. If you guys fund this, we'll have construction drawings. I'm really hoping to actually break ground for construction next summer on this project. I got $250,000. I'll go back to a little bit of the funding. Freeport drain cost us, first time I've ever been yelled at for coming under budget. The bids came in so low that I had excess money, so we actually expanded the project on Freeport, and most of the funding for that came from private donors, foundations, stuff like that. So if you fund this, that's all I'm going to ask for from you guys right now. I got the $250,000 pledge already. I'm gonna set loose my my hound dogs, my fundraising team with TNC. We've already got some, we've got Chevron that's interested, Big West Oil that's interested. There's a couple other private funders, foundations that are interested. Really love doing these kind of projects. The other thing I did mention, there's two other projects that we got funded from Great Salt Lake Wet, adjacent this. This area, all of it is access in the walk-in access program. DWR actually has a road coming down to the property on the west side with a parking lot. Parking lots on TNC property. Road is actually owned by DWR. So we allow hunting into this area.
So you've got construction covered funding, right?
Yeah, I'm not even gonna come, I really, 99% I won't come back to you guys for any construction. My fundraising team, I'm gonna stick them on it. It really counts on how complex the project is. $250,000 might be able to do it. I anticipate another 100,000 for construction, about $350,000 to do what I think it's gonna be needed to do there for the construction.
Just a suggestion, there's a guy up at Washington State University. His name is Dr. Horner. He's done a lot of pioneering in the use of wetlands to, address stormwater issues. I'd look into some of the work that he's done if you're getting into the design phase.
Okay. What was this? I'll get with you and
Yeah.
have his name after.
Yep.
That's okay.
Will do.
Yeah.
Any other questions on this project?
Is the entire area in the walk-in access?
Yeah.
Okay.
So
It's,
out of the preserve, the preserve's just under 5,000 acres. And then half of it is a thin walk-in, I think around 2,000 acres. This whole, actually from the causeway to the Freeport drain, this whole bottom, all the way to Glenham, to about right here is in the walk. This is 3,200, or no, that's 4,200. So, yeah, right there's that's our visitor center right there. Right, yeah, a little bit farther, right there, that fence line right there, that's all in the walk-in access. We have this area closed adjacent to our visitor center. We don't advertise it. We allow hunters to park right there outside of the gate. They can walk to the west, hit the Freeport drain, and then come and hunt that way or down on state sovereign land. So we don't advertise that, just because the number of hunters. And then as you go farther to the east, everything, this project on Case Creek is funded with Ducks Unlimited. So we allow hunting there. We actually created an Evil Monsters, a small area. We released pheasants there. I had over 50, 60 cars on opening day. And it's a small area. Conservation officers are great. They're there helping out. We're actually, because some of the projects we're doing, hopefully we'll start construction on that Miller Pond project next year on the west side. We're going to split the birds up and release some of them out of the parking lot at the causeway on TNC property there, just to get that pressure. This is one of the only last areas of pheasants in Davis County. So we want to keep it available, but we got constant pressure here. They do fly down in the frag and then they survive. At least the wild ones do. The released ones, if they make it through the night, I'm surprised on some of them.
All right, any other questions for Mike on this? I'll just say, Mike, I really appreciate you pointing out the walk-in access portion where we have hunting access. That really makes it a lot easier, at least for this funding, to work with you guys. And so I really appreciate that. And the more access that we can get to help with funding, we would be on board with that. So I
Yeah,
appreciate
we
that.
kind of, the areas that are closed are more of a safety issue, kind of around visitor centers.
Right. Yeah, that makes sense. Sure. All right, we have a motion on this one.
I'll move to approve for consideration.
Okay.
I'll
One second.
second it.
All right. We have a motion from Randy and we have a second from Angie. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. All right. Motion carries. Okay, our next project. 6952 Northern Great Salt Lake region. Some additional frag, Tamarisk mitigation.
What I do is a little drop compared to what these last two guys do.
Yeah, so I'm just gonna do a status report. This is just for the fiscal year. It's not historical for the project site, it's just for the fiscal year. I guess if you guys want more of a historical, I can do that next year. For more of the background, I thought it was just for the fiscal year. Next slide. I'm gonna roll and do this. This by the quarter, we bought that new sprayer and we treated right around 41 acres across the 3 different job sites. The frag, got our equipment all serviced up, sharpened up, ready to go. We had a down payment on 1,100 bull rush plugs and 3 maxes will all go on the spur. And right now, we've already started some frag work and brush work at Kingfisher. And we'll do the rest of this time, we'll be spending at the spur, doing the revegetation and frag work. So there's the 2 little short videos. I mean, they're like short. I don't know if there's a sound on this or not, so I'll narrate it. We started going in there with this new machine. It's not ours, it's one word. Is it not working? Well, there's a really cool video here. So what it is we got this access to a mulcher on Mini-X. We haven't been able to find one anywhere. And it's a really neat little unit. It's got the spinning hammer system. So it's not a deforester, it's not a mower, somewhere in between. So we're chewing up some stuff there on there. We got, yeah, that's last year. That's a cool video though too. So, but anyway, we got a lot of concerns about some of the fire hazards because we had a fire in the Kingfisher one in June of 22. We had 2 arson fires back to back, 2 days in a row. We lost a couple acres. And there's a lot of other areas. There's the Weaver archery range. There's a mill, grain mill, and then you go a little farther out, there's the residential. So this is more of an urban wetland. So we're worried about that stuff. So when we got in there trying to get to this other stand, the frag we never got to yet, we found this. You can see water. Like, oh, we finally found the backside. We've been there since 2017. We finally found the backside of the main pond. So we opened that up. Is what these 2 videos are showing. And now we can get into it. So it looked like that. So then the next day, I spent 7 hours with that mulcher going through all that heavy willow and everything to get to this corner. Just spent a couple hours working on that. So you can see that tree with the Y, that's also in the other little tree. But that's just a sample. But when we're doing the frag on this one, it's completely different than in the wetlands because it's all this interface with that willow. So that first year when we open it up, it's a daunting task. You can't do it without equipment. We tried the weed whacker approach, it doesn't work on the willow.
I'm going to jump in here really quick on you. Yeah, remember to introduce yourself and tell us who you represent.
Oh, sorry, I got right into all that. Troy Burgess, I'm the president and one of the founders of the Wasatch Regions Association. Back to this guy. Yeah. So that's to give you an example of some of the headaches we have at Kingfisher to get rid of the frag and willow over there. So you can also see that it's also got some fire hazard in that too. So a little before and during, we'll come back and work that after the frag's gone. We'll see what comes back. Basically, what we've been doing in those areas is been getting a lot of good grass coming in. So the deer and the quail are enjoying that too. Next one. That's a little bit different angle. Still got that wide tree for a reference point. But you can see that willow. We've been pushing that line back over the years. And we never had that little machine with the mulcher before access to it. So we grab that up with a Mini-X and we pile it and we walk it through a pile. And we have to keep coming back every year and roll the pile. This will process it right there. We don't have to worry about having piles in there. Next one. Now this is back to that video. So this is a little history. Last year we, on our own funding, we did 120 plugs at Kingfisher. This is the opposite corner. It does have water. Then we did 800 out there at the spur. Both those areas were all frag. So we're back to the revegetating point. We're gonna do 1,100 plugs and 3 mats down that frontage road again at the spur this year. We should be done with about 4.5 miles of that this year. But that's right. I think no, if there's another slide or not. Well, that's just the status of where we are for the salt for the fiscal year. So the next one's a proposal. I can bring more of the historical if you guys want that in here. I'll see what the guy did. Okay, just go to the next slide. So this is our partners. They basically allow us to execute our mission on their properties. And I work a lot with Chad and Ridge, Colton, and the refuge. Next slide. This is a part on the spur channel, a little bit before and it during, not quite done yet. This is last year. So that's our first year in 21, and this was last year after we beat on for a while and got some fishermen that can actually get in there and use it now, chasing some carp. Next slide. So we have more of an aggressive objective than our partners because we do our program, our mission on their property. We want to leave it better than what they would, so they have time to absorb that back into their program. So we go after reduce it to 5%. Frag and Tamarisk in our target areas. And then our second one is to educate the community because we get them out there to do it with us. And then we educate them through expos, working in schools. That's an article at the bottom that got in the Friends of the Great Salt Lake newsletter. Kind of tells us what we've been doing on this project. So this top one is up at Refuge, the bottom one's out there at the spur. Next slide. And now we do have wood ducks in Utah. Quite a few of the kingfisher. So our locations here, if we, with the grant, because this grant will help us expand our capacity to be able to do more frac, we'll be able to increase about 90 acres on the spur. We've been planning for about 30 acres. Kingfisher, it's only a small 16-acre riparian wetland along the Weaver River. We got about 3 acres left to frac, and then about 8 acres of this nasty fuel loads. So we're worried about 35. You can see how it kind of overlaps. And then at the spur, at the refuge, we only got 1 acre left on that project. We were going to do another one. I had to take it out. We're still got some communication thing we're working through with the refuge to figure out what our next project could be on. So the total will be about 94 acres that we'll have to work. How we do that is we have them in different stages. Year 1, 2, 3, 4. And then I have a rolling capacity. So as we reduce that footprint, we open up more. But right now we've been doing about 30. So we're looking to be able to double the triple this. Next. Oh, that's Kingfisher. Yeah. That's frag in a different way. So it has its partner, willow, in there. Kind of interesting how those two, I swear the willow slows it down. It holds it back. And as we chase it, it just goes away. So that's kind of the stuff that we're dealing with on there. You can see that if you got a fire starter there, you ain't gonna stop it very easily. So that's part of what this whole project, there's some more rental equipment again. Next. And then there's some areas like that, it's not frag, but it's all like that. We're gonna leave some of these areas on purpose because we do have quail in there. But we're gonna try and make some fire breaks around it so it doesn't take off and take the whole wetland out. Next. Now here's another sub project on the parking lot of the spur. So this is a depression that's 80 feet by 40 feet, half moon shape. It was all fragged out. We started working on that. This is an older picture. We actually got hemlock in there. We took that out too. So now's the time to put the pipe in and fill it. We have the contract with bore. And then the public will be able to use that. It's right adjacent from the parking lot. So they'll be from the boat ramp. So they'll be able to use it too. Plus we'll keep the frag from coming back in that spot. So it's like it's just taking a type of method. Next. Now I changed this from the WRI one. I think I got people a little confused. So this is the spur. The dark black line is the WMA. Everything to the left is the refuge. To the right, private. The yellow area is mostly bore property. It's a private property. After this year, we'll be about 80% done with that 27 acres. And as we compress that, because from about this spot right there, that way is 4.5 miles. It's kind of hard to put it all in one map, on one picture. We keep moving in. Now the blue area, we're roughly 20-25% frag there. So that might meet the state standard, but it doesn't meet ours. So we're going to keep working that. The green one is nasty. and it wraps up and it goes into the refuge. We also can work in the refuge site too, not just the state. So we're gonna keep working north to do that. Does that make any sense? The next. Now this is that blue zone. So we're out there mowing it there, and there's a patch right there, the rest of that cattail. And that's what I mean. It's a lot cleaner. But this is more of a proactive to prevent that from taking over as we push into that hardy stuff. Next slide. So for us to be able to expand the capacity of what we're doing, we've looked around, and of course, Marsh Masters, the elite Cadillac, we don't have $250,000. I wouldn't even know how to ask for $250,000. This is closer to our budget, but we can't quite do it alone. So we're asking for support from the state. We can throw in about 26,000, and then volunteer time for fabricating. We've already been given by a master welder fabricator to help with the attachments. So throw 100 hours volunteer time in. This will be able to crush, mow, and do herbicide treatment. So if you've read the white paper on this, you'll be able to understand how that is. I can answer questions as we go. Next, the primary reason is that number one, because on the spur between May and October, they turn the water off for irrigation. We've seen 2 or 3 foot drop in that from year to year. So stuff that we go in there and work in April or June, I may not be able to get back in there to treat August or September. I ain't gonna open it up if I can't do it all 3 times a year. That's the main reason. Next. Here gives you an example. This is on another drainage side, the north side of the spur channel. That Russian ollie there on the left, about halfway. It took us 3 days to mow that. We could probably do it 1 day with that mud hogs. That's the difference. So it's not making it easier for us to being able to take those 27 days that we put a year out in the field to do more with those 27 days. That's what it's about. Next. So that's how the money breaks down. Top ones for that. I know it may or may not be within policy because it is a specialized equipment. If not, maybe we can get a partial to help us cover with these equipment rentals and the other material supplies and stuff. And then money we're throwing in, and then our 43,000 is about what we average for volunteer value a year. Next. So, yep, they still do exist. So what we try to do is expand that wingspan, you know, to help out Chad's, all these other guys that are doing all this frag work. We take on some of this acreage so they don't have to worry about it. That's the fact basically what we're doing. So that's it. Any questions?
I'm gonna make myself look stupid here, but for the life of me, I cannot place Kingfisher.
I said the same thing when I walked in before everybody
can't
got
what?
here.
I can't place Kingfisher. Where's that at?
He's gonna open it up for you.
It's not huntable.
That's why you don't know about it. It's not hungry. We are, so that's it right there. Maybe zoom in a little bit more. It's just that little shape right there with all those black marks.
Mm-hmm.
So there's your Weaver River, and it's just a small little riparian thing. What it is all this area to the north, that big open area, they did the city dump. That was all wetland.
Okay.
And they jumped off before we worried about wetland. So this is a little thing that they left there to kind of say they gave something back for what they destroyed. Let's just be honest. And then it got neglected because nobody knew what to do with it. So we took it over in 2017. That's when we've been cutting a lot of our teeth on. And so we get all kinds of drainage into it, and it flows into the Weaver River. So from a water quality perspective, it is important.
And who owns that land?
That's Weaver County. So we have a contractual stewardship with them. So basically, I can do whatever I need to do in there.
Can it be hunted?
No. You might be able to get into it with a bow. Some of my guys say you can. I'm not. You might have to fight some of the transients for a spot. We get some of them in the back area here. On that back area is a hill. On the other side of that hill is the archery range and stuff, so.
Yeah, so there might be a
that,
couple
I
of,
know exactly where it's at now.
You do or don't? This is Fort Garabit here.
Yeah.
It's right over there, so it's kitty corner across the river from it. Any other questions?
Struggling with this one. Sorry.
I think the equipment purchase might be an issue.
That's where I struggle.
I had to swing for the fence. I understand.
I mean, if we did this, would you be opposed to the Division of Wildlife owning that equipment and just giving you use of it, or? Because I don't know that we can create an asset class like that outlives the project without issues.
Yeah, that definitely is an issue.
We can talk that, because we'd be putting a lot of sweat equity into all those attachments and stuff, not just something you can buy off the shelf. Just be very customized vehicle. What?
Is Weaver County helping out with that project?
Kingfisher?
Yeah.
No, not yet.
That's my other issue is you're asking for money to work on Kingfisher for where it's not huntable.
Okay, but that's where we grow wood ducks.
I understand, but I have to spend public money and where I've got other projects that the public has access to hunt.
Yeah, but they're migratory birds too.
Struggle with that just a little bit. You gotta understand that I only have so much money in my
I
budget,
get it, but
so
I will say this.
I'm just being honest.
Kingfisher, we had about 2 or 3 breeding pair when we started there. You'll see flocks of 20 to 30 now, the wood ducks. It has been a positive on bringing the wood ducks into that corridor. I understand that.
Can we not rent the attachments that you're asking to fund? The attachments you're trying to build, are they not rentable? And what's the cost?
Those would be custom made. The whole entire equipment would be custom. You'd order it customized.
Because they don't exist otherwise, is that what you're saying?
They what?
They don't exist otherwise?
They don't exist otherwise. They make each one, they don't have an assembly line. Each one's made customized. And we can't find anything else that would work within that.
Chad, you had a comment or question?
Yeah, I just had a comment, no question. I just want to say that, you know, some of the work that these guys are doing is actually pretty important even for us. I mean, I do understand that there's this equipment thing that might be an issue, but I'm happy that Wasatch Widgeons is out there doing this work upstream of our WMAs. That's one of the things that's lacking on that program is all the frag that's up these river systems, just sending down plant propagules and seeds the whole time. So if we get more of this type of work, and you know, I've gotten Cache and Box Elder County involved, but if we can get some of the other counties involved as well, that would really help us out downstream. So I just wanted to make that comment.
Yeah,
There's
that's in the project. I just didn't add in that comment. So the wind blows the seed upstream and then it drops a little bit down.
So there's no equipment on the rental market that fits the bill here.
Not to do with that Marsh Masters, that Mud Hawks would do. Now that other one I showed you, the Kingfisher one, yeah, we can rent that.
And that's the issue is the purchase of the piece of equipment. So that's my question. Could you change this into something that's more of a rental?
I tried. We had agreements. We had 2 companies that said they would rent Marsh Masters to us, and that was in our last proposal. And then now they're telling us it's never been the policy. So now that I got that grant for 24, they're telling me something different. So I'm having to get some flexibility in that.
Yeah, so I think we do kind of have 2 issues on this project.
I can rent it when it's like 12 grand a month.
Yeah.
And ship it here from California and back. Probably more than you get. I'd only be a few months and we'd be done. I understand it's because it's a state government versus a private company. It's a good business investment if you're looking at it from a business perspective. Oh, I see.
Yeah, but I mean, I think you guys are looking to do really good work. But we set a precedent where we're buying equipment for an NGO or some other private entity, then, you know, that'll attract all sorts of other stuff coming in. We're just talking to really do that. So, and the access issue is also an issue. It's county property and that's problematic on that Kingfisher site. But any other thoughts how to approach this?
This custom equipment that you're going to add to the mountains, is that going to be permanently attached to it, or is that something that's removable?
It's removable, so I have 3 different configurations.
Okay, so I'm sorry, I forgot. Tyler. So like with what Tyler said, if we were to purchase that equipment for the DWR and then loan it to you for the project, you could add your custom equipment to it when you need to.
Talk about that, yeah. Because you guys wouldn't just be buying it, you'd be buying it, then we'd be having to add value to it.
Yeah, I mean, that, to me, that's the only way we could do this. We can't buy a piece of equipment with state dollars and put it in the hand of
Yeah.
a private entity. That's just not allowed. It's not something we're allowed.
Policy, policy.
But I mean, we're trying to figure out a way to
Roll the
make this
dice, I'll
work.
find a way to make it happen.
But you understand we're trying to make this work here.
So
So
I get
I
it.
think that's a good solution if you're amenable to that.
I'd have to see what the agreement is. I can't figure that
Well,
out.
yeah,
It's like
we'd
you
have to-
can't either.
I mean, we'd have to enter into our own process to go through approvals for that. So, I mean, the council could approve moving forward in that direction, but we'd have to go through our own process beyond that to see if,
You put
we're
this into
amenable to that.
that too, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you take a shot at it?
Take a shot at
Oh,
it.
can I ask a quick question on
Yeah.
this chat, right?
Yes.
So, because I get it, there's no way the states can buy something for a private group. But if the state were to buy it, you guys have limited amount of time because you're a private organization, and I get that can be used. Is it something the state would use in the other days?
No, I mean, at the scale that we're operating at, that thing probably won't do much for us.
At the same time, where does it fall, as far as maintenance goes afterwards? If it's our equipment, then we've got to spend our budget to maintain it. And, years ago, I asked for a new tractor at Ogden Bay, and it was suggested that we get a lease, and that has been the best thing ever. We're spending, less leasing a tractor every year. We've got a brand new tractor that runs. We're not spending any money on maintenance. And just leasing equipment has been a lot better thing for us.
But you can't lease a Marshmaster though, can you?
You can, but like Troy said, you gotta bring it in from out of state, like California, Louisiana.
$12,000 a month plus your trip, you're shipping from California back to California.
That's
It's maintaining the whole
I
month
guess-
off my day job just to use it.
The other thing maybe I'd throw out there, suggest is talking to our contractors that we use. They have the equipment, maybe even contract some of that stuff out, Troy.
Yeah, I had to do that because first they said they interact, now they're saying they won't.
So I mean, that's just another option probably to look into, is just hire them to do it.
Parts that nasty stuff when you're in deep, waist deep water, all that leaf litter, that's where my guys are asking for some relief to break through that stuff that you should clear.
Hey, so Tyler, you want to take a stab at this?
I don't know. I'm hearing some resistance over there. So
If it's no, I'm good with that.
I'll make a motion to table it.
Can I ask one question before you do?
Go ahead.
Is there any way to rearrange this project and rearrange the costs so that you're buying the equipment and the remainder is something that Habitat Council could fund?
Even if it's paying the welder for his time and,
The welding time is volunteer.
or, buying yeah, if you could do that, that would work.
That's why we're putting like 26,000 in there. We're basically paying for all the one main attachment with this big sickle horses. And then the volunteer time, about the other one. You guys are basically paying for the basic unit and the upgrade too, so it's not some recreational vehicle you take out there as far as getting every build.
So
I
agree with Tyler. I think tabling it and, having you reevaluate the way the costs are, displayed here would help.
I mean, the WI program is gonna have, the ranking's gonna have the same issue, right?
Yeah, I mean, just knowing that the equipment ownership thing is an issue. I think I'll make a motion to table it, reevaluate it, work with these guys, see what they're willing to help us out with. And then you can bring it back next year, or let us know if you've got something you want to bring back here.
General,
Motion to table it.
a motion to table?
A second.
And there's a second from Drew. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Say no. Okay.
I just want to second, I really appreciate what you guys are doing. I don't want to cut your legs out from under you. It's just some issues we've got to deal with.
It's one of the situations in our situation, there's not a lot of grants that are built for an NGO to do this kind of stuff. They're built more for states and private properties and stuff.
You get like, looking like federal grants. I think you consider the lease, like Chad's talking about, reaching out to the contractors. I think that probably work a lot better in this. They won't lease. I mean, lease. Contract them to do the work. This is gonna be a short amount of work for them, so I think that might work better in this story.
Now you could turn it into that. And you could still turn it into a lease or a contract and bring it back.
Okay, I'll look at that. Part of our problem with our underlying mission of what our organization's about is that hands-on work. So if we just start contracting everything out, then we're the opposite of what we started out to do. And that's our internal conflict.
Well, you guys are kicking butt. I mean, if you had to contract something out, you didn't have to weld the equipment together and didn't have to.
We have them do an evaluation out there this week, so I don't have the numbers yet. Because I got some play money, so we are trying to get them to do about 15, 18 acres or more. I'm even 20 right now, some nasty stuff that we're coming up follow on. All right, so yeah, I can play with numbers and come back if you guys want something to do.
Okay. Thank you, Troy. We do appreciate that, the effort. And let's keep working on it. Let's keep working on it and see if we can figure out how to meet in the middle somewhere. So, all right, we're gonna move on to our next project, 7092, Cache Valley Upland Game Habitat Improvements. Daniels on Forest.
Did you see that? All right, morning, everybody. I'm Daniel Wilson. I'm the Habitat Manager for DWR in the Northern region. And I'm going to talk to you about Upland Game project that we would like to do next year. So Shane Hill, our restoration biologist, kind of the mastermind behind this project. He's been working closely with Pheasants Forever and the Wild Turkey Federation to put this together. So it's the second year we've done projects specifically for Upland Game. Next slide, please. So for this project, we got 4 sites that we'd like to do work in. So Hardware Ranch, the Richmond WMA, the Bud Phelps WMA is kind of in the heart of Cache Valley there. And then we got some work that's outside of Cache Valley, the tied up Upland Game on the Coldwater WMA, which is near Honeyville. Next slide. So back one. Yeah. So kind of our goal is just put more focus on Upland Game. I think we're hearing that from our partners that maybe we haven't done as much work as we could have in the past. And so it's just really an effort for us to increase what we're doing for Upland Game. We also have lots of nuisance issues with turkeys, having turkeys in places we don't want them in Cache Valley. We're trying to create better turkey habitat outside of private property to hold these animals and grow more of them. Next slide, please.
Turkeys are nuisances?
Yes,
No.
they are.
Because the dairy farmers in Cache Valley will tell you they are.
Yes.
So the Bud Phelps WMA, if you guys haven't been there, it looks like ag fields. It's got Garrison foxtail on it because the ground's kind of swampy. We've done projects in the past here. They haven't been successful. So we're kind of trying to rethink how we can make this better. Pheasant habitat, have more Upland Game on it. This picture is from last week or a couple weeks ago on Bud Phelps, so that's why it's still winter up in Cache Valley. But what we'd like to do is just kind of get more shrubs and trees planted in this area, have more nests and cover so we can hold more birds there. Next slide, please. And then on the Richmond WMA, the area that we're going to be working in is near the shooting range, if you've been there. So there's a small pavilion where people target shoot. That's what we're getting from that. We have a water right in that area. We're going to plant shrubs, fruit-bearing shrubs and trees in that area so we can create better habitat for turkeys and other Upland Game. Next slide. And then the Hardware, we have 2 sites. One of them is near the big meadow where they feed elk at down here. And then the other one is off the main road near Coal Hollow. Next slide.
What are you doing at those 2 sites? More planning?
Yeah, more planning. Yeah. And so we're gonna buy a bunch of shrubs and trees, like chokecherry, sumac, rows, that produce fruit, and also, some seeding in these areas. Next slide, please. And so, aside from all the shrub plantings, we're also would like to go guzzlers on the cold water WMA. So this is something we talked about last year and then tabled it. But we really don't have a lot of water on the western side of the WMA. And so these black dots are where we'd like to install some guzzlers. We think we could have more elk on the property if we had more water. And we have chuckers and turkeys in that area that would benefit from guzzlers. So I think the plan is to have 3 small game guzzlers and 1 big game guzzler installed. We are working on a project with the Bear River Water Conservancy. They have a water right for this area. They're going to drill a test well on the WMA. If that test well produces water, then they'll fully develop it and send municipal water down to the housing developments below. But if we grant them a long-term lease for this well, I'd like to get them to pipe water to water troughs for wildlife. So we kind of negotiate with them. So it's up in the air to see if this well is going to produce and then what we can negotiate to get fresh water for wildlife. But regardless, it's going to be a good thing to have more water on this property for wildlife. Next slide. So our budget's pretty small for this project. Most of it is buying seedling shrubs and trees. So that's $23,500 for that. $5,000 for seed. The work will all be done by volunteers. So Pheasants Forever, Turkey Foundation, college students from Utah State. And then we have $7,500 to build those guzzlers and install. So yeah, Eric.
How big are the guzzlers?
Over 2,500 gallons. No, I'm just kidding. They'll be small.
You said you got 1 big game guzzler, that's what I wondered.
Yeah, I think they're around 1,800 gallons. I'd have to double check, Eric, but it'll be within the law with what we can build. Yeah, good question.
Of course, it's within the law, Eric.
Yeah.
When's that well going to be drilled, the test well?
This summer.
And if it's successful, how big of a footprint will the permanent well be?
It's a pretty small building, Randy.
It'll be over an acre.
I'm sorry?
It'll be about an acre.
Oh, bigger than I thought.
About an acre.
Yeah, the Coldwater's kind of a busy place. We got a lot of transmission lines, a lot of public use there.
So a side note, you could get those guzzlers in this year if you wanted them.
Oh, yeah. So that's the plan, Randy. So we're not going to hold off waiting to see if the test well comes through or not. We're going to build the guzzlers. And then if the test well comes through, we'll create some troughs that have fresh water too.
So no, I'm saying I know someone will put in 3 guzzlers, small game guzzlers for you this summer if you want them in.
Okay, great.
So
yeah, thank you for that. Sorry, I misunderstood what you guys.
And then the other question, you said it had some problems up at the Bud Phelps. Hope I pronounced that correctly.
Yeah.
So you're going to put some trees in, but what's the ground cover situation? Why aren't you getting anything grown or it's been unsuccessful what you've done? What are you going to put in?
Yeah, so I think what the problem is, I think, Randy, is it's just really wet there. And I think our shrubs and trees haven't done well. So we're trying to we'll probably do some soil testing and figure out what would be best species to plant there and try to get it dialed in more, because it's just for a variety of reasons. I think the cows got into it one year after they did the treatment and trampled much of the work that we did. So we're going to do a better job of controlling cattle there and trying to plant things that would be more likely to be successful. We're also considering building a pond or 2 out there as well, which the excavation from the pond could raise up other areas to keep them drier. So it's a hard place to work. That's what I've heard. So this is our attempt to try to do something good there.
So are the plantings you're planning for there though? You said you're planning on putting some trees in to try to give some cover. Or are they plants that you're confident will grow? Now, I'm excited about, this is one of 3 projects that I'm going to find a way to, I have the power to get through.
Right.
But the plants that you're putting in there, are they gonna, why are these gonna succeed and not the others?
Yeah, I think, I wish Shane was here to answer that question and give you a better answer than I could, Randy. I know that they're still talking and trying to figure out what would be the most successful thing to plant there. I think we have one choke cherry out of everything that's been planted out there that's surviving on that property. So we'll need to be careful about what we do. I think they still feel positive that they can get things to grow out there.
It is a neat property. I've been out there before.
Yeah.
And, it'd be good to have.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why. So,
Yeah, true.
Yeah, just, I'm not a upland game biologist, so this is speaking from just, a guy who hunts upland game. If in the past, we just seed things with ubiquitous things based on, their ability to survive and, at least quail have pretty specific requirements depending on, what they are. As far as, the type of shrubs, type of grass, percentage of each. And have we done that work? I mean, if in other words, if we're gonna do the work and quail, just as an example, or part of that equation, if we explored just exactly what their needs are.
This would be more for pheasants. There's no quail and cash.
And I think it's just an example.
Yeah, just an example. I asked that because in the past, we've, put scaled quail, and one of the projects that was presented and passed was a guzzler. And, if you're a scaled quail, a guzzler really isn't part of your survival equation, and I just didn't asking, if we done the work.
I think that's a really fair point that you're making, Drew. I know that Shane is working closely with Pheasant Scrubber and the Turkey Foundation to make sure this stuff that we're doing is actually going to be beneficial. And I'm sure that includes researching literature on what the habitat should look like. It's just a hard place to work because it's swampy and we got that Garrison Fox sail there, which is really hard to get rid of once this is settled.
And I just wanted to address that for a second.
And I know I'm not going to ever say anything disparaging about put and take, but this isn't a put and take area, right?
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
Oh, no,
No,
we do
but
actually,
is.
sorry.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, we do release.
Okay.
I mean, it's
It's used, it's heavily used though. I mean, it's an area
Okay.
that people actually hunt quite a
Okay,
bit.
so with that being, now that I know that, I didn't realize that was a put and take area. I hate spending money if we're making a put and take area pretty. If we're gonna build habitat to hold birds around that area, I'm 100% in. But if we're just making put and take areas pretty, it just drives me insane.
There is a slight wild population that there are holdover birds
And
too.
so there's areas around, and yeah, areas around, if there's areas around it that will hold birds, we can bring in birds, I'm 100% in. But, and I'm gonna get more vocal about this. I just, if it's an island all by itself, why? So I want you to reinforce me, reinforce for me that this isn't an island. This is where you can build a population by having good habitat here. If that's the case, I'm 100% in.
I think it looks like an island on the map, Randy, but it's adjacent to all the Utah Power and the Pacific Core land next to it. So there are a lot of birds in that area in general.
And so Heather, I think you had a comment for us.
Yeah, can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Introduce yourself. Too.
Thank you. Sorry I don't have my camera on. I'm sick today, but Heather Talley, Upland Game Coordinator. There was a comment about what we've done to research what's good for the species, and I understand where that's coming from completely. I would like to address number one with California quail specifically. We do have a list of like a habitat evaluation form before translocating them. We've also put together in regards to scaled quail, pheasants, and a bunch of other species, we did take through an upland game management plan that addresses a lot of those things that were brought up. The reason that I like this project, just to switch gears a little bit, and you're right, guzzlers aren't always important to every phase, but it's definitely important in a lot of brood rearing opportunities. And in that phase, Also, I think that anytime that we can do something to help any of the wild populations in these pockets where that's possible, I think is a benefit. And also taking into consideration of alleviating any kind of nuisance or damage complaints, especially in this area, I think is going to garner a lot of support for us with growing turkey populations with the sportsmen. So I really like this project and I'm really supportive, and I just appreciate the time taken to do this.
Tyler, appreciate your time.
If you've got a turkey problem in cash, it's mending.
Yes. Do anything about it.
Even drive through there without dang near hitting a flock of turkeys every time.
So Daniel, you have the unfortunate situation of being the first guy up on stuff that I'm gonna harp on today.
That's okay.
So I like this project. This is, the Bud Phelps is the one area I have concern with, but it's, like I said, as long as we're building something that's gonna help expand or hold wild birds, I'm 100% in, and I'm gonna, and I like this project.
So Cache is probably one of the counties that actually, minus what, Davis County, but Cache has a really good wild pheasant population.
Yeah, and
it's spread all over, so.
Yeah, so like I said, so I like that. So I'm kind of, I'll admit, I know I'm gonna fight some fights today.
Yeah.
If you have the unfortunate, you're first, I'm sorry. So with that, the other thing I wanted to bring up with that, and this is just the time to talk about it.
Yeah.
All this work is being done on WMAs, correct?
This go around, yep.
Yep.
Last year we did some private property amendment.
Yeah, no, and I remember the project last year. I liked the one last year. Okay, so I just pissed people off. Why isn't PR money used on Upland WMAs? I've fought for one or two, and I won't bring those up, but why isn't it used? Why do I need to take my basic budget and spend that on that?
The PR dollars go for like migratory.
No. It doesn't. It pays for more than that. We have other projects in here that are paid with PR money that are not migratory. So we can spend money, things other than migratory. And and this isn't a shot at waterfowl. I get waterfowl having these huge budgets. I get it. I mean, it takes a lot of money to repair a dike. And yeah, I don't have a problem with that. But some of these projects should be funded with PR money.
Randy, I can't speak to what's happening with PR funding this year. I know that it's on a decline. I know there were less firearm purchases. You are correct that these are huntable species, and given that, we can spend PR. As far as the intricacies of PR and how that plays into everything, I don't know if Tyler just wants to give a brief overview of maybe some of the constraints or issues with having less PR and why we seek Habitat Council funds for some projects versus others.
And I want to be educated on this, but I want to stress this isn't about dollar amount. I can tell you the dollar amount spent between waterfowl and Upland. We don't have big game in yet. But I don't care about the disparity in dollar amount, but I do care about the disparity in how things are treated, if they're treated equally or not. And again, sorry, this happens to be the first one that this comes up on.
No, so Randy, I appreciate the boxing gloves, and it's all good. It's something we can definitely consider more. It does qualify. We have a good question. Matching really a lot of Upland projects with PR dollars in the past, and so that's something we can look at.
And it's not a huge number, because I've taken the time to look at this. It's not a huge number, but there's 3 or 4 projects in there that are absolutely 100% WMAs with no PR money. And just as an example, but if it's a waterfowl, it's always PR money. And again, I don't care about the dollar amount. I get the difference. It's much more expensive to take care of wetlands. And they're incredibly important. So again, I don't care about the dollar amount, but I do care about the equal treatment of them.
I think it's a good question to bring up when Kobe's here, honestly.
I think, I don't have all of the answers, but the history was that only waterfowl WMAs were written into our federal aid grant.
the last couple of years, we've updated that to have all of our everything in there.
Exactly.
But this next move of $50 hasn't happened yet.
Maybe just kind of an education thing to
Yeah,
share with our regions that they can start using that.
yeah, we haven't asked our regions to do that, and that's not the current advisement to them, is to keep our money into those. And so they'll take basically a director's office decision, and so, but we can bring that up with them and consider that. So appreciate the question.
The lake grant we did last year had like the 27 water pump management areas, and that's what that's the grant I work on every year. They were all water pump management areas throughout the state. There's around 27 on the list.
We added all the wildlife ones. Yeah. In another section down lower, then they'll have all the wildlife management. They added in 2 years. Yeah. But that's been a difference.
So, okay.
So I just, all right, now's the time to bring it up. Just as long as we can get the ball rolling.
Okay. We'll make a note on that. So, any other questions about the project specific?
I just had one more comment.
Oh, sure.
Gary. So you're concerned about bud phelps. Randy, I totally get it. One of the things we've heard from pheasants forever is they've wanted us to do work on bud phelps. Like this, they've wanted us for a really long time. And so that's why we're trying to put more focus on bud phelps. It's coming, a lot of it's coming from them wanting to improve it for pheasants.
No, and I get that. And like I said, and I don't know that area well, but there's other birds in that area that makes me giddy. I want projects like that. I mean, if we have land that we can make better and there are birds in the area that we can bolster those numbers, I'm 100% in. Like I said, I hate spending money on put and take. But this isn't, you know, if there's birds in the area, this isn't just making someplace pretty. This is accomplishing something to try to grow birds. And I'm 100%.
Daniel, are those cattle trespass cattle or got in there and grazed it down or?
Oh, no. So we have a grazer on there. Yep. And so we're actually going to use cows to benefit our project. So we're going to have him mow the pasture that we want to work in. We'll have him mow that thing down to the dirt, and then we'll go in and start planting. So he does a really good job of irrigating too. We have good water rights for bud phelps, and so we need somebody to be there all summer moving the water. He does a really good job of that.
Good to hear. Okay. Any other questions for Daniel?
No, but I'll move it on and say,
okay.
Okay, well, no, do you know, one more question. I didn't see any rating on this. Is there
any what?
On the ranking on the WRI spreadsheet?
We haven't done our ranking yet.
We don't have anything ranked yet.
Yeah, so ranking won't come out until
they're due on the 8th of March.
Or another couple weeks. Essentially. So
I'll add that once I get it.
by the next meeting, which is an aquatics meeting, we'll have WRA.
Okay. So an education for me, if this ends up ranking low, because there's 3 projects I want to fund. And this is one of the 3 projects I want to fund. Is there a way for me to pull up a ranking or say, I want this one funded? Okay, can you remind me?
Yeah, if do you have access to leave comments in the WRI system?
Yeah, everybody does.
Yeah, so if you leave comments in there and identify your role, that will bolster that project. You can leave comments on the projects that you really want to promote.
And Randy, you can make comments on the spreadsheet too, on my spreadsheet too, if you want to just remind yourself once we get to the funding meeting of this one.
Okay, perfect. So is the comment area on the spreadsheet open? It's not locked down?
Yeah, you should be able to comment.
Okay. Do we have a motion on this? Randy?
I'll make the motion.
A second. Okay, we have a motion from Tyler to approve. We have a second from Drew. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Say no. Okay. Motion passes. Next project. We're gonna go one or two more projects and then we'll take a break. 6897 Upland, Wetland Habitat Enhancement and Wildlife Condition, Salt Creek Public Shooting Grounds.
And my name's Arlo Wing. I'm the assistant manager and the assistant wetland manager at Salt Creek Public Shooting Ground located in Springs. And this is our annual request for funding for technicians, all that kind of stuff. We'll get a PowerPoint in there. So this is basically similar to what you've seen in the past. You know, we fund a lot of our operations through Habitat Council and federal aid. So, you know, our technicians, a lot of our equipment repairs, just general operation for the WMAs. But we'll go on to the next. Let's see, so shrub row plantings for our upland areas is a big part of what we do. Kind of see over on the left side or on the far side of the screen there, kind of an area that we put some shrub rows in at the beginning, and over time it kind of turns into what you see here. Out on Salt Creek, we kind of found roughly about a half a dozen different types of plants that will actually grow out there. Soil conditions aren't the best, and so it's been extremely difficult to find stuff that actually works for us. So next slide. Our food plots, we have a few different food plots that we plant, weed or triticale plantings. We plant these in the fall. Hopefully they come up like this in the spring. And then the birds just eat them through the summer. Next slide. Millet and sorghum will irrigate. We found some areas that we can prep and then irrigate, and we end up with stands like this. So it actually turns out really well. The birds use it for cover and feed. The hunters also seem to like using those areas too. Next slide. Another irrigated field we have. At least at Salt Creek, we have the benefit of a wheel line that we use. I think it's about a 7 acre piece, five acre piece of plant with millet and sorghum, and then that gets used heavily. So next slide. Our upland perennial plantings. You know, we start off with the groundwork, plant the seed, and hopefully within 2 to 3 years we'll see some growth like this. This area here in the center, we planted 2 years ago, and we've got some good growth out of it. The kochia is kind of taken over. See what happens with that. Other areas, sometimes we'll plant and we really don't get anything. It just depends on weather conditions, moisture that we get in the spring. Next slide. Island restoration, part of our funding request this year was going to go for some additional wetland plugs to restore or finish some restoration efforts on some of our islands out on the main and Thomas of Salt Creek. The plugs have been doing really well. In that bottom corner there, you can barely see them. There's some plugs just barely put in. Within probably 3 to 4 months, they're about that size there, give or take. So the growth has been really good this time around. So if we can get those established and keep those islands from eroding, we'll have good nesting ground for waterfowl and shorebirds. Use Salt Creek. Next slide. Our technicians, and you'll hear this probably through the next few groups of presentations, but our technicians are extremely important to the WMAs. We can't get a lot of what we do done without our technicians. So, you know, that's a big thing for us. Next slide. So water, you know, technicians will use them for water management, using duct banding, fence construction and maintenance, other facility maintenance. Of course, weed spraying, it's never ending. Predator trapping, and then of course, as part of our water management, our fish screens, we're trying to exclude carp out of areas. Those need constant cleaning. Like right now, versus Chad and I were struggling to keep up with the amount of water that's been falling in Box Elder County, and our impoundments where we have the fish screens. If we don't stay on top of it, we'll run the risk of blowing out some dikes. So, okay, next slide. So this is new. We just acquired the Prompt property, which is adjacent to Salt Creek, roughly 700 acres, along with the water shares we have with that. It has both upland and wetland features, and we're hoping it will be accessible to the public beginning next hunting season. I would say we're hoping it'll be accessible. Part of the purchase agreement for this property was to allow the grazer that had the grazing lease on the property to finish out his contract with the family. So that grazing contract will end at the end of 2025. So Chad and I had a meeting with him yesterday about the possibility of allowing some hunters in there while his livestock are in there, and he seemed pretty open to it. So we'll kind of, as we get closer, we'll readdress it and then kind of see how that's going to mesh with his operation. So after the 2020 or after 2025, then you know, if he continues as our grazer, then he'll have to abide by our grazing regime. So go ahead and do the next slide.
So Arlo, while you're going to the next slide, I'll just mention on that point too with the purchase of this property. It was in a greenbelt status. In order for us to not have to pay back greenbelt fees, we have to maintain the current grazing situation there too. So there's lots of reasons why we're doing that, and really comes down to saving us a whole bunch of money. And there were prior agreements with this grazer, so yeah, but that'll finish out soon.
So there's a little closer look at it. Over on that far side, there's some homes. So there'll be an area where we'll establish some safety zones where hunters won't be able to actually hunt. We're in the process. We still need to go talk to the neighbors and kind of introduce ourselves. Say, we're your new neighbor. This is what our plans are. And hopefully it doesn't impact them in a negative way. So, but this right here is the rest area pond. So this portion right here is ours and it's been closed as the rest area. We'll extend that closure up into that area as well. But you know, the opportunities for upland game enhancement, waterfowl enhancement are, we're really hopeful with this area. So it's, you know, we haven't had a chance to get out on the ground much to see, you know, what we have to work with, but it's, we're really excited. So, and we want to go.
When was it purchased?
We just took ownership in
December. Mid-December.
Oh, awesome.
So, so our total ask is $124,500. We want to go up out there. So I got this kind of broken down into different projects and what we're doing. Of course, motor pool for our technician vehicle, about $5,000. Personal services for technicians, $35,000. You know, uniform, that kind of thing. Seed for our sorghum millet or our food plots. You know, $1,500. Contractual services. A lot of times we'll have Bear River Co-op come in and do our spraying or seed disbursement for us. They can do it in a couple hours with their equipment, where it takes us a few days with our equipment. Wetland sod mats. Actually, a lot of what we're going to go for are the plugs. The sod mats won't be ready for us till, I think it was September, Chad. So not really much time for us to get them in and establish before the hunters are allowed in. Let's see, just our maintenance and fuel supplies, that kind of thing, 16,500. Equipment rental. So we're leasing a compact track loader, a piece of equipment that we use quite a bit. And we're also sharing that track loader with, Stephen Hunt with the Northern Region Habitat section. So it's kind of a combined use there. That's 15,000 for that lease. Let's see, materials and supplies, 3,500. That's for signs for the front property. We're going to try and get some of those signs this year with some funds that we have, and then carry over some next year, or you can get some additional signs. It's quite a large piece where we're bordered on all sides by private property, except for the one Salt Creek side. So, road base and gravel, that's probably a big chunk right there, 25,000. We also manage the West Barrows Bay access out on Promontory Point. That road is in need of some serious repair. We can grade it, but it's basically just going to pull up big rocks and everything. We need to put another layer of road base on it, as well as some of our other roads types. And then the last part of this request is the equipment purchase for a trailer for the skid steer that we're leasing. Our current heavy equipment trailer is underrated for that piece of equipment. The skid steer weighs about 10,000 pounds, and our heavy equipment trailer that we have now, the payload on it's only about 7,500. So we want to haul it anywhere more than a mile or so from our office. We're really pushing our limits, and if we have any kind of accidents or anything, it's not going to be pretty.
So, the habitat section doesn't have a trailer that fits that bill?
They're all goosenecks. We don't have goosenecks, and Steve's usually using them extensively throughout the summer, about sometimes the same time we get. I think round two, so we'll probably try and work something out there, but yeah.
We'll go back to the picture of the rest area. There is other water. I was just concerned that you were shutting down all the water, but it looks like there's other water to hunt up higher, right?
Yeah, there's other water. This image, it's kind of hard to see, but there's some existing dikes and other structures, ponds on that property. You know, we haven't had a chance to really get in there and take a close look at a lot of those to see what's needed there. If they're just culverts or water control structures or what.
That southern part of that is already a rest area though, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Over.
So it's just continuing on with that body of water.
There is another private landowner here. You can't see it on this map, but it does kind of take a jog over this way, where there's another private landowner that has a portion of that pond. You know, we can't control that on their property. So
You feel like that rest area needs to be extended?
yeah. The hunting pressure over on Salt Creek, kind of over, can't again off the map here, but we have a bypass channel that kind of goes down, parallels the rest area. If we have guys hunting that channel or right on the border of the rest area, it actually affects the whole hunt on Salt Creek. So yeah, we want to extend that up, and then you know, hopefully, and then even the prior property owners, they would lease it out to hunters, and they would also avoid the rest area because it affected their hunt as well. So the birds kind of congregate in there when the pressure is on, and if there's any pressure there, that just kind of blows them out of the area entirely.
Any other questions on this one? Like what you guys do out there. I'd love to see that area get bigger.
We're excited. It's going to take some work. And
I'm completely good with it, but I'm just curious how you came up with the numbers. So like I said, I'm good with it, but it's such a funny split.
So, yeah, a lot of it is, I mean, the wetland plants, you know.
Don't go in depth. I laughed out loud.
We have, so with this acquisition,
you know, we're probably over 3,000 acres of upland, property that we can, work with. So,
So it's significantly in the one project.
yeah.
No, and like I said, I'm totally good with it. I just laugh when it's such, usually they're such round numbers. 57.5%.
Shows that he really thought.
Yeah, I did. It's giving you credit for being very insightful.
Are those very detail oriented?
The next one he submits is gonna say 57.3. It's gonna be very specific.
I won't show you the spreadsheet you used.
Any other comments, questions on this one?
I'll move to, to approve for consideration.
Okay,
I'll second it.
okay, we have a motion from Randy, we have a second from Steve. Thank you. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. All right, motion carries. Okay, we're past 10:30, we're at 10:40. We're gonna take a break for 10 minutes and be back here at 10:52. Let's take a break. again at FY 25 WMA Upland Wetland Enhancement. Rich.
Yeah, I really appreciate the opportunity to be here today. My name is Rich Hansen and I manage Ogden Bay, Howard Slough, Harold Crane, Lotusburg, Wildfire. So I wanted to talk about the projects that we have going on in this fiscal year right now and talk about some of the successes we've had. Next slide. Carp control. We've got the rope gnome purchased. We're actually going to do a treatment out at Farmington Bay, March 13th and 14th. Dave and Tal have been working hard to get that turpin unit drawn down. This is what basically every treatment looks like. We draw the unit down, they concentrate, and then next slide. We've always treated it with liquid rotenone, but it's not available anymore. So this will be our first attempt at using powder rotenone. We've been doing a lot of research. We've got an aspirator from the northern region, and I think we've got a good idea how to use it, but it'll be a learning experience. So the map on the right there is the turpin unit that we'll be treating. I've got the whole unit outline there, but it's just going to be channels basically that we treat. So it should be pretty easy. Jason and I treated it for a lot of years, and then we've got a good grasp on how to do it. Next slide. And ultimately, with all these carp treatments, we're looking for that sago pondweed, this emergent vegetation. That's that's some good healthy submergent right there that's floated to the top. There are seeds there. It's the most important vegetation that we can grow on these waterfowl management areas for ducks, geese, and swans. So every part of the plant is used, and that's the ultimate goal for these carp control projects. Yes. Okay, our Upland Wetland Enhancement project this year, that paid for the rental of 2 tractors. So we get 2 6-month rentals. We try to overlap in the fall when we're doing all of our mowing, disking, planting, and it has been incredible to just lease these, having a brand new vehicle. We're never spending any money on maintenance or repairs, and it's been a great deal. Next slide. Also, it pays for skid steer, like Arlo talked about. That allows us to do some mowing that the tractor can't get to, but it also allows us to use our augers to plant usually a couple thousand trees and shrubs each year. Pays for the technicians. There's a couple technicians after they've set up our irrigation. We use a lot of this surface irrigation ditch and flood irrigate. We've got several high pressure pumps now to where we use irrigation pipe as well, thanks to SFW. And yeah, we've got the irrigation down. We've got it down on how to grow good food plots out of Ogden Bay and Howard Slough. Next slide. These funds also paid for a bunch of wetland sod mats and plugs like Arlo talked about. They're ordered, and we'll do that planting probably around first half of May. And then I think we planted about 1,500 trees and shrubs last year. It's amazing what happens, as a manager when Mother Nature cooperates and gives us the precipitation we need. Our survival was amazing last year with these plants. We should see great growth this year, and the outlooks were great too. Next slide. Wyatt Hansen is our Habitat Forever specialist, and he has done an incredible job for us. We've been able to expand how many acres of grass forward mix that we plant. We've been able to plant a lot more trees and shrubs, and he's helped Salt Creek a little bit. Their uplands as well. Okay, next. And then as far as the Northern Region Upland Enhancement Project goes, that was the project that paid for the seed from GBRC. It pays for our food plot seeds. It pays for the soil amendments we put on. And again, when Mother Nature cooperates, it's incredible what happens. I mean, in this 100 acres that we planted fall of 23 or fall of 22, I guess, before last really wet winter and spring, you can go out in about any area and you can see every seed that we planted, a representation of every seed, from crescent wheat to tall wheat to Great Basin wild rye, and then Rocky Mountain bee plant, the annual sunflower. And it is, last year was one of the most successful upland plantings I've ever seen. And the other thing that I think might be contributing to it, and we duplicated it last fall, so we'll see if it works, but in the fall, in November of 2022, it got really wet and rainy before we got the rangeland drill from GVRC. So we couldn't, and it never dried out. So finally, we were just like, okay, I guess we're just going to broadcast seed on the surface, and we're not going to be able to harrow it in or anything because it was so muddy, and it just exploded. I mean, it's like everything we planted through. So we went through and we did it the exact same way this last fall, and we'll cross our fingers that the precipitation continues and that we see the same kind of germination. We probably upped it to about 120 acres this last fall between Ogden Bay and Howard Slough. So super excited to see what happens.
You guys fly it on that or?
No, just broadcast on the back of the tractor.
So it froze, and then you broadcast over that? Is that what happened?
It was, well, we kind of left a little bit of a rut. Yeah, and then some of it had a little snow. It was, I don't know, it was a mix, but across the board, we saw really good germination. So
That's some of been roughed up before.
yeah, so good point. We went in and we mowed it, and then we dissed it. And so, and then we actually also broadcast the soil amendments on it, and then we harrowed those in. So we did prepare the soil pretty well. But then it's just wet and dry cracks and the wind covering it. I mean, it seems to work wonders. So
Any other questions for Farmer Rich?
I do. You've got 4 projects. Are they all encompassed in number 6910?
These are all.
These are
fiscal year
stuff that he
24. I'm
did.
just giving an
Oh, I
overview of
got you.
successes.
Thank you.
Next slide. And then we also purchased the plants. We typically use volunteer time to match PR dollars to buy some of these shrubs. So that helps stretch the dollar. And then this is an example of we've mowed, dissed, planted the food plots, and then it's been huge through these high pressure pumps and the sprinkler irrigation pipe to be able to sprinkle the ground and actually allow the seed to germinate. Seemed like we were in a cycle where it was drier and drier and drier, and by the time we got the ground all worked down, it was already too dry for the seeds to germinate. So this is just been a blessing to the success that we had out there. Next slide. And the other thing that we've been doing is Dow Screens is just up the road, so we're spreading a lot of soil amendments, mostly humic acid soil conditioner. And the reason that we do that is because our pH is a little bit high out here on these areas. And that soil conditioner, in addition to lowering the pH, it's also, we've got real alkali situations. So those salts are binding all the existing nutrients. And this soil conditioner allows the plants to actually, it neutralizes those salts and allows the plants to use what's already existing. So had a lot of success with soil conditioner. It's a lot cheaper. I think it's like $290, $300 a ton, and we spread it on at about 400 pounds per acre. So we put it on pretty heavy, and it's really helped out. And picture that the tractor there is in an existing stand of tall wheatgrass. So we're actually spreading in existing perennial plants too, just to give it a shot of nutrients for the next year, and it's really worked out well this last couple of years. Next. And then we've got the Harold Crane Center dike repair project right now. I mean, you can see how eroded it is with the truck there. I mean, I hold my breath every time that I drive it, and just rarely drive it. I drove it for these pictures alone, but we did all the surveys on it last year. the area, and we're working on project design now. And then as soon as it dries out in June, we're gonna repair that whole center dike and be able to actually drive it again and manage that area a little bit better. Next. Okay, so that's an update on FY24 projects, and then I'll talk about our proposal for the Ogden Bay Upland Wetland Enhancement project.
You just want to go to the database? Or
Yeah, we just go to the database. If you just want to go to even details or even finance, we can go through what I've got there. Like Arlo talked, the wildlife technicians are what allow us to be able to plant the fields and help white it out with the food plots and the irrigation and the Phragmites treatments. I mean, they're a big reason why we're accomplishing as much as we are with the Phrag project. So there's $1,000 for technician uniform, and that's waders and uniform. Tractor rental, I talked about that before. We're getting 2 tractors for 6 months each, with a little bit of overlap in the fall when we really put a lot of effort into getting our perennial plantings in. Skid steer, we now have that out there and allowing us to do a lot more planting, I think. And then mowing in areas like the tractor can't get, like I mentioned. Fuel for the tractors. Not just the tractors, but the pumps. So with all that we're irrigating, we're going through a lot of fuel with the pumps and for irrigation. So the truck, allows our techs to get around and do all the work that they're doing. The trees and shrubs, that $12,000 will get us, a couple thousand trees and shrubs to plant. I love to do the fall planting, but we have a really hard time getting volunteers then, because for some reason everybody wants to be out hunting. The survival rate is a lot better. We did quite a few on our own, and another nice touch that we added to our pheasant hunt that we came up with SFW to do is, as part of that, we bought like 305-gallon plants, and we gave all these people that were part of the pheasant hunt an opportunity to go hunt pheasants. But I wanted to also give them an opportunity to give back to conservation and show them the importance of what we're doing as managers on these WMAs, to enhance the habitat so there's more birds. And I think I've seen over the years a lot of the young kids that parents bring to our projects that we have. I see that it's instilled in them at a young age, and now we've got more volunteers into the future. So I saw that with the Urban Goose project, and they wanted to give back, so we get them on our planting projects. And so I think that was a huge success in you, Angie. So something we'll do into the future too. We'll have the planting and really stress the need for conservation and giving back as a hunter and the importance of that. So the grass spore mix from GBRC, I mean, I think we've got that dialed in pretty good, especially after last year with Mother Nature cooperating. And then the seed for our food plots for $1,000. As far as funding goes, talking to Troy and Angie, I mean, we're just asking SFW to fund the restricted, and then we're asking for $66,000 in PR. So.
I was just throw out there, I love what you guys are doing. You always do a really good job with your properties. Well, I haven't heard that volunteer thing you guys did. So I want to say it loud in case there's somebody listening anytime we have a youth hunt, why aren't we doing something like that? To have them like, hey, here's 3 trees, here's 3 shrubs or whatever, go plant them. I guarantee you, because I did that as a youth. Yeah. I go and I looked at those trees I planted, and I did that one. I think that would be a great idea. I would strongly encourage you to share that with some of your other managers.
Yeah. And part of that came from when I was a junior in high school. My field trip out to Ogden Bay, some of the shrubs that are still out there, and I just remember that, and that instilled it, and that instilled the love for conservation for me. It got me, kind of where I am today. So I don't think outside the box and whatnot, and I will continue that.
Yeah, but not just you, but other areas where we have youth hunts, we absolutely should be doing stuff like that. So.
And I know you really praise what we're doing and support what we're doing. And I would like to invite you out anytime you'd like to give you a field trip so you can see it on the ground.
I keep meaning, I've missed some of your projects out there just because they've conflicted with other things, but yes, I.
Make sure you take some trees.
Yeah, make sure you bring a tree with you.
Randy, I'll send a message to our outreach managers letting us know about this. It's just, yeah, I think that outreach gets a little bit buried with projects and this was just a really great idea that Rich had. And so we will spread the word for sure.
Thanks, Heather. Yeah. Okay. Any other questions for Rich? Comments?
Good job.
It's a lot of work.
Yes. I think when we talked about the planning at the youth pheasant hunt, I think it was planted before lunch. Like it was done quickly. Everybody wanted to do it. So I think it was
Yeah, we could expand the numbers that we took out.
Yep.
We were thinking, well, 1 or 2 per person, and some people spend an hour after their hunt, so.
Yep.
Angie can help you with that.
From there, why not?
Yep.
No, this is great. Yeah, we'll take that under some advisement between us and the wildlife section, Heather, others. So, okay. Do we have a motion on this one?
I motioned to approve.
Okay.
I'll second.
All right. We have a motion from Angie. We have a second from Blake. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. All right, motion carries. Okay. Next one. 6919 Habitat Forever Specialist position.
Okay. All right, so I talked a little bit about what Wyatt's doing. This is a joint effort between SFW, Pheasants Forever, and the Division of Wildlife. It's, I don't know, I can't say enough about it. It's almost, I essentially have another assistant on these areas. I'm sorry about that. But to have Wyatt out there on the tractor and being able to expand what we're doing right now, a year like, last year when Mother Nature's cooperating, to be able to do the extra 20 acres that he was there to do. And this year to increase it, 40 acres probably. It's looking likely we're going to have great success this year with the precipitation we have. So, and then with Chad and Arlo, we're working with them too to get Arlo up there more. We're also working with Tom Richard. We've already got it on the calendar for when Wyatt's going to go spend a week down in Utah County working on a project for him. So it's been great on the WMAs, but Wyatt has also been trapping turkeys like crazy over the last month or two. So as well as trying to trap quail so we can establish quail population. So it's been good. There were individual budgets for quail and turkey, I believe, and we were able to combine that all in this position, not worry about hiring an individual technician for turkeys and quail, and it's just been a really good thing. So basically, do you want to add anything, Heather?
I'll add. I love this
Rich.
position.
Yeah, I just want to say how imperative this partnership has been and so integral to the success of this position. You will see that we have increased the budget a little bit since last year. And the reason for that is because Pheasants Forever put out a pay scale when we originally asked for this in an enhancement a couple of years ago, that they would get a small increase each year. And so because of that small increase in pay, if we continue to ask for this next year, I think it will stay the same as what it is now. But that's why we've seen that little bit of an increase to reflect what that year 3 budget should have been. And yeah, this has been an excellent project. You will see that I'm hoping to get another one of these positions in the southern region. And I just absolutely love the work that we've been able to do with these partners on this.
And Rich, I want to say it was a 3-year agreement?
Yes. Yeah, so we're in year 2 right now.
Okay. Do you know, are the other partners looking at continuing it past that?
Heather, can you answer that?
I believe so. I think that there's a lot of interest. I think that this first 3 years was just to see how well this position would work and how well the partnership would work. Angie can speak to the side of SFW if you have additional information on that budget prediction past this coming year. But, and I know that Pheasants Forever is still hoping to fund this as well. So yeah, I think that we'll have the support as long as we can get the PR funding to pay for the bulk.
He's doing a pretty much 100% up one, right?
No, not 100%. He's doing mostly. I'll be honest. He's helping us out with the wetlands too, but it's, we do have half of the funding is coming from SFW, who's not as wetland or upland focused. So, but he's doing a heck of a job on it.
No, I'm tickled with when it was added a year ago. I was excited when that position was added.
And one other thing is that this person also does help with the quail translocations and turkey translocations as well. So there's multiple upland benefits other than just the habitat work as well, which is great.
Any other questions on this one? All right, we have a motion.
All the move to approve the consideration of funding.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion from Randy, second from Tyler. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Okay, motion carries. All right, so we're gonna rearrange the order of the next one of these. We're going to project 7041, Farmington Bay Maintenance FY25, and Dave, you got like 4 in a row right here, right?
We have three.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then the long range would be the last one.
Correct. Go ahead. So hello, everyone. My name is David England. I'm the manager of Farmington Bay, and today I'm going to be presenting on 3 project proposals. Next slide, please. The first project is the Farmington Bay Maintenance project. This is a project that we put in for every year. It's a very broad project. The funding is going to be going to several different needs of habitat improvement. The biggest component for this project is funding for 2 wildlife technicians. You've already heard from Arlo and Rich. I can't stress enough how important these 2 positions are for us. I mean, they are the backbone to how we are able to accomplish everything that we do during the summer. So this is a map of Turpin. All of the blue lines there is our dike road systems, and we spray those twice a year. We do have some uplands in the northern part of the property. We get to those 2, but without those 2 positions, we just never would get to the detail with the spot spraying as we do with their help. So next slide. So I'm going to be pretty quick. Our techs do a lot of the same work that Arlo and Rich have already gone through. But the photo there on the left, a couple of years ago, we moved to marking the rest area with buoys, and they work great early season. However, when we start getting ice on the impoundments, the ice will move those buoys. So every summer we do have to go back and replace those buoys. We do a lot of large scale revegetation projects. The photo there in the middle, we're planting over 3,000 hard-stem bulrush plugs on Teal Lake. They do help us with a ton of water management. We have over 200 water control structures. They do get a lot of debris build up in them, so they're helping us clean those out and make sure that those water control structures are properly functioning. Next slide. So they help us with food plots, planting our upland areas. Next. Also with facilities, putting up signs, doing fencing. Next slide. The Goose Project, banding, duck banding. Next slide. And so I've said this in the past on this project, but I think it's really important to keep bringing up the importance of this program, because most often these employees turn out to be full-time employees. It's an investment for the division. I think at this position, they're gaining the skills that are required to become a full-time staff and manage these properties. These are 2 former technicians at Farmington Bay. On the left is Sean Stuckey. He's a conservation officer now, and Talon is now the assistant manager at Farmington Bay.
He looks a little uncomfortable.
A little bit. So next one.
So with that being said, we are asking funding for an USU intern. So this is a joint position with USU. We will be responsible for funding half of the position. I think this is a great opportunity to get more help onto the areas. And this position, while it's going to be based out of Farmington, it can be utilized on all the other waterfowl management areas for any projects or any other needs that they have. So it's another great way to get more help on the areas. Next one. Another big component to this project is we're asking for material for our roads. So like I said, we have over 50 miles of road dike systems. The photo on the left here is the Unit 1 dike. This is open to the public during the hunting season. As you can see, it's in pretty bad shape. These two other photos, we're trying to capture that there's really nothing left to grade. We're hitting the foundation, the boulders of what makes up the dike. So it's pretty critical that we get more material to be able to fix these dikes. Another big component of this is purchasing some water control structures. So we have those on hand. We still have a lot of steel structures on the area. Photo on the left there, you can see that steel pipe starts to degrade and water will start going through those holes and breaking down our dike. And if we don't catch it early enough, we can have a dike collapse on us. So having those water control structures on hand, so when we do come across these, and we can get those replaced and continue to maintain water levels. So here's a breakdown, what we're asking for on the funding. Total of 101,600, 25 for Habitat Council and 75 federal aid.
All right, any questions for David?
Let's see the breakdown.
Yeah, David, pull that up. He said that the USU would help pay for that position. I don't see them on that. Yeah, so I'm just asking for the half that we're responsible for. Yeah, so it's a 12-week program. I get them on there too, so we can see that they're contributing. Okay. Yeah.
That's okay. Thank you.
Can that be used as managed, Tyler?
Yeah. Yeah. For the.
And just sort of Great Salt Lake projects in general, I don't know how much of the stretch, but Wilson's Phalarope, we've heard a listing petition is coming. So any projects where we're making sure water is getting to the lake, improving habitat, I know they use the saline portions more, but you know, across the board on all these Phragmites projects and everything else. I know we don't have it as a species drop down probably yet, but make sure that if it could help, add something in the comments, and when we're trying to show all the good work they do, we can pull these back up. So. And I'm sure we'll have it in the drop down next year.
Yeah, definitely add that in the comments. Maybe that wouldn't go towards funding from this group, but there's going to be additional funding from other types of money that will qualify for more of the non-game stuff. And so having that, it's at least in the comments, and hopefully in the drop down in the future, though, very helpful. So
the intern is an actual USU employee. Yes. Yep. And we actually, this will be the third year that we've done this. Generally, it's been coming out of the waterfowl repairs budget, but you know, I think Jones is going to start allocating some of those funds more to the banding efforts and research, and so we're going to try and.
Okay. All right. Do we have a motion on this one? Good, right?
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion from Drew. We have a second from Blake. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Okay, motion passes. All right. 79 Farmington Bay Dike Line Restoration.
Yeah, so this is actually a continuation project. So fiscal year 23, we put in for a project to repair the dike on Turpin. It was during that time, that was when inflation was skyrocketing.
cost of material was just a lot higher than what we had estimated. So unfortunately, we weren't able to complete that project that year. So we're wanting to get funding to actually complete the project on Turpin. So these are photos of the dike. You can see here on the far right, we have these cutbacks that are almost all the way to the dike. And Turpin is our most, it's the most popular unit for mud motors in the state of Utah. So it is exposed to a lot of disturbances, wave action, ice damage. And so we've tried to do plantings, sod mats, plugs, but just with that constant, that exposure that it's exposed to, we just can't get anything to establish. So we're resorting to cobbling the interior of the dike to protect that. And another benefit to this is because of these areas are so exposed to these disturbances, whenever we get the maintenance crew, they're just going right back to these places, and it's sucking up all of their time. While we have other places on the area that need to get addressed, they're working on these. So if we can get cobble on here and protect those dikes, then we can start focusing efforts elsewhere on the WMA. And so I threw this map on here. So Turpin really, so where it starts to hit southwest, about halfway down is what we were able to do with the first funding round, and then we're wanting to finish in the next half. So next slide. And so I wanted to show this. This is a success. This is Teal Lake. This is the newest impoundment that we have at Farmington Bay, and we were experiencing very similar with the dike eroding away. It was just exposed to all this wave action and ice, and so we did get funding to cobble it, and for the last 2 years, it looks exactly like that. So,
is that the water control devices that
yes,
you're using to replace the steel ones?
Yes. Yep. Yep. So here's we're asking for 375. So we are asking for fill material, just dirt, to fill in those big portions where those big cutbacks are, and then cobble the toe of the dike, the interior there, to protect that so we don't lose that fill material.
So for you, those of you that are much smarter than me, which is everyone on this around here, is where this is all dike work, is there any state money from the Great Salt Lake that can be applied to this?
That's a magical question for all.
Yeah. So the division was awarded several grants here recently that did not include this project, right? As I understand it. So
it's been looked at already.
Yeah. Yeah.
Do you know if, I know it got approved for enhancement last year, or well, for FY24, do you know if that's approved for 25 as well, or do we need to request that again?
So
the enhancement process on PR money.
That's a good question. I request it again.
Yeah.
Request again.
Yeah.
I would advise.
Okay, I just
put it on the list again.
That's one of them that I have on my list. I just want to make sure I included it.
You can work with Cody to get it ranked up high, and I'll support it too. So.
Yeah, last year, just for history, last year he presented this. We tabled it because of the Salt Lake funding. We were waiting to see if we got the money for that. And so we didn't approve any Habitat Council money for it. And then, but the PR was approved. But in music, they didn't have the match.
Bigger last year.
Yeah.
So what's the difference then?
So we were actually able to get more done. We hadn't laid out the cobble yet. We still had the cobble being delivered whenever we brought that project. So once we had the cobble laid out, we got farther than what we anticipated. But regardless, there's still 2 other areas that we've identified that we're going to have to cobble to. So even if there is some extra material there, it's going to be used. So.
Any other questions? All right, we have a motion on this one.
Motion to.
Okay. Second. Okay, we have a motion from Angie, a second from Tyler. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Any motion passes. All right, 525 Northern Utah Park Patrol, 7112 report. You want to jump back? Oh, you can jump. Yeah, after. Okay. All right, sorry. So project 720, cooperative long reach track codes report.
Yeah, so this is the 5th year doing this cooperative long reach track lease, and so kind of showing all those areas, these places, the WMAs are just constantly having to be repaired. It's just a very harsh environment with all the moving water that we pass through here. So this piece of equipment is just pivotal to fixing these areas. You know, this right here looks like one of the steel pipes that is starting to break down, so that's what will happen to the dike. This piece of equipment, even if we had all the dikes cobbled, we would still need this piece of equipment to clean out all the silt. There's a lot of silt that comes into these systems, and to be able to actually manage the water levels properly, we need to clean out all of those channels. So this is a much needed piece of equipment. And here's some more photos. Rich, I think this is Ogden Bay. No, Ogden Bay rebuilding the dike here with the long reach. This thing is constantly running when it's in our areas.
You guys lease this all year round?
Yes.
Just off Farmington Bay?
No, this will go to all the WMAs.
Do you guys get a new machine every year? They just let you keep the same one?
And so that's the only difference. I'm asking for an additional 5,000 for cost. Since this is our 5th year of having this piece of equipment, we are starting to see kind of more of expense that we've been trying to figure out how to address those, and we've been paying out of our current expense to cover some of those.
Do you keep the same machine? Like, at least we have, or we get a new one every 3 years.
So this is how this got started. Was I think the whole idea was to buy this equipment. So this was like a rent or lease to buy, and we're at that 5th year. And so that's kind of where we might start talking about purchasing this piece of equipment.
There's some stuff they won't cover under the lease too, that they're making them pay out of their current expense.
Yeah.
Some repairs, you mean?
Yeah.
Seems like they should
So, I mean,
replace it with a new machine.
Is that what you guys want to do, is buy it? I mean, I kind of like the lease thing. It sounds to me like Rich and these guys kind of like the lease option too. New equipment, but you're not getting new equipment.
Yeah. Yeah. You know, that's just something we need. So I think the rough number to purchase this is 110,000. And that would be something we put in for an enhancement, which is, and if that would get approved, then we would use the funding here for this project. But again, that's something that we would need to talk to about if we want to purchase that piece of equipment.
Yeah, we probably need to look at this a little bit more. I mean, this machine's running basically year round, like we haven't wanted to give it up, but that's probably kind of biting us in the rear right now. So,
I mean, it sounds to me like you're getting kind of a bummer deal on the lease though. If they're not replacing it every 5 years or every 3 years like ours.
right, so that I would want to talk to Danny about that lease.
It's Wheeler, isn't it?
Yes, Wheeler.
Same company.
Yeah, at the same time, now I think back, they kind of, after 3 years, they made us wait another year. We got a new one after our 4th year.
Okay.
But,
well, maybe that's,
yeah, we definitely need to look at that.
Yeah, and if you're starting to come up against maintenance issues on that, and you're using it all the time, it'd be good if you could switch it out.
Yeah.
And continue on a lease with no equipment, I think. But, I mean, you guys are the experts on this, so, maybe look at it again, maybe work with Danny too, based on his experience, and if you want to change it, let's look to change it, and if you don't want to keep going the way you are, that's fine too. You guys can advise on that.
I mean, I personally prefer the lease option to buying equipment for everything now, just because we've seen how much easier it is to deal with.
I agree. It may be somewhere we just have to give up the lease for a year or something, and hey, we want another lease. Maybe we'll get a newer equipment, who knows?
Yeah, and just tell them, we want to switch it out, or stay on the lease.
Is what we're doing. We want to be using it, not maintaining it. We're not,
Yeah.
when you're maintaining it, you're not, doing
Well, and
projects.
it's more than the cost of maintaining it, it's the downtime.
Yeah.
That all creates an impact, so, lease is a good plan, so, all right. Any other questions on this one? Okay, good motion.
I'll motion to approve it.
Okay,
I'll second.
all right, there's a motion for Tyler to approve and a second from Angie. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Okay.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay, thanks, Dave. All right, last one from, Northern Region, FY25, Northern Utah Carp Control. Yeah.
Okay, the last one. Last time you asked that. I talked about the advantages of carp control and what we're trying to accomplish each year to, just take a pond weed. Every year we've got one of our areas that desperately needs it. We don't know exactly which area that'll be next year. We tend to evaluate it in the fall and see what kind of waterfowl use we're getting. Look at the turbidity. Usually there's a correlation. If there's not ducks on it, it's because there's a lot of carp in there and the water's too turbid to grow sega pond. So one change that we're doing this year though is we're teaming up with Mike and TNC. They've got about 80 acres worth of ponds out on sovereign lands and then a couple ponds on TNC property that have been inundated with carp for a long time, right, Mike? So the ponds on sovereign lands are areas that airboaters can't make it to. It's almost like little mini rest areas in the lake where thousands upon thousands of ducks will go to if they have a reason to go there. I mean, and we take the carp out of the situation, the sago will flourish out there and it'll attract a lot of ducks. And so that's one area for sure that we might even work on it this year with some of our roadrunner if we don't use it all in Farmington, and then we'll finish the project next fiscal year. But I don't know, we haven't been up to Public or Salt Creek for a few years. Harold Crane needs it again. Ogden Bay, with all the water we received last year, we got a huge influx of carp from the river because we had to pull all of our fish screens just to get rid of the water and not overtop some dikes. So we're doing Ogden Bay again. That's one thing that we have learned. I think Dave talked about it earlier, was the fish screens. Once we do a carp treatment, we build these screens for our water control structure without a rebar, just so big fish can't make it in, couple inch gap in between to get rid of, so a lot of the debris can make it through, but so the fish can't. That tends to buy us an extra 5 years on these treatments. And it's a lot of work to clean them, but with the technicians and at Ogden Bay, we utilize our cattle grazers a lot too for their in-kind service. They're going to check cows anyway, so we have them just clean the screens on their routes. So we're just asking for the PR, the 15,000 in PR, and TNC is committed to fund the $5,000 of restricted funds.
Okay. Questions?
Kind of a selfish question.
You want the hunt question?
What does your contract look like for road now? Do you know?
It's through Steve Regan.
Is there any way that we could talk about a more broad contract? We would, we have money for road known, but I think maybe if we teamed up, we might be able to get a better price.
I know Steve Regan is on state contract, so I don't know how we go about that to team up and get a better.
Yeah, right now we have 2 contracts with them, one through you and one through us for 2 different kinds of products. And what I'm asking is if we can just sit down and talk about, something that would be, I think, mutually beneficial to us.
Sure. I'm all for it.
Okay.
You guys use different kind of road known than they do?
Yes. Yeah, you use powder, right?
Well, that's all that's available right now. We love the liquid.
We have a stockpile of liquid that we're not going to.
Who's got it all?
Yeah.
Let's talk. We can trade powder.
We might.
Oh.
Yeah, I think we bought all of their liquid for the next couple of years.
So that's where I went.
Hope you don't need any more.
So yeah, I mean, do you want You just coordinate some with you, or is there
I
something?
do. Let's set up time and just, see, what we each need for, say, the next 5 years. And then let's see if we can't put together just one contract for Steve Riggin for both sections.
Okay.
Get the price down maybe. Yeah.
Should I need to know, and we'll figure something out?
Yeah. Sounds
Does
good.
road known store well? Does it deteriorate over time or anything?
What's that?
Does road known store well, or does it lose its?
It stores really well. It's just, Steve Regan has, the person who makes it has, gone out of business, as I understand it, or is no longer supplying Rotenone to Steve Regan or anywhere in the world. And so, when we heard that, we bought a bunch. Yeah.
Powder might work better for you, like on your UNA projects, to pack that in versus.
Yeah, it's a mixed bag depending on, what equipment we can get in there to work with. The powder's harder to mix and harder to get, but we have, we have 6 aspirators that we can use powder on stuff like you use. Yeah, really well. So let's talk and let's see if we can. Yeah.
Work out the details. We have a motion on this,
I'll make the motion to approve it, but would like to hear back from you guys after you coordinate to see if it changes your request at all.
Okay. Okay, motion from Tyler, and a second from Drew. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Okay, all right. We are done with our northern region projects. Finally, it's a busy morning. Jeez. Okay, Lisa, so lunch is here already?
Yes.
Okay, I don't want it to get cold, so we're gonna break for lunch now. And then we're gonna jump back on in a half an hour.
And then one more announcement, there are some cheese and crackers in the aquatics, in the big aquatics in 2130, that the book club had some cheese and crackers. So if you like delicacy cheese, there's a whole bunch of it in there. Blue
Okay.
cheese and all sorts of stuff that you're more than welcome to go in as well.
Okay, so yeah, there's a conference room that's
It's in the
just
aquatics.
around
I'll walk over.
around this hall to the left. That
Yep.
would be at. So we're gonna break for half an hour. We'll jump back on at 12:10. Sorry, so.
Okay.
Oh, no, you're fine. Thanks, Seth. Okay, we're gonna get started again here. We're gonna start with Southeast Region projects. And our first one is number 6982, Gordon Creek Irrigation Infrastructure. Go ahead.
Tina Hansen, I'm the Habitat Program Manager for the Southeastern region. I guess Eric Anderson left on me, but so this project is at the Gordon Creek Wildlife Management Area. You remember from our Division Maintenance proposal, that's where we do a lot of our irrigation for the Southeastern region. It really benefits primarily big game, mule deer, and elk. We didn't ask for any upland game funding, but it does provide a lot of seed source and habitat for mourning dove. We've banded mourning doves there before, and they come back every year. Really critical property for winter range and trying to keep animals out of the fields, out of the city fields as much as possible. So we have a bunch of water rights associated with this WMA. A lot of them are first priority rights. For all of our WMAs, this one probably has about a majority of the water rights that we hold and maintain. And you can see in these images just the different fields that we irrigate. The purpose of this project is we currently have a measuring weir on our diversion structure, and it's inside of a culvert, and it's just, there may be some photos in there. Anyway, the problem is through the years and through flooding events, there's a lot of sediment and debris that's backed up behind our measuring weir, so it's no longer functioning to meet our water rights staff measuring requirements. And so we need to upgrade the system. Initially, we had bought some flumes to do that. There's a little bit of challenge with a lot of our system is underground, and those flumes require an open ditch system. And then as well, a lot of our corrugated pipe here is old enough that it is rusting out, and so it's no longer functional. So it's been a few years now that Division of Water Rights has asked us to upgrade our system, and we haven't done it, and they're kind of at like drop dead. If you guys don't do this, we're gonna have problems type situation. So this is a really critical need for this project right now. So what we're asking for is we have two diversions, one on the Gordon Creek and then one on Bob Wright Creek. And we just are asking for engineering this year to design a new water measuring device system. So at both of those places, that's $14,500 each. And then we're also asking for an additional $80,000 for engineering to redesign the pipe system that goes to the pond and the farm, seeing if there's opportunity to pressurize that and better utilize our water, or just to determine what we need to make sure we're most efficient with our water there. I know budgets are tight. Like I said, drop dead, we absolutely need $30,000 or we're going to be in a really bad situation. So the $80,000 would be great to make sure that we are making the whole system as efficient as possible, but I think we cannot get by without that $30,000 request.
Any questions on this one? Conceptual thoughts about what we're trying to do here?
I think this is a good one for PR. Green, isn't it?
That's a good project.
Okay. I will, where it's a habitat council, or then I will include it.
So the division has recently had a kind of a re-emphasis, well, an additional emphasis that we do more work for mule deer and other big game species on our properties, but part of that includes potentially additional or cultivation at times on our properties where especially where it's previously been cultivated. In areas where there could be depredation, significant depredation issues, to try to attract more animals onto our property as part of the reasoning there. And so this is an emphasis with us, and it's important to us. So I'll just say that, I guess, about why we're irrigating the property, but and maintaining our water rights is really important too. So
I have a statement that I'll make a motion. We have the same sorts of issues in the hatchery system, and it just because of the deferred maintenance that existed here, it would really be worthwhile to put together, kind of a solicitation of all the regions and deferred maintenance of all of our wildlife management areas you know, otherwise things like this happen. And, you know, personally, I think we owe it to ourselves and the people we, you know, represent to manage our places a little bit more, a little bit better than what we do. And I mean that in the hatchery system too. So that I move to approve.
I'll second. And I just want to say, you know, if we're gonna make the choice to irrigate these lands, I think we oughta be upgrading and updating the systems, you know, as new technology comes on. So I'm supportive of the entire thing, including the part that we need to explore how to pressurize the system.
Okay. So we have, motion from Drew. I'm gonna take Angie for the second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. All right. Okay, thanks for that. And Tyler, I appreciate the support.
You're good.
Support of the concept. What we're trying to do. So, our next project, 6998, the Feld WMA Upland Game Restoration.
I dig the tie, man. That is fantastic. Where do you get a tie like that?
I'm TJ Cook. I'm the restoration biologist in the southeastern region, and this came from my kids. And when I got it, I thought, where can I wear this tie? And immediately I thought, this is the beauty with my blue B&R shirt to wear a quilt tie. So that's the story behind the tie.
Nowhere you can't wear that tie.
Nowhere I can't wear. Okay, noted. I don't know if I have the confidence for that, but noted.
Anytime I see you, TJ, I want to see you wearing that tie.
The only problem is I think I need to up my game for the other presentation meetings. So I got to get a deer tie, you know.
Okay.
And sorry, waterfowl. Maybe I'll have to switch off every other year.
I've got duck ties. There's plenty of those out there.
Okay.
I expect to see you in a fish tie someday.
Fish tie, noted. See, look at the trend my kids have started for me.
And then you told us about it, so you're really in trouble. Okay, go ahead.
Now you know what to ask for Christmas.
Yep, they've got multiple years of Christmas presents lined out. So yeah, this is our Upper Centerville project. The story behind this property, it was donated to us years ago. They did irrigate a lot of this property in the past. It was Utah Power and Light bought the properties up for the water rights and then donated the properties to the state of Utah. So this property, because of some other projects and some mitigation funds from those projects, we're spending a lot of time, energy, and effort down here. This was a road that we decommissioned here recently. But with all of those efforts, we're making a lot of changes to the way we're managing this property. Getting the grazing under control, doing some in-stream restoration work. But the project we're bringing today is looking for some extra funds for planting some trees and shrubs to speed up this process. So we're going to reseed a lot of these areas, but if we can go in there and get these trees and shrubs, it'll give us a jump start on creating some of this shrub complexes. If you go to the video, there's a video on the transplanter. The other reasons I've never used one of these. I've done a lot of tree and shrub plantings, but we want to give this bad boy a shot in our region.
Upland games. That's totally cheating.
It is totally cheating, but I'm willing to cheat because that looks like it's way more efficient than the way I've done it. So,
You go from 50 plants an hour to 500.
Exactly. And this is the power auger that's at GVRC. So City of Utah already has this piece of equipment. I'm just looking for shrubs so that we can utilize that. So we're hoping to plant some trees and shrubs. I also worked with our maintenance crews. They are willing to pull Tamarisk and Russian olive for me with our heavy equipment that we already have. And we're planning on stacking that material in piles to also create habitat for upland game. This property, they do put and take pheasants. I'm sorry, that's just the nature of the beast. We do have turkeys down there, mourning doves, other various species. At some point, we're working with the wildlife section. We would like to get quail relocated to that property as well. So
now, in your write-up, you said that they've been spotted down there. Like, really?
Really?
Really with the question mark. Yes.
Really, but not by myself. So I'm not going to tell you that there's quail there because I've spent time there and haven't seen them. But people that I trust have told me that there are quail there or have been quail there. So we're hoping with some of these enhancements, if there are any there, they'll take off. If they're not, we can put some there. So $25,000 for plants. And then the $875 is fuel for our equipment for a week.
So couple quick questions for you.
Yes.
Other places pray for Russian olives for the quail. I get the Tamarisk. It's just like, there's no company. But I target Russian olives when I'm out looking, like, where's the Russian olives? Because that's where I'm going.
Yes. So we are including the Russian olive because I can't in good conscience, they're all an invasive species listed, not just weed. I'm fearful if we go in and just hit the Tamarisk and I drive right past the Russian olive, that the county's going to be frustrated with me. However, that doesn't mean I can't target areas where the Tamarisk is more dense and spend all my time there and leave some of those patches of Russian olive, especially until we get this other vegetation established, and then look at Russian olive further down the road. Does that make sense?
It does. I just always shiver when I see that.
I know what you mean. Yeah.
So I'll be honest. I really like this project, and I did. I knew it was a put and take area, but you're down that river system with areas, contributing. So I know there are birds there.
Yeah.
So enhancing this, this is one of my 3 projects that I really like.
Okay.
And you reference it. I don't think it's included in this one. But you guys have been doing some spring work or are going to do some spring work in this one. I can't remember. I think it was in the details. You talked about that you're doing or will do some DDAs.
We are going to do some DDAs. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Just to increase that water table. Hopefully we can get our riparian vegetation established further out. So like our sumac and stuff, some of that stuff established down there.
There's been stream work on this river though for the last 12 years.
So, but no, I really like this project.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions, TJ, on this? All right, we have a motion. Randy?
I'll motion to approve.
Okay. Have a second. Okay, we have a motion from Randy. We have a second from Andy. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Okay, motion passes. All right, last one from Southeast Region, 7076 Desert Lake Seasonal.
Yeah, so this position comes from our waterfowl manager, General Christensen. This is for managing our Desert Lake waterfowl management area and our Huntington Game Farm wildlife management area. So this funding is just requesting time for a seasonal and their vehicle for the summer. The seasonal is primarily responsible for doing all of our water movement on the waterfowl management area. So just opening head gates and closing those and make sure we're managing all of our ponds appropriately. We have 5 different waterfowl ponds on that wildlife management area. And then we do a lot of upland game farming, both on the Huntington game field and on Desert Lake waterfowl management area. Both of those areas for pheasants are put and take. There is some carryover. We do raise some of our pheasants on that WMA at times. And so they do kind of some soft releases of pens on that property on the Desert Lake waterfowl management area, and there is some good habitat there. So there is some persistence. I won't say it's the greatest pheasant persistence ever, but there is some, and that's priority for the waterfowl management area. And then Huntington Game Farm has a lot of quail. It's on the ditch there. There's a lot of private land surrounding Huntington Game Farm that hold a lot of Russian olive and other dead sumac and other vegetation that hold a lot of quail, and we get a lot on our property.
They're not taking out the Russian olives?
They're not. They're not. And so we do have a lot of quail. It's probably one of the only places in our region that is accessible for quail hunting to a large majority of our public in the region. Yeah, definitely there is. We participate in our county noxious weed boards, and our county has done a lot in both Carbondale and Emory counties in noxious weed removal, and we get notices. So TJ even asked me, can I just hinge cut the Russian olives so it looks like we cut them, but we didn't actually kill them? And I'm like, no, that's worse. So you can blame me for not letting them keep as many Russian olives as you would like. So yeah, I don't know if there's any specific questions about this one I can answer. I think 60% was waterfowl, 30% was upland game, and 10% was big game because there's some pronghorn that utilize field, and I think this is field deer too on Desert Lake. And then we do get elk wintering on Huntington Cave Park occasionally, and it's deer on that property as well.
Cool. Any questions? Good property. Hard to maintain, so. We have a motion on this one?
Motion to approve.
Okay.
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion from Blake and we have a second from Randy.
Yeah.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Okay.
Thank you.
Carries. Thanks, Makita. All right, we're gonna move on to our Southern Region projects. Got a bunch of their staff here with us today.
I think Kendall's online because he's working on the WRI rankings.
Okay, so our first project is project number 7,000 in the database. Richfield Upland Game. Can you turn your volume up on your computer? Kendall, try again.
East of Richfield, and it's highlighted red. And the property is owned by Richfield City and Division of Wildlife Resources East. For our second lease on this, see how it sits? It just sits next to just south of one of our Richfield WMAs, and this has been to the Division of Resources for the last 10 years for open areas for public to hunt and recreate and do a lot of different things within this property. So opportunities here, we have some brood rearing opportunities to raise pheasants. SFW has over the last 10 years been gracious enough to provide us day-old chicks, and we raise those day-old chicks to maturity, and then they are released on our WMAs within Sevier and Wayne and Millard counties. And it gives great opportunity for young hunters and old hunters, as well as we offer some youth day hunts on our Annabella WMA with these birds as well. So just a great opportunity there. You can go to some images. We'll run through them. So here's some pictures of the birds as we get them. We put them in this brooder and get them as day olds. I think this last year we ended up getting them from like Wisconsin. SFW brought them in to us and we picked them up. So myself and Vance Mumford kind of take care and oversee this area and this WMA and help with the birds. You can see some of the WMA that we have access to water. Each year, Eric Anderson helps us out tremendously by providing water and to our WMA. The WMA has irrigated ditches that are concrete, and it has 17 flowing wells. There's a picture of some corn that was planted on the WMA last summer. So we do a lot to try to enhance it and try to till up a lot of the areas and replant and refurbish and create some quality cover for upland game birds and waterfowl in the area. Some pictures of the birds as they're probably close to November to be released. And we do get a lot of help locally. There's Vance on the tractor with the corn planter. So he's been a great asset to help out. There's some of a lot of the kind of the habitat that's there on the WMA that creates the cover. And as we go through these pictures, you'll be able to see how much interaction we get with the youth and some FFA groups. We also have some college groups from Snow College, natural resource classes. Paul Niemeyer's been instrumental in trying to get the youth involved. And he has a club called Wild Goose Sporting Clays. And most of these kids are associated with that trap shooting club. And they come down and help us harvest these birds and get them ready to be put out for the general public. We do predator control on the WMA as needed. So we've taken care of some skunks and some raccoons and a few other nuisance animals on the WMA. We've increased some of the parking lots on our WMAs, created some opportunities for the general public to have access to these WMAs. And here's a picture of Paul and a lot of the youth kids. And there's a picture in November with all the kids getting ready. This helped us to take care of these birds over the course of the summer and then into the fall. And here's the success. This is what we're looking for, and great opportunities for young kids to take part on this WMA and part of this program that's been in effect for going on 11 years. So it's a great situation. We're indeed hopeful that we can continue to fund this project moving forward for this next year. And we do have some carryover birds that will stay right on the WMA. This is the picture I always throw in there of Vance and Jake Albrecht, and just kind of lets me know how young Vance used to be. So we got great partners. We got great volunteers. We have a lot of dedicated hunters that come out and help us. This project, Richfield City, like I mentioned, is a great partner with us, and so is SFW. This is kind of the breakdown of the budget. It hasn't changed much. We see a little influx with our seed and our feed over the years, but we do have a statewide contract with our feed for the pheasants. Typically what we ask SFW is to take care of everything that pertains to the pheasants. And Habitat Council, we're looking for just over $9,000, and that's pretty much tied to anything associated with the WMA as far as water rights, if we have to purchase water, the lease on the property, seed, and grain that we may plant. So that's kind of where that money goes from Habitat Council. It doesn't necessarily get spent on the pheasants. That's typically comes from SFW. Last year, Vance Mumford was instrumental in putting together kind of a biosecurity plan that we had to adhere to. So if you go to documents, Daniel, and I think I uploaded it yesterday, probably just a map. Rich, the facility map right there. Go back, updated game bird facility map right there. So this is a map Vance kind of put together, and we needed to adhere to some situations that have occurred through avian influenza. And so what we've done is we've created these areas to try to help people as they come in and out of the facility, places that they're able to park, contaminations or cleaning areas as they start to work with the birds. And so we've tried to be really cautious to not spread any diseases or have any influx with our birds. Every year, Vance spends a lot of time trying to get them, draw blood on them and it goes to the veterinarians up north, and we're able to run a disease test on them. We've had a few issues in the past with them, but nothing serious. So we try to adhere to everything associated with our state veterinarian. So it's worked really well in the past. I know on opening day, Vance was there, and we had around 52 trucks on the Annabella WMA and over 30 trucks on the Richfield WMA. So we get a lot of activity starting from late October on this WMA, clear through the end of December. So it's a great opportunity for the youth. It's great open space for everybody in Sevier County to come and enjoy. So, and we raise probably close to 2,500 birds each year within this facility, and then they're released, or somebody knows the combo to the gate and they're stolen, or they're already pre-planned to give away, right, Vance?
Yep.
So, do you have any other questions?
It seems like last year, when we were talking about this property, that there's some question or concern about the lease being renewed for another 5 years. Is there any status on that, or am I misremembering it?
Yeah, our lease agreement goes till June 30th, and I've reached out to Richfield City and was reached out to the mayor a couple of weeks ago, and I've not had an opportunity to catch up with him. He kind of works double duty with his day job, and so that connection has been there. In the past, what we've done is we've just been able to go to Richfield City, present the project in a whole, and then have the Richfield City council vote on it. We're hoping this year we can just do it in the lease agreement that's uploaded in the documents. There's an opportunity to have an amendment. So we're hoping we can just kind of work with Brian Burrows, the mayor, and have that taken care of. So we're still pursuing that. I don't see any reason why it wouldn't move forward for another 5 years as far as an agreement.
Okay, thank you.
You bet. Anything I missed? Anything I missed, Vance? I know Vance is there with Gary and kind of filling in, so he's playing double duty. But if there's anything else that Vance might need to add, that'd be great.
If you need to defend yourself against some of his comments.
Yeah, I look as young now as I did back then. Everybody can see that here. No, I think you did a great job, and I think half the value in this is the public involvement in the process, from little kids to older people, and I don't know, 100 different people help us every year there, multiple times a year. It's great, a great project.
Yeah, I agree. Just from a hunter recruitment standpoint, I've always thought this was a great project.
Yeah, I agree. All right, we have a motion on this one.
I'll make the motion to approve it.
Okay.
A second.
Okay, we have a motion from Tyler and a second from Angie. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed, say no. Okay, motion carries.
Hey, thank you guys for your support.
Thanks, Kendall. Our next project to review is 7075 Wichita Lake Hydrology and Vegetation Enhancement. Who we got for those?
We have Dustin Shively online as well.
I see Dustin's online. Dustin, you ready?
Yeah, I am. Thank you. Again, Dustin Shively, Cedar City BLM. Appreciate the opportunity to present for Wichita. We are on phase 5 for this project. We've been kind of chipping away at it. It's just to the west of Cedar City. Small tract of BLM, just kind of isolated by private land, but one of the few wetlands that we have in southwestern Utah. So it gets a lot of migratory bird use, and it's also been an area that the division's released some pheasants on. And so we've been working quite a bit on improving both waterfowl and upland game hunting in the area. It's just been a process. Tamarisk is our biggest issue vegetation-wise, and so we've been trying to use some different tools to remove tamarisk. The picture being shown there is we actually, when it was dry a couple of years ago, we went in and built 10 different islands out there for the waterfowl. And then since the last flood events, it's been inundated, and hopefully we try to keep the water there as long as we can. But We know it does go dry from time to time. And so in the meantime, we've been trying to improve the infrastructure as pictured there. Like we've been putting we put a couple parking lots in, 3 total now, with some signs so we can kind of try to direct sportsman use of the area. And then we've also been removing tamarisk, like again, kind of using some different methods that we've learned from Lynn Zubek up in Clear Lake. Just like that right there's a great picture, like where everything looked like it did on the left side of that road, and where we just pulled and piled it and then we burned them. And then we planted the remainder of the area, or where we pulled the tamarisk out of. And then that picture also shows us like where we're using an ACE crew to plant some shrubs and put some fence around it to try to protect it. So we've been doing a lot of this work simultaneously and just trying to improve the area overall, mainly for waterfowl and upland game hunting. That's the majority of public use out there. And so what we're proposing now is it's a larger project. We have the Converging Landscapes IRA funding, the Inflation Reduction Act funding came, and this project was selected internally. So we're going to use some of that money towards removing the remaining tamarisk that we haven't got to yet. There's probably 60 to 90 acres somewhere in there. And we'll be using a bullhog to mulch and spray behind that this spring and this fall. Where we've had some issues in the past with like kind of the pulling and piling is it leaves some large divots, and then we have some cheatgrass. So we've actually been using either a harrow or a rangeland drill to kind of go back over it and seed it. The seed mix is largely what we're requesting funding for here. We're going to again use the bulk of the money being that's going to be used for this phase is coming from IRA funds, the Converging Landscapes funds, and the 8,100 is largely just for 60 acres worth of seed that we'll use again to try to replace to get some good desirable vegetation in there in the wetland area. It's kind of a tricky area because it gets inundated, but then it goes through drought. And so trying to find the right seed mix has been kind of a challenge. We've worked with Kevin Gunnell to try to hone in that seed mix, and that's what we have proposed, I guess, for the Habitat Councils for funding for that seed mix, which is $8,100. So
Awesome. Thanks, Dustin. Any questions for Dustin on this project?
This is just a curiosity question. You specifically listed in there after you cut the tamarisk that you're going to spray it within 30 minutes. Why that specific? I'm just curious.
You're curious for why the spray right behind?
Yeah. You said it'd be sprayed within 30 minutes. So
it's just tamarisk is it's a tough plant to totally eradicate. Where we've just pulled it and didn't do any spraying, we found that we get whips right away. And so like the mow and spray, or like, however we like cut and spray, like it'll just absorb the chemical a lot easier, but it has to be done like right as we open it up and cut it. So it just, the herbicide works a lot more effectively if we spray right behind it. So, and again, we kind of anticipate this is a terminal wetland, the last place water ends up in the valley. And so we kind of anticipate this will be ongoing management, but that's why we're trying to use some of the most effective methods, but it's usually a year or two before we can really get it replaced. So.
Okay, thank you. All right, any other questions on this one?
Big game on the property. I see you have 5 to 10%. 5. What can you explain that? What's there? What's people hunting them there?
Yeah, so that doesn't receive a ton of hunting. There's a pretty good winter range just to the west, Bumblebee in that area. And so sometimes you'll get deer on the property, but it really depends on the quality of the land there. If it's dried up, it typically doesn't receive too much mule deer use, but sometimes they'll just come down, especially if there's water in there. So that's why we put a little bit lower use on big game, because again, the primary use of that land, most of the hunters, we get hundreds of hunters just like anywhere else. Pheasants are released, but it's mostly for upland game. And then when it has water, it is really busy with waterfowl hunters.
In the drier years, how far out are the Utah prairie dogs from this? Or
They're up on the north west corner, and they are not typically. It's like literally kitty corner, just like the furthest distance away from where actually the pheasants are released, where the prairie dogs are actually at.
Okay.
They're closer up by the highway, by the up on the north end.
All right, any other questions on this one? Okay, do we have a motion on this?
Motion to approve.
Okay, second.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion from Randy to approve and a second from Blake. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Okay, motion carries. All right, thanks, Dustin.
Yep, thank you.
Okay, our next project, 7110 Sevier County Upland Game Guzzlers. Vance, you're up.
Yeah, thanks. Appreciate, I don't think I've ever been to one of these, or at least it's been 10 years. So thanks for letting me come.
Yeah.
And, thanks Kendall for helping me prep this and helping me jump through the hoops and everything. So this project,
Vance, yeah, we've been calling you Vance, but introduce yourself. And tell us where you're
Vance Mumford, I'm a district biologist down in Richmond. So, we've been thinking about this project for quite a few years. Finally, I met some avid chucker hunters, and we came up with what we think is a good plan. And what we hope to gain from this is an increase in the overall population of chuckers, the density of them, the distribution of them. And what I like about this is its proximity to population. Much of our chucker hunting is, drive 2 hours out in the desert, and it's a pretty big investment. This is pretty close to our Sevier County population centers, place where kids can run out and hunt chuckers after school if they want. So most of it's on BLM ground on the south end, and then over on the northwest is the Forest Service. The environmental assessment was just signed, I believe, Kendall, yesterday for the BLM, and the Forest Service is good with it. They'll just have to do some clearances once the exact spots are approved. So anyway, we would like to put in about 10 guzzlers, small upland game guzzlers, about 500 gallons a piece. They don't take up a lot of room. They don't stick out they're not really obvious to anybody driving by. And we just want to maximize the chucker hunting opportunity in that area, as well as other species will be able to get a drink from these. We will fence them from big game and livestock. So that's why we're keeping them small and easy to put in. So, it's pretty simple project. You can see the pictures, they're just really easy to put in small tucked away places. And of course, we'll place them in where the literature tells us is the best place to put them, or where truckers are most likely to use them. So not a real expensive project, probably one of the less expensive ones to look at.
Have you put these rotozip type guzzlers in before?
No, I have not. That's where I'll.
Robbie, haven't you put those in? Didn't you find out they weren't big enough? Weren't you putting on supplemental aprons on these?
Yeah, well, we just do that to protect them from the sun.
Okay.
The metal apron, to give them a longer life. I think they have that apron built into them, so I think that works.
Is it a big enough apron though? I think
it depends on where you're at, if you get enough moisture.
I think we're probably around at least 10 inches out.
You're not doing the aprons on them?
Are you building like the pictures? You're building the apron above it?
Yeah, the small.
Kendall's went to Morgan and we did the exact way you guys have them.
Yeah. Oh, so you do have a supplemental apron then?
Yeah.
So are you gonna hold that? Hold that pitch right there if you would. So are you gonna fence right up around the guzzler, or are you gonna have an opening like this in front of it?
I think it will be. I think we can do either one, because it's mostly for upland game. It's not like we're making a place for big game to jump over and land. And so I think it'll fence pretty tight.
Yeah. So I'll admit, the reason I asked that, if you're fencing right up to it, I'm good.
Okay.
With that, 100% on upland. If you're gonna open it up like this, I would want some big game money.
Okay. So the plan right now, most of our water sources are 2 to 4 miles. our permanent water source is about 2 to 4 miles from where these guzzlers are planned. So the big game gets, they move, they don't have a problem getting water. So I don't want to water big game.
Yeah. Do you have elk there? Sorry.
We do. Yeah. On the
Yeah,
higher
they'll
caps.
drink it dry real fast.
Exactly. Yeah.
So, yeah, I would try to keep them out.
Yeah. 100 elk will suck it right dry. So yeah, we'll keep them out. And yeah, that's the plan.
Okay. I like the project. Thank you, for doing it. A side question where you're putting these in, trying to help the bird population. Are there areas that you might be able to put in like some seed dikes or something to help with insect and plant growth, in the same areas?
I hadn't planned on any of that, but very possibly we could. I mean, we could.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's part of this project, but I love those. Anything that's gonna produce those young plants and insects and stuff that I think you get with those. I like those.
Right.
That type of thing.
That's something we can look at when we're placing these and look for opportunities to do that. So.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Vance on this? Okay.
I'll move to accept.
All right. I'll second. Okay, we have a motion from Randy, a second from Steve, and all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no.
Something I'd throw out that'd be fun, and we can get you some if you need them. Throw a few cameras on and see what type of response you get from the birds.
Yeah, 100%. We want to look. There is some sparse chukar populations in these in area in general. We want to see how fast they find them. If we need to, we can probably get access to a few pen raised birds to try some soft releases, maybe. Yeah, but yeah, for sure, we want to document use. 100%. Okay, thanks.
Thanks, Vance.
So, one question on that, Eric.
Yeah.
With the comment on throwing some cameras on there, can we add that to our budget to purchase them?
Didn't you just say you would give them some?
I'd say I know an organization I bet could come up with a few.
Perfect. That sounds great because we've had a big issue here, at least this last fall with some of our big game guzzlers. We put them on there and with the BLM logos, BLM stickers, Forest Service stuff, identifying whose they are to try to get some data, and they get beat off, busted off, and stolen. So we're a little, I don't know. I guess I'd love to have them. We just like to see the data before somebody else wants to see the data too.
Yeah, you can't put it on the ones near a road.
No.
They're going to walk away.
You might want to follow the season too, even though it's not restricting you. You might want to follow the season.
Yeah.
You're probably jealous.
Yep. And we've tried to do that, but I appreciate it. I think that's a great monitoring effort for us, and it'll be extremely helpful for Vance for what he's looking for as well. So we appreciate it.
But reach out to me. I bet we can come up with some from the Chapter Foundation. And last I knew, we had some extra ones that we supplied the division a few years ago that haven't been used on the Chapter count for up north. So I'm sure some can be dug up.
Okay, that'll be great. Thank you very much.
All right. We have a motion. We already did that. Okay. Our next project. Project 7034, Southern Region Habitat Forever Specialist Position. Who we got for that one?
I think I've seen the cover. Okay. Well, this is a team kind of.
Is Heather online? Heather's online. Heather, were you going to cover that?
I'm smaller.
She's going to pass it by. She's Heather?
I'm online, but Lynn Zubek was supposed to present this.
Okay. He just indicated his thumbs up. He's ready to go.
Oh, thanks, Lynn.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Lynn Zubek. I live in Delta, Utah. I get to manage the greatest wetland in the world and a few other areas around there. We just pulled off about the 20th annual Snow Goose Festival in Delta. It was really awesome. So how many of you have been to Delta? Oh my heck? That's awesome. It's close to absolutely nothing. And it's a pretty great place.
Some of us have been to Clear Lake. Glenn.
Awesome.
Your sweet tour that you gave.
There we go. So, this is a proposal for a helper. And I'm very glad to show you all that we do down there for Upland game, for wildlife. When I do my presentation, I would love to show you how much we need this helper. We're looking at a person that I would supervise and that would help the southern region in all aspects of upland game and work that we currently get done by scrounging together everybody's free time, and it's a much needed person. We would start off and just prioritize what the person would do. It would be very similar to shadowing the northern region. Doesn't forever go. You know, we are planting incredible amounts of habitat. We're doing incredible amounts of bird banding, trapping, moving, trying to make a difference. And that's really what we have in mind to do.
So Lynn, I have a question for you.
Okay.
Starting this is this a new way, a new position for as a helper to you? Because you've had helpers in the past.
I've had temporary helpers.
And
This would
that
be
from
a
a different one?
full-time person that I supervise.
Okay.
And then WTF employee though.
Pheasants forever.
You gotta ask Heather.
Pheasants forever.
No, this one's different. This one's gonna be Turkeys. Turkeys funding it, Heather. So is Turkeys, are they a paid employee by Turkeys?
So this is where this is going to be super fun and extra interesting is NWTF is paying for the match, but Pheasants Forever will house the employee so that we don't have to incur an FTE.
Oh, okay. Is this a 3-year contract like Northern?
That's what we're planning on. Yes, it would be.
I would love some help. And I would love some help throughout the year. And I would also really like to be able to help Vance in his program. And, you know, just the entire region to really use a shot in the arm with upland game and some. And I mean, yeah, Gary.
Yeah, that's what I would throw out there is the southern region, I would say, has an incredible upland game program that has been built on the backs of people who have other jobs. And they're doing an incredible job doing it. And this is an opportunity to grow that program, get somebody sustainably within it and focused on upland game the full time. The joke was made earlier about Vance's age. I'm not going to say Lynn's getting old, but to me, there's another opportunity there. There is a ton of institutional knowledge, and you're going to see it in his presentation later. There's a ton of institutional knowledge that at some point, 2 years, 10 years, 15 years, I don't know how long he'll stick with it, we're going to lose. And we don't know where the valve in the grass is to turn on that tree line or that other thing. So this is a huge value to me. I didn't know about this until last week. And as I read it and started thinking about the program, I've stressed about Lynn retiring. And this to me is an amazing opportunity to bridge and then also build a program that is already amazing, but built upon the backs of people whose jobs are somewhere else. And I suspect when they submit their timesheets, Vance, don't tell us if you do or don't, but they submit 80 hours, but it's beyond that. They're checking those pheasants as they drive to and from their home, weekends, all kinds of stuff. And one more person into that mix and having them focused on this will make a huge difference to grow that program.
I promise you, if I had a person, I would work them. I'm not mean. I just work. Okay? It's work hard every day, make every day count. And that's really what I would try to teach a person and hopefully be able to not reinvent the wheel and win with handing this stuff off eventually. And you know what? We as a team have worked damn hard on these projects. And they're here to be handed off, and they should be around for the next 100 years.
Heather, anything else you want to mention on that?
Just, I loved Gary's sentiments on this. All of that's so true. And Lynn's comments as well. The only thing else that I would like to add, just to keep in mind, because the southern region geographically is just huge. And so when Lynn's talking about having an extra person to help at Clear Lake and Topaz Slough and Redmond and Bicknell, these are all really vastly separated geographically. And it's impossible for just Lynn to get to all of those areas to do what he wants to do.
All right. Anything else you want to say about this position?
It would be great. It's past being needed.
Okay. No, all throughout, I like this. I like these partnerships. I hadn't seen the turkey one before, but with the pheasant forever, I like that. And it's a small enough dollar amount, I don't really care. But if the dollar amount grows, we might have to talk about percentages, because it's going to impact waterfowl. It's going to impact the game. But if I bleed off 10% to you, it's only $500. I'm just not going to, I don't know.
Okay, any other questions on that? I mean, I would agree. The partner positions are really beneficial for us. You know, it gives our partners more skin in the game, which is what they want. They want to be more involved, and reduces our cost and just helps us all work together better. So I think, you know, I'm very supportive of these kind of positions. So with that, I'd make a motion to approve it. Okay.
Second.
All right. We have a motion from Randy and a second from Drew. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. Okay, thanks. Our next one, then you up again.
I am.
Our southern.
I sent you an email that has it on Google Slides. The videos work better than the PowerPoint is attached.
So our waterfowl and upland WMA management.
So it's cool. Okay. We'll talk about each one of these places. These are all places that a helper would be used. They're all places that have been gathered up from nothing. I promise you that at one time, the cattle were in here so bad, they were eating the bark off the cedar posts. And the habitat looked like this carpet. And this was 25 years ago. Now we have nice fences, roads, gates. We're going to kind of talk about that. You can see the eastern red cedars, the roses. There's many ditches that run through here, and guess what? We put them in. That's Habitat Committee giving me the money to do the work. Okay, go ahead. This is Bicknell Bottoms on the opening day of the duck hunt this year. Now, last year we had a tremendous amount of stress over Bicknell Bottoms from the local politics, and it was scary. And due to Gary and a bunch of Kevin and getting everybody together, we kind of left happier. We got more money for Bicknell, but for many years, Bicknell Bottoms was run off $4,500 that I scrounged up from you guys. That's where the trees come in, the pipelines. Now we have more money. We did have more money. We put it to good use. We bought bridge. Gary was really instrumental in that. I don't have a great picture of it, but this was awesome. This was the opening day of the duck hunt at Bicknell. These folks were happy. They had a great time. Okay. Bicknell Bottoms is alive today. It does not have track hole ditch running through it, which was desired. Okay. We were able to protect it. It's beautiful. Absolutely stunning. Look at the red rocks in the background. it is just a slice of heaven on earth up there, and we need to continue to protect it and keep it there. We need to do a fire management and show the people that we really like the place, okay? Same thing. Ditch planted with trees, shrubs, both sides. Nice grass growing, nice cover. It's beautiful, upland game and nesting cover for waterfowl, okay? Pretty cool. Trackmaster spraying a pothole to try to open up the vegetation. This is part of our mitigation, our plan with the county commissioners to show them that, you know, we're trying to do things out there and make it more productive, and it just helped a lot.
You guys have your own marsh master?
I need a marsh master.
So who does that?
That one came from, that's Chad and Heather on there. Came down.
And so just point out, this is different. They've seen a lot of Marshmaster pictures this morning. Oh, this is different type of work than they were showing up there. This is, what's the purpose of this versus, they were talking about Phragmites control. This isn't Phragmites.
This is a decadent stand of cattail. We took and held the Marshmaster in a tight circle. We sprayed that cattail, which allowed it to, the water underneath it to become exposed. It made a new place for guys to hunt, and it opened up this vegetation. And it was just part of the spraying the channels that we agreed to do with the county commissioners. Yeah.
So how often do you have to do that up there?
We've done it like for the last 2 summers.
So you do it every year?
Yeah, trying to.
Jim and I talked yesterday about this, and we're gonna try to do it without the Marsh Masters this year. We feel like there's enough things that we've opened up that we can probably just do maintenance moving forward.
It's been nice to have the Marsh Masters. They made a tremendous difference of it. They not only allowed us to spray and do what we needed to do, but they made trails that people could walk through and pull their sleds, and you know, Bicknell Bottoms is impossible without Jim Lamb. Okay, Jim and I have been messing around with this for 20 plus years. Okay, he's the guy on the ground. He helps me. He's a great guy, mostly except when he gets into trouble.
So Tyler, back to your question, I think really one of the bigger reasons here from the community and the issues they had is there needed to be a little more water flow through the property. And so that was really the primary objective there, but yeah.
But that's what am I going to do?
I was gonna follow, because I was gonna ask about that, because that was a big deal that we spent a lot of time talking on last year. Did the water flow out increase, and do you still have the same amount of marsh or wetland?
We're trying to protect that wetland. I don't want to have it run out of there quicker.
And we don't want to track it going through there.
No, I want Traco in there.
Are you guys gonna monitor it somehow?
But that's what the county is griping about.
Yes, absolutely.
So I'm wondering how that compromise is going.
We're just.
So I'll jump in. So last summer, we got a call from the county commissioner saying, hey, we've had all these flooding events. We need you to come down and take care of all the issues that have happened on the WMA. I took my kayak and put it in the river on the private property. And there was all kinds of debris, all kinds of things all through the private property. And as you hit our property, it had already deposited on the private lands before it ever got to us. But then the neat thing was I was able to take my kayak and kayak through the entire property down the Marshmaster corridor that we had created and go all the way through the property. And I was able to tell the county commissioner, you want to kayak? He didn't want to kayak with me, but I could tell him I went through. When you go through, there's still water out in the rest of it too. It's just what it's done is it's made the little bit of channel that exists, it's made it apparent. You can see it now and people can see it. We've got drone footage that we have shown them that we'll show them more of in April when we go meet with them. I can't remember if I said it at the last meeting, but the county commissioner offered to give me a hug. That was weird. But yeah, I think we're in a better place. But then he did also throw us under the bus at a meeting 2 days ago. So it's not all better, but it's better than it was. Yeah.
Remember, this meeting is being streamed too, so,
No more
so
hugging.
it's good that we're getting some, you know, some good things out of it anyway.
It's a hot topic, but I mean, does anybody suggest they clean up all that debris on their side? Cause that was right up their issue.
So that's the carry on of we offered at that meeting, and I said, okay, so what debris actually happened on the private lands, we'd offer to our fisheries staff, Nick and them, if they wanted to do the permitting processes to go deal with it. And those private landowners don't want to deal with it. They, if the county commissioner, it's public meeting, I'm on record, but yeah.
So, yeah, back in the time when we
The offer's been made and they
were
haven't taken it.
brewing all this up, I mean, they wanted to put a track hole in Bicknell Bottoms and in one day, you could, if you'll go back a couple pictures, please. You could drain that and it would be destroyed forever. And it just made me sick to think about that. And so we came up with the idea of let's spray the channel with spray and not put a track hole in it. I do not want a track hole in Bicknell Bottoms. No. So we stuck with that and we're in better standings with the county commissioners now. They still don't like us. They're still mad at us. They're still mad at everything that I've done there with the trees and they're just angry constantly. Anyway, we're winning at Bicknell and it is a beautiful wetland and it's a team effort. Okay. Redmond is by the town of Redmond. I think it is our best pheasant upland habitat that we have. It's kind of natural. It's along the Severe River. It doesn't get a lot of work on it. It could use some help. It could use my helper. Redmond's tough because it's quite a ways away from me. I have to take my equipment, drive it over, load it on a trailer, a bumper trailer, and haul it over I-15 to Redmond. It's kind of scary. Neat place, gets a lot of use. We've taken the grazing off. It's nicely vegetated and nice area. Okay. This is the river, on the Severe River. This is releasing some of the hens. You can see them turning into ducks. See them out there on the island by Heather. Heather's really good at that, helped me a lot with it. So we're always trying to win there. It does have the Severe River. Got some nice habitat and what do you say, Vance? What about Redmond?
Well, that's my dad's farm on the right side of the fence. And so, no, Redmond's super. Lots of people are interested in it.
Yeah.
And, tons of people and
How big's Redmond?
It's 600 acres. And when I first got Redmond given to me, I went in there and redid all the dikes and the culverts, and we just kind of left them. They kind of self-regulate. There are springs and there's effluent irrigation that flow on there. So it's got both upland and waterfowl habitat. It's a nice area. I mean, it just kind of takes care of itself. I wish that I had more time there and the next person will get to spend some more time. Okay.
So just one more thing on Redmond here, the ownership that's changed on this. So we manage this under a conservation easement on that property. The landowner had put it up for sale here, I don't know, a year plus ago, a couple years ago.
Yeah,
It closed just in the last 6 months.
yeah, like it was just recently.
One of our partners, SFW, they purchased the property. So SFW owns the property. We still manage it under the conservation easement. And so it's great.
So it's a private person out there now?
Yeah.
Oh, awesome.
Is that the intent, is to continue that same relationship?
Yeah. That's great.
So I don't know who's gonna be worse, a private person or Ange.
Talk later, bud.
No,
You can't say those
SFW
words.
has been great to work with on this project. So
I have dealt a lot with chucker. I used to take a week a year and put in the gustlers. So what Vance was talking about, and very quickly we found islands of mountains in the West Desert that were completely isolated. We put guzzlers on those islands. We put chuckers, pen rear chuckers, on this item. This is called Black Hills. Now we have people out there hunting those chuckers that we put the water source in, and now the public is using that and the chuckers are surviving. It's really cool.
Awesome.
Yeah, it is awesome. I love talking about it. It's been part of what I've done. Once again, it's stretching, not just waterfowling, but it's been great. And I'd love to talk about it if anybody wants to know more. But it's isolated enough. It doesn't get overhunted. These chuckers are surviving from year to year, and it's really cool. Okay.
Are there some seasonal creeks and stuff like that that can be worked on?
The mothership. They'll come back. And so I let them go. The ones that make it around the outside of this pen is it's an acre that's fenced and it's a rest area. And so nobody can get in close to those pheasants, but they can, if they make it back there, then they can live another day. So it's working pretty good.
Vance, did you hear that? You had a compliment from Kendall online.
Oh, did I? Okay. Your money goes to provide fertilizer. What do you want me to say? Takes money. Okay, works good. Okay. All right. Money. See what's happening for women.
You need to take pictures of the 3 trees you made me plant while I tried to.
Oh, we're getting there. We're getting there. Okay. Winning. Sunflower, grass, cornfield at Clear Lake. Okay. Oh. Can you read what's on the sack?
Yeah, I could read it.
What does it say?
Russian olives.
Yeah.
It says what?
Russian olives.
Don't let the county see that.
Is that the last time you put Russian?
I know. I got in so much trouble over that.
That's the last time we were allowed to.
It's the last time you took a picture of it.
Oh, no, I'm not afraid of that. It's coming up. It's coming up. So this is another great helper I have. This is planting shrubs. This is my new favorite shrub, which is sumac. Vance came and helped me this week. Teresa helps me. Lamb helps me. Mike Wardle helps me. I'm trying to do big enough projects. The Pavon is 960 acres. These are tree rows that were shrub rows that we're putting in, hoping that they can make it. If I had more help, we would be watering these with a water truck and a hose just to get them to survive the first year. Okay. Money. This truck's available. slightly stuck at this time.
Were you driving it?
Yes, I'll always. Okay. All the effort on the Pavon and Clear Lake and my other areas is worthless unless I do this. That is lining the hole with chicken wire to protect the roots from gophers. You'll grow that tree up, it'll be 5 years old and it will get tipped over and the gophers will absolutely eat those roots and all your work's gone down the drain. This is what I want to pass on. This is what I have seen work, and if I hadn't thought this out, I would have given up on the farm. Because it was just too painful to plant those trees and work on them for 5 years and then show up and they're tipped over. So, my favorite tree, I'm going to try to get it adopted as the new state tree after I retire. Okay, there you go. So if you go back, this tree and that row right there, these are part of the trees that I poached off the Severe River, which was really kind of fun. I got them bigger and then I put them in the ground and maybe 50% of them did really good. That's the same tree rows. That's looking uphill. This is how I do it. I put the tree in the ground with the chicken wire. Each one is near a PVC pipe with the red thing sprayed on it. You can see the water coming out of there. It's a 5/64 hole that waters that tree. I can water about 90 trees at a time. It's very efficient and it's there to last 100 years. That's PVC pipe. And I'm not doing this to give up and let Mother Nature take it out. But right now, we're winning. Okay? Like, okay, this is one of my helpers.
Okay. Oh, boy. Thumbs up.
That's on our water, that's on our drip line. He's just stomping that tree and finishing it off. Work, you know, my temporaries work hard for me. And so good. It's a good opportunity for him. Okay. First tree planting, 1994. That's what it looked like. Okay, go to the next one. This is those same trees. Okay. It's a cool story right here. This is a hen pheasant that I obtained from Vance. Has a blue leg band on it. And it has a brood of chicks. She had been, Vance raised her. I went and got her last springtime-ish. Put the leg band on her, took her to Pavon, just what, 100 miles? Let her go. She's on a tree row. She was successful in pulling off a brood of pheasants. I'm not saying it works every time. This is what's exciting. When you see this on her tree rows, she made it with her brood. It was just awesome.
That's a 2022 band, isn't it?
I don't know.
That's the
It's
year.
whatever,
I think that's the 2022 band.
So, yeah, really cool. Okay.
Heather, did you have a question online?
No, I was trying to do the clapping reaction when we saw Lynn's trees grow all big and mighty. So didn't let me.
Very nice. We'll clap for you.
You guys show us the big deer you get out there every year.
This is cool. Can you go back 3? This is there. That buck was in those trees. He was wintering in our tree rows. Right. Cool. So it's not just pheasants, doves, quail, it's wildlife. Okay, this is just the pavant. Look at all the trucks. It's a revolving door. Notice the tall grass these guys are walking through on this side, the crappy fence that's going up through there. That's now like this fence. Okay, go to the next slide. That's thanks to Gary and you guys. That fence is now a nice fence. Those are the same trees up there. Great, appreciate it. Thank you so much. Okay. This is fun. For me, this is not my, I don't have youth day. I have new hunter day. New hunter day is anybody, any age can come and do this. And I really like it. It's encouraging like the moms to come. It's encouraging older people that want to get into pheasant hunting to come. And it's just working. We just, like this year, we had moms and their sons hunting together. So it was really cool. Put some effort into it, make a big old fire for them. That's just the folks lined up ready to go hunting out on the grass and when we're releasing the pheasants. So it's really good out. Okay. Seen this before. Okay. So my past helper, the mom, this boy, and they both hunted. And then this is Morgan's sister, and that was her first pheasants. And that's Kai Boy. Okay. Okay, this is one of the greatest stories that I learned last couple years ago. Maybe I don't want to bore you with it, but winter time, went hunting on the pavant, shot 2 pheasants. I kept noticing they were running around sumac bushes. Sumac grows naturally. That's what that big row of Teresa was planting. I opened those pheasants up and they were full of sumac. I couldn't believe it. I'm like, what? Here's a shrub that grows naturally, and the pheasants were selecting it, and I still couldn't believe it. And then I saw so they're living in it and they're eating in it, food and cover. You're winning. Okay.
No,
Okay. Clear Lake's in tremendous struggle for water. It's not even funny. So right now I have some water until like September, mid-September, and then it all disappears through the hunt, and then it comes back in February. So my waterfowling is really struggling at Clear Lake. I do have water there until the dead of summer. You know, it's a complex problem. When it's there, it is the greatest wetland in the world. I had one of my critics tell me, Lynn thought he worked at the Garden of Eden, and you know what? He was right. What's a Garden of Eden? It is if you put water there. Okay. This is my cornfield. This is you know, work that we do there. Okay. Seen that one. Okay. These are the shrubs and trees that you guys buy. Put them at my house, take care of them, water them, try to plant 10 a day, load them up in my truck. The chicken wires in my truck. You guys buy that. I line the holes. We talked about that. Okay. This guy comes from Phoenix. I hunt pheasants. Isn't that a cool picture of my dog? And you know what? Guess what he's looking at? A flock of blackbirds that were over my head. So it just worked out great. I have to laugh at that. He's not a very good picture taker. No, it's okay. Phoenix to Delta on pheasants. Okay. Ogden to Clear Lake every weekend.
Oh, I just recognized who they were. That's funny.
Pretty dogs. Serious. Okay. Everything loves Russian olive except people. Okay. These are before and after pictures. This is the beginning. This is my cornfield at Clear Lake where the sprinklers were running. This is a new ditch put in, lined with Russian olives. Okay. This is looking back on that same ditch now. This is later. Okay. Run this. You see how many roosters? This is February 2nd. 1, 2, 3, 4. Here we go. That's the same ditch. That's kind of what I'm trying to show you. Same ditch. That's what our habitat's doing, folks. Right there. Okay. Okay. Deer in the olives. Of course. Do a lot of duck banding. It's really fun. If any of you want to have a fun activity, we'll be doing that next month. And pretty close to 500 ducks on a good year. Okay, that's pretty good. They're all different types. Mallards. Okay, go ahead. Good help. Okay. Okay. That's what we're doing. So thank you, and I hope it continues, and we'll just give it hell.
So even with the water year we had last year, Clear Lake still dry.
I never got any increase at all. I don't know if it's still coming. It's hard. It's underground water in the desert, and it's tough.
We have water rights, but whether it's drought, unmeasured use ahead of us.
That's exactly right.
It's an issue. And
Yeah.
it's tough.
The issue hopefully will get some traction with the new groundwater study that's just been completed. And maybe if we could just get some compliance to the amount of water that's supposed to be taken out, instead of just being able to flip the switch and take as much as you want, that's too much temptation for anyone.
Metering is an important part of that equation.
All right. Thanks, Lynn. Any questions for?
So you kind of combine both your projects
Yes.
together, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So one comment, like on 7069, it's the three other WMAs besides the bond. Huge bang for the buck. You know, I thought that was that was the first note I wrote. So I was really impressed with that. I thought that was cool. So you are one of my favorite biologists because you care about Upland.
I do.
Okay. So what, and something I always say to everybody, and I want to be consistent. Tell me on Provence the long range picture, because to me, it's an island all by itself. And you spend as much money there, actually more money there than you do your other three WMAs. So tell me the long range picture. What's going to happen with all the time and money that you're putting in there? Can and when will it stand on its own, if ever?
Oh, I think it will always, there's always going to be room for shrub rows, and, 960 acres is a big chunk of ground. And, I sincerely hope it's going strong in 100 years. That's why I'm spending the money to put those tree rows, those drip systems in there. It's PVC pipe. It's underground. I want it to last, right? And the shrubs that we're planting, if I can just get them established,
in 100 years from now, they should still be there. I do think that it will always take the fertilizer and the seed and that type of stuff just to keep it going. I don't really know that there's an end product, you know, an end day when I can say it's not going to cost any more. It's not going to cost as much, but that may come. We may go, well, we've done what we can do. Let's try something else. But as of right now, it still needs a lot of work.
Related thought to that, and it came up in this same meeting last year. We talked about, and it came up as we were talking about Bicknell, and that one of the things that went in the Bicknell Bottoms Habitat Management Plan was to try to transplant wild pheasants. And we talked about the Bicknell probably isn't our #1 candidate in the southern region for that. Sure, it could be great, but he's done the work for Clear Lake and Pavona to probably be ready to try that. And Kobe sat here and he said, go ahead, you got my approval. We haven't done anything with it in the last year. I just frankly, we're an upland game program built on the backs of people doing other jobs. This would be another avenue where saying having somebody focused on upland game is going to be a good thing. We can take the steps and say, let's explore that. Let's actually go see, get some of those wild birds from South Beach on work a trade. And let's try them in a couple of spots like Clear Lake and Pavona and see if we can get something to persist.
So, and you said something like, so if you do that, it's got to be wild birds.
Yeah.
You have to release wild birds. Yeah. And there has to, and like with Pavona, it sounds like there's a little bit of an area. There has to be a safe area. I mean, it's, how many acres did you say?
960.
960? That's still, so it's a little over a square mile. It's a little over a section.
760 is a section.
So,
How big is it, Danny? How big is it per barn?
Well, I believe you.
When you're hunting it, how big is it?
Takes you a while to get across it.
I'll hunt that whole thing.
So
easy.
So the birds can get in my sagebrush. They do pretty good in there. As far as like I'm not surrounded by subdivision. That's what I love about it. It's still just vast open ground.
So, and where I was going to go with that though, is there a safe area? Is there some place for them? Because, and honest, well, and you and I talked last summer, I meant to get down this last summer because I wanted to see your areas.
Good.
And I will this summer.
Awesome.
But is there some place for the birds to go? Because looking, and I've just done this, Google Earth and stuff. There's not a lot around you that's going to hold birds. You know, so there has to be some, that's what I'm saying. What is there to give the birds an opportunity to live when we bring the wild birds in?
Right. What needs to happen is my grass needs to grow, my shrubs need to get established, and the habitat needs to get better. And that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to win with our grass. We're trying to win so they do have, you know, a better place to survive.
So there's some Russian on the
southwest corner.
All property and drive through some.
Yeah, it's not just a barren. I mean, everything to the south and the west is there's actually a walk-in access to the south.
Yeah, connected directly.
Right. And that, I mean, I saw a rooster in there yesterday. In fact, I was taking a picture and there was 2 crowing. And I like, I'd like to see them. So I drove down, sure enough. There's messing around, being
There's
pheasants.
some holdover. He's got some spots, not just at Pavona, but at Clear Lake too. I mean, he's got put and takes. There are some being held over. There is a wild population there.
I think if you had a rest area, like Randy's talking, you might get more holdover each year.
Well,
There's some of them birds are smart enough. They're smart
Like I
enough to
said,
know that.
it has to
What
be
the
wild.
discussion has to be, if we're gonna put together a plan to do it, let's do it right, and let's think about.
Yeah, that's why I said, so don't misunderstand
No,
anything
I
I'm
get
saying.
it.
I love what you do.
I
in your
support
enthusiasm.
exactly what you say. I wouldn't, my rest area is 1 acre.
Yeah, it's not big.
Fenced off. And then my pheasant pen is inside that. So my pheasants come back to that. And I have like 100 trees planted in 1 acre. So it's getting thicker and it's getting nastier, but it could be bigger. I don't care. You know, I'm all for it.
So, but like I said, so those are the things that, you know, I'll never see the end of it because I've only got this year and next. But it's got to be wild birds. It's got to have safe rest areas. And it's not just wild birds. I'm sure some of the put and takes don't get shot. But those, and even those hens you put out, almost none of them, by all the research that's out there, almost none of those have successful broods.
Yeah.
They hatch 1 or 2 eggs. That's just
Sometimes
true.
that's what was so awesome about seeing like hen.
And then that's the
You know,
nice exception.
It was
great
nice
seeing those.
And those roosters that were flying on, you know, when I'm showing the tree rows, those were all penrod birds.
So no, some of those will live, but if you want a wild population, you have to start with, I mean, that's how you're gonna have successful broods.
And just one last thing too, Clear Lake has a massive rest area.
Are we in the process of doing the habitat management plan here?
Yeah, that was the other thing I was gonna bring up.
Clear Lake, not
Clear Lake, we're writing a habitat management plan for Clear Lake. My head scratcher is the water issue, trying to figure out the right way to write that. It's ugly.
I mean,
But we've got a plan for, as it is right now, but also a plan for how we deal with that moving into the future, try to rectify the water situation.
Well, you can't beat Mother Nature.
Yeah.
So, I mean, there's some
But
things
there's
you
other
just
things,
can't
there's
do.
policy, there's.
That's only part of the problem.
Yeah.
There's policy, and there's enforcement issues that are a big problem there. Enforcement.
Well, so I'm pleased that you guys are thinking and going that direction, because like I said, as much time as ever you put into that, I'd like to see it be more than just an island that, you know, is never anything but a put and take area.
Yeah, and I think Randy, to that point, is, you know, our southern region is one of the, is the drier area of the state.
It is.
And, you know, along with our southeast region too. And so some of these areas are gonna have to probably have longer term maintenance to them indefinite. That's just the way it's gonna have to be.
Well, all WMAs.
And we're okay with that, right?
Yeah.
Some are more sustainable than others when you have better moisture and better, that's not the southern region so much. So.
The hardest part to get past is, you know, the acreage we have to work with, right? And, you know, I guess the thing I keep thinking about is in the fisheries world, we have community fisheries that are, you know, managed much like our put and take, you know, pheasant places. And then there's places for those people to fledge, you know, the kids can go to Strawberry and Jordanelle and those places to, you know, have different opportunities than that. And, you know, somehow we have to make the leap in the upland world from, you know, that put and take to, you know, discussions with landowners and actually, you know, creating opportunities that can sustain, you know, hunter growth. You know, if you take all of our acreage that we manage, you put them in one place and then you go, okay, so how many upland game hunters can I sustain on that? You can't. You know, that's not a program. And somehow we have to have that bigger discussion about, you know, how do you sustain pheasants here when our part is, you know, minute, but, you know, what
wild bird introductions. As soon as we get to where we've got a lot of area, we need at least 40 consecutive acres of great habitat at any one given time for any to even establish some habitat or some wild populations of those birds. But along with what you're saying, Drew, about the conversations with landowners, I just wanted everybody to be aware that Brian Christensen and I have been working with Al Iden, who's the Northwest Director of Pheasants Forever, to discuss how to piggyback walk-in access with the SAFE program, which is a new, similar to CRP, and our proposal was accepted last year. So now we are a SAFE program state, and we are working with those entities to try to make sure that we can get as much as we can as far as providing that habitat where we can explore. Pheasants, huns, and sharp-tailed grouse are the 3 target species that we're trying to work on with this SAFE proposal. And we're trying to work on that with walk-in access as well. That's our new goal with walk-in access, is to try to expand those hunting opportunities. So things are happening. It's just, you know, it's probably not a lot of it is going at this point, but we're working on it.
Thanks, Heather. All right, any other questions for Lynn on both, the waterfowl and upland WMAs in the southern region, and then, the bond, including the blot?
I'll just say great job, Lynn, Gary, always, much
As team
appreciated.
effort.
The passion you guys have for
Thank
what
you
you do is
guys.
amazing.
Thank you
So,
guys.
Yes, the passion is very apparent, and appreciate the long-term planning of, staff do change over, staff retire at some point. I know Lynn still has another 15 years in him, you said, not, I heard, but anyway, I'm ready to replace him.
One last thing. It's like, I really want to thank SFW for hopping in and being a great supporter. They are putting some money out there for us. I know that I get 10 grand from SFW for my new hunter day. I get 100 extra pheasants every week to put on Pavon and Clear Lake from SFW. And that's from Troy and the rest contributing that. And it's so needed and so fun to see the success that it brings. It's the gateway sport. Right?
There you go. All right, with that, we're gonna vote separately because these are two different projects that he presented together. So the first one is the Southern Region overall waterfowl upland WMA management, which included Redmond, Bicknell, Clear Lake. So for that one, do I have a motion?
I'd move to accept it.
Okay. Okay, we have a motion from Brandy and a second from Steve. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Okay, so the second one there was the Pavant WMA, Upland WMA management. Do we have a motion on that one?
I move to approve.
I have a motion from Drew, got a second from Randy. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Okay, motion carries. Lynn,
Thank
again, thanks for the great show, and you're doing great work. So
Thank you.
keep it up.
Team effort now. I'm serious.
Yeah, for
Dance
sure.
on leaving. Coming with me.
Okay.
Keep winning,
We're
guys.
almost 2:00. We need to take a break for a minute, or we want to keep moving. We've got 5 more projects and then we're done.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll take a break for,
I'll break on my own.
okay, we're gonna take a break for 10 minutes. Thanks, Seth. All right, we're gonna move to Central Region projects. First one, 6902 Central Region Upland Game Project. And Robbie's here to talk to us about it.
Yeah, my name is Robbie Edgley. I'm a habitat restoration biologist in Central Region. And this was the second year that we've done this. Decided we'd like to do a project that's focused on upland game. You know, upland game is often a secondary beneficiary of our projects, but doing a project that's the primary goal is the idea of this project. And met with folks from Pheasants Forever, Trucker Foundation, and National Wildlife Turkey Federation and last fall, and just kind of brainstormed a bunch of ideas. And this project is the result of some of those ideas. Got a lot more, so we got project ideas for many years to come. Yeah, this picture is just out there on Utah Lake. The kochia and cheatgrass grew really well this year with all the moisture, but normally it's not as high. And so one of the goals is to try to get some better things growing out there, better cover, and some actual food for pheasants to have a population. But thanks. So this is that same area. Like I said, the cheatgrass grew high this year, but basically, so the wetland preserve out there, we will eventually inherit it as the division from the commission. A lot of land out there. We release pheasants out there every fall for the pheasant hunt. And this is one of the areas. So the lake is right there, kind of where the blue is off the picture. And here's the access point. Right here's our gate. We own all this parcel here, this parcel, and then it connects to the lake. And so there's tons of acres along the shoreline. So it's just one of many. If you look at a map, there's a lot of land out there, and we let a lot of pheasants go. So thinking about what we've been talking about, I think this is a great area where we can improve our habitat on our properties, and then also reach out to adjacent landowners to get walking access agreements, and we can really build a healthy pheasant population, I think, out there around the lake, wild population. So this year, just explaining that I've been doing some planting in here. We did some scalping and with our Mad Max dozer to try to get rid of that grass competition and then seed into it. And we'll see how that works. And if it works well, we'll keep doing that, and I'll do it when it's drier. I got it stuck, so we won't do that this next year. So the plan is to finish off this and then move into this block with the funding I'm asking for this year. Next slide. And so this is one of the properties that's actually got some pretty great habitat already. You can see the really tall grass there, and but the access isn't great. This highway, or this road right here, there's a gravel pit up here to the east or west, and lots of dump trucks just driving all the time. So it's kind of a dangerous road. And so we release pheasants here now, but we'll get pheasant hunters parking their trucks along the road, and it's really dangerous. And so this is a picture of this area right here. So you can see my truck up there, and it's not a lot of area to park. And there's already actually a kind of a gravel parking area there. So we just need to build a fence around the edge of that so that we can open this gate, but people won't just be able to drive everywhere, if that makes sense. So
they would never do that.
Yeah. So the idea is to build a fence around that gravel area, add a little more gravel, and then there'll be a gate here so we can still have access, and then just walking access for hunters. And then they can park here and they can actually come over here and hunt all this as well. So, and then jumping over to turkeys. So this is Eureka, and just starting on, actually 2 years ago, we built several guzzlers on those other two sitla pieces. And this year I'm proposing to build some here. And the reason I'm focusing on turkeys on this one is this is one of our release areas for nuisance turkeys. So our wildlife section worked with me on there, and they think it'd be a great idea to get a little more water out there to hold them in that area. And so, but I also threw a deer on there because definitely is going to be used by a big game as well. I noticed on the, I think we were just asking for Upland, but that's something we talked about too. I think you could justify adding some big game and right. Sorry.
Some sport fish on that property too. Right?
Yeah. The Utah Lake on mine this year. Okay, and then this one is, so just to the east of where those other guzzlers were, or actually, sorry, no, to the west. But those other guzzlers were down here. And this was a site that Travis Proctor from Checker Federation recommended. He gave, give me some sites of some places you'd like to put some checker guzblers. I got a long list, so we'll start here and work off from there. So great potential, and actually the next project that Kyle's going to talk about is kind of in this other area, so it ties into some other projects.
I bet there's some guzzlers right around where you're putting those.
Yeah, I looked at our guzzler map, and we should be good. Next slide. This was another idea from Travis, was to build some exclosures around springs, and give me another long list of springs that are just getting hammered by cattle. And so that was just to build an exclosure fence around this spring, and this is down south of Eureka. And that'll benefit a lot of things. Then over kind of Nephi Canyon, Salt Creek WMAs right here. And we have a lot of turkeys that use this private property and cause a lot of problems. And so this was one of Lynn's ideas, is to try to do some turkey plantings to pull them away from that private property as much as we can. And we plant, so basically we go up and use the Mad Max scout rows, seed, as well as plant seedlings, and do woods rows, sumac that one was talking about, and some golden currant we'll try. And we plant them so that they don't need to be watered. So
is that that plateau just above the highway?
What?
Is that the plateau just above the highway?
Yeah. I believe it got burned, and so lost all the shrubs.
Yeah, we try and cite it.
Yes, you do. Yeah. Should have put that picture in. Next slide. And then the last part, and this one, if you don't think it's appropriate, it's fine, but I think it would be something that the Turkey Federation for the conservation permit meeting would definitely be interested in funding. But for these relocated nuisance turkeys, we'd like to know where they go and where they go and if they survive, and that will help inform us on where we need to work on habitat in the future. So they're really pricey, but asking for 5 of them, around 2,600 with the DHF. They're just backpacks. So I basically would purchase them and give them to wildlife, and then they have a technician that tracks turkeys and they put them on. Next, there's a budget. About 73,000 total. Top is the 5 turkey transmitters, and then the seed and seedlings and contractor to pay for those plantings, and seasonal help to do all that work, and then the guzzlers, turkey seed, and for the turkey pheasant plots as well.
Is the fencing for the spring included in your materials and supplies there at the bottom?
Yeah, on that last one, I kind of threw it in together. I'm hoping that I can build that parking lot cheaper. And then we can use that money for the spring, but I debated whether to, I didn't want to ask that much money, double that for fencing.
I'd almost rather pay the double than we redoing that barbed wire fence in 10 years. Those fences just don't last with the weather. I hate seeing that.
Oh, you mean instead of doing do all the post rail instead of?
Like northeastern region does, and they have access to that, but
Well,
it's a lot better fence in the long run.
remember that fencing he's talking about, most of that's for the parking lot, right?
Yeah.
And it's a parking lot right next to the Utah Lake, snow levels. isn't
Well,
gonna be an issue.
people cutting it and everything else, you know, and people walking over it. I just, long term, those pipe rail fences last, barbed wire doesn't.
So, okay, so a couple things, and I'd love your feedback on this. One, this is one of the 3 projects that I'm gonna get to go through. I like this project a lot. But it's a high enough dollar amount that it causes serious problems for me. So do you have buy-in on dollar amount from the partner agencies that you're talking to?
Yes, I don't know, Travis was aware from Chucker Federation, so I don't know, he didn't give me dollar amounts, but I know they're interested in putting money towards it. I told him to talk with Daniel, get him money, and then at the conservation permit meeting, I would expect a lot of money coming from Turkey Federation, probably SFW and others as well.
Because like I said, I really like this, but there's some things that's going to ask you, like see if you can get some buy-in, how much they're actually going to chip in. And the same thing, I already told Travis, like, you got to figure out how much you're going to put in on this for the Checker Federation, but the Phragmites and the turkey guys got to come up with the dollar amount, because like I said, I can't do all that much on myself, although the game's going to take a little bit of this.
Yeah.
That'll happen at the sportsman's meeting. We'll ask them for the whole thing and see what they want to put on it. Bring the remainder back to the council. Sorry. All right.
What was the other fence? There was a parking lot?
So the parking lot and then around the spring head.
Okay.
And so we haven't done much of that steel or the pipe fencing. So not real experience.
I've seen them done. I've seen barbed wire done on the hard in May around spring wells, and it's gone in 3 to 5 years.
Yeah.
You know, worthless. So I might chip in with you on that project.
And
change the fencing.
Yeah, and I'll be honest, the fencing, I prioritize the fencing over the spring area in the parking lot.
You prioritize the parking lot?
No,
Or
the spring area.
Yeah, sure.
And again, not to nitpick, and if they come up with the money, that would be my ideal. But I have a hard time paying for turkey transmitters with habitat money.
Yeah.
I'm not certain that, I like that, but I'm not certain that's appropriate.
I do have a suggestion for you to just explore it. You know, we use reward tags, angler reward tagging, where you tag a bunch of fish that you want to have information on, and then some percentage of those you offer a cash reward to whoever catches a fish, and then you don't tag or you don't give cash rewards for, you know, whatever that percentage is. You can do what you want for $1,000, and you know, you just need to figure out how much reward a hunter would want or need to report that tag to you. It's a hell of a lot cheaper and probably more effective than what you're doing there. And you get movement, you know, you get everything you need.
Okay, Heather, you had questions?
Sorry, I just put it in the chat. Just another option for transmitters that's a little bit less expensive that I just barely found out through NWTF when we were researching some of this. So,
Okay, so yeah, you're looking at your transmitters are about $1,750 each instead of the $2,400. Okay.
You guys tell me to do this for a living. Can you pay for things like that out of habitat money? Doesn't seem like it.
If you go the reward tag, the tags they're just leg bands. Then you outreach, you know, the reward tagging. That's all.
No, but I mean things for the transmitter. I mean, you're dropping 2,500.
I consider it to be part of monitoring. monitoring is an acceptable expense.
Slippery slope though.
Yeah.
Cause it, we get in business and it's paying for a lot of times.
Same thing with
It's kind of like
cameras.
fencing too.
You know, a lot of these guys will buy cameras for it. It's all monitoring.
You know, but for that amount, you know, there might be other ways to pay for it through some other fund, ICP, you know, sportsman's groups pick up some of the projects and pay for it out of that.
So that's more what I was thinking. Yeah, go to that other.
And so like my recommendation is gonna be like, approve it as is. Let's see what we can get the sportsman's group to actually pay for. But this is the one I want to go through.
And I think to see your price out the events that, you know, like,
yeah,
maybe just talk to Northeastern and see what, I know it's expensive and it's basically just a contract. You get the pipe, hire a welder to come out. But yeah.
There's also, like, sent that an email on that. There's a new pipe fencing company that they're not like your jack fences, kind of like that can be moved, you just have to tie them down, but they're gonna last longer and it was a cheaper intermediate option. We just saw it at a trade show.
So, and I think we can, you know, depending on what the council decides here, if the council approves it, you know, from our standpoint, and like Randy said, we really highly support this project. We'll do everything we can to make sure it gets funded. We'll commit to that.
I'm assuming all the Guzzler locations are NEPA ready and everything.
Yeah, they're all on set.
Any other questions on this?
Are you gonna fence those Guzzlers so the game can get into them?
Or they can't?
So they can. Or are they gonna be fenced for big game or to exclude big game?
I think we're in this site, I don't think we'll have an elk issue, so we'll probably get away from keeping them out, but.
Yeah, we don't want elk in on those.
If there's cows, we probably will have to fence the front of it. It's not a big deal, it's a few folks.
Yeah, no, deer don't matter. Deer don't impact. We can't have elk.
Yeah,
in
there probably is cattle out there, so we probably do need to fence them in.
Will you scroll back up? I just want to look at the transmitters one more time. Sorry. Okay.
So that's what the GPS with the VHF option.
It's crazy not to put the VHS on it.
Yeah. And Heather, I guess, Heather helped me get that price. Is there a fee for the data? So, she heard me.
I don't know if I should remember.
Yeah, so I kind of bumped it up a little, but I'll work with her and if I need to adjust that.
I mean, that's something Turkey Federation should be interested in.
Well, they've been talked to, they've been talked to. It is in consideration. They are considering it. They probably can't fund the full amount. So.
And I know they're expensive, but on the other hand, is 5 an adequate sample size to start getting you information that's actually helpful or not?
Right. I think the wildlife section is gonna try some other avenues as well to get more.
And
Another question about the turkey tags. Are those recoverable after the turkey expires?
Yeah, so you could reuse it multiple times. They last about 2 years, I believe, 2 to 3 years. So these ones are not, we've had issues with they have solar ones that just have not worked. So these ones are just battery pack that's supposed to last about, I think it was 3 years with 2 locations a day. So you could continue to, so we could, it's not just 5 birds, it's whatever.
have you ever talked with Randy Larson or Dave Ogden? They use transmitters all the time.
Yeah.
And they had very, very good luck with some and very poor luck with that.
I'm talking about this one then.
But just as far as the use and what type, and they've had, they might be sources.
Yeah.
All right, I'll ask one more question.
Okay.
Depredating turkeys.
Yeah.
What's the value of knowing where they go? I mean, some of the places that I've seen us move turkeys to, depredating turkeys, is a one-way street. And what is the real value of understanding, you know, that outlet for those turkeys?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing they want to know is, are they surviving? Are they?
I'd say no in a lot of places. I mean, isn't that the intent that from some places that I've seen them put, right?
I think we're trying to get away from that, putting them in places where they're actually going to live. That's our goal.
That answers my question.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, they can be shot, but places where they're not going to die because there's no habitat. So,
right.
So we want to put them where there's decent habitat, or if there's something we need to do to improve the habitat. So that's where that's why I'm interested.
Yeah, I'm more familiar with, I guess, the old place that they used to take depredating turkeys, like out to that ranch at the base of the Book Cliffs out in, you know.
There actually are.
All right. Any other questions on this project?
I'll move to accept it. Let's see what the, is it possible to talk about it money wise if it's not picked up by the groups?
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on it and see what happens, and then
We'll know by the time we do the funding decision, what the sports groups have put into all of these projects.
So keep it on your radar to ask about it.
Yeah. Okay, then I would move to approve. Okay. The project.
All right, we have a motion.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion from Randy. We have a second from Blake. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. All right, motion carries. Okay. Next one,
Robert, thank you for putting that together. I'm working on this.
Project 7079 Fairfield Upland Game. A new guy coming.
Yeah, glad to be with you. My name is Kyle. I'm the farm biologist out of the central region, so been here since May. I'm a partner between RCS and Division of Wildlife. So in this one, I have a presentation in the documents section. It might be easier for you to understand me if we use the presentation here. But yeah, I'm excited about this project. So this is private ground, 2,700 acres owned by the Central Valley Water Reclamation Facility. And it's just outside of Fairfield. This area occurs within pronghorn and pheasant habitat, pretty degraded. And they use this property in a variety of ways right now where they're trying to refine how they use the property. So right now they graze it lightly and they use it to apply their biosolids product, which comes from processing or from reclaimed water. The problem is, so you can see in this picture, they've applied some of that fertilizer on the left there and it works, but we don't have the vegetative community that we want there. And so an idea that they have talked about is, well, let's get the vegetation that we want there. And then they have, established shrubs and grasses and forbs, cover for birds, and then put some of this biosolid down and help that plant community grow. So their long-term goals, they want to establish that vegetation. Like I said, they want to establish watering facilities. They have 2 wells on the property that they are willing to hook up to wildlife-friendly troughs. And then they're also interested in putting roto guzzlers in appropriate places to benefit upland game. It's also a site where we could introduce pheasants in the future. And in talking with our wildlife section, it could be a candidate for Hungarian partridge introduction as well, if we're able to establish vegetation that we like, good habitat. And like I said, this is all long-term. That's the big vision of this place. This is a large piece of property. This is our first time working with these people. We're just starting to strike up this relationship in the grassroots phase. My hope is that at the end of my career, I can show you a video with slow motion release videos like we saw, and have a bunch of success stories. And kind of the capstone on it is they want to establish walk-in access. They're serious about that. They want this property to be used in a way that benefits them, so they can apply their product and benefits the public and benefits wildlife. They're really trying to implement multi-use management here. Move to the next slide. So this is kind of what we're looking at on the property right now. So most of the property is annual plant communities. We have a lot of jointed goat grass, cheatgrass, annual forage. You can see the bindweed in there. That's the majority of the property right now. There are, however, so on the right, you can see there are some stands of perennial grass, mainly introduced. There's a good bit of crested there, but it does support some perennial grass stands right now. Next one. So here's an image of the property. Like I said, 2,700 acres. And this year, our objective is just to start the process. So they intend to apply for funding with the NRCS as well to help with some of these conservation practices. And that's kind of what we're working on this year. Kind of a big project to get them in line with all of NRCS's requirements, get those two entities lined up. But we want to get it started. So we want to scout, broadcast seed, drill seed, and plant shrub seedlings on 20 acres. This will kind of serve as the first step, but also kind of a trial to give us an idea of how the property is going to go in the future when we upscale, when we start seeding on hundreds of acres. We want to have a little more confidence in the species we select, the competition reduction before we seed, those kinds of things. So one seeding isn't going to tell us everything we need to know, but hopefully it'll give us a nudge in the right direction. And that's our hope for this year. A note here, so the seedlings, the shrub seedlings, we're requesting funding for them this year, but they'll be grown until the fall of next year, and then that's when they'll be planted. Also, this year, we're hoping to connect those 2 wells on the property to 2 wildlife-friendly troughs, and that's going to be funded by the reclamation facility. So that's the money that they're putting in. They said they're willing to put in 30 grand into this project this year. So we have some coming from them, and then the seeding is mainly what we're asking for support on. Next slide. So you've probably seen this maybe today, but the left is our Mad Max dozer. That's what we're going to use to scout. It can kind of clear the, clear competition just on either side of that front tire. And then broadcast seed, work it into the soil with those tracks, and we can plant seed deeper as well. And then on the right, that's just the baby drill that we can also use. We can drill into scout areas. We can drill straight into the existing plant community. So our hope is to use these two and try some things out and see what works and see what doesn't work. Next slide. And then here's just a rundown of the finances. So the main thing, I guess the highlights here are just to note again that 30,000 that's being put in from the reclamation facility towards getting those wells hooked to wildlife-friendly troughs, and then for the seed and seedlings and contracting for planting them, that's what we're asking for support. So I guess with that, I'll take any questions you have.
Hey Kyle, can I say something? So Pheasants Forever has been doing a lot of work on our Walt Fitzgerald WMA out by Vernon, and put a lot of money and a lot of effort into that property. But it's kind of what we've been talking about, where that's just kind of like a small property, an island surrounded by desert with no real potential for sustainable population. But this is a place where I think we could. It's so big, 2,700 acres, where we could actually get wild birds population established. And so I'm trying to push them to be real interested in moving some of that effort potentially to this property if it works this closer. If it works out, it'll be a great property.
And these landowners, they really have a lot of interest, but they have not up to this point explored many avenues. I asked them if they'd ever worked with sportsmen's groups on this, and they said they hadn't, so they want to do that. So good relationship, really good opportunity to work with a landowner with a lot of property in a really good area. Like I said, just in the early phases of figuring out how that looks.
It's been a long time since I've been out that way, and I don't know the exact spot. Just careful with, used to be quite a few burrowing owls out there. Don't go scalping over a burrow system, and watch out for, curlews if you're doing it early in the year as well.
Good to be aware of. Thank you.
So, go ahead, see.
It's not in a walk-in access right now, right?
No, it's not.
Is there any way to get a 10-year, 20-year contract so we're not throwing money at something that we can't hunt?
Good point. I'm not sure I know the answer to that right now, but I know they want walk-in access. and I'd have to connect them with the actual background.
That's what we would want, though, yeah, like,
Something
we're not gonna
before,
invest tons of money in a place we can't hunt.
yeah, before the final meeting, is it possible to do
I
before?
don't know if we could get it before this first phase, but
Got a year to do it.
They can probably be approached, but
You talked to them about it.
Yeah, that quick.
Yeah, I mean, verbally, they've said that this is what they want to do with the property. They're selling it, but I don't have anything in, as a contract right now.
Besides the walk-in access, do you have any type of an agreement lined up, or we're gonna essentially you're managing this land? We're gonna manage this land for X amount of time, or is it just come do it?
Right now, that's where we're at. Like I said, this relationship is just, it's kind of been started, like Rob was saying earlier, but really taking actionable steps has just started this year. So we're looking at how exactly to approach that right now.
You guys talk to the airport people about shooting right next to the airport there?
I haven't talked to the airport people. That's a consideration. Yeah, I'll do it. Thank you.
So I want to throw out, I really like this, especially knowing what you threw in. This is a big chunk. Looks like pretty crappy right now, but it's a big chunk that a lot of good things could happen on, rather than a tiny little island. I hate tiny little islands. So I really, really like that. I'm really, really skeptical about hunts. That would be the first, it doesn't mean, that's really far south for hunts. That would be the farthest south I know of anywhere. But that I could be wrong, but there's lots of potential for other things. So I really like that. I'd love to see what type of relationship could be solidified. Just knowing like, hey, yeah, we've got a ton of money in this, as long as we know we have a long-term relationship with them.
that makes sense.
I think bringing those things up.
Any other questions on this one? Okay, anybody wanna jump on motion?
I'll take a stab at it.
Go ahead.
Is there any way, I have a little heartburn with this one, where we're throwing $40,000 at it plus on a maybe that we can maybe hunt it. Anyway, you guys can get a contract written up before we fund it? Finalize funding?
I can look into it.
Finalize.
April 20 something. April 30.
Yeah, no way.
I mean, I think we could definitely get a draft, something written up at least, but.
Verbal from them, just saying, hey.
They weren't giving it the verbal.
The verbal's there.
Yeah.
So
My concern though is if it's that close to the airport, and the airport has concerns of shooting right around there, then we're throwing money at nothing.
That's true too.
Well, it's pretty far. It's 2,700 acres, so I'm sure we could.
Yeah, you mean there's a buffer
So we
zone.
needed to.
Does it border the airport? I know that area. And we're talking, I mean, you can restrict it to birds.
Hangers all over on the west side of there.
Oh, it's on the other side of the road. It'd be worth checking. It needs to be checked. I can't imagine that would be wrong.
As long as it's checked, I'm good with it.
And what are they dumping on it?
So it's fertilizer, basically. It's just, it comes from the water reclamation facility, so.
It's
It's right to the wastewater treatment plant.
So that's not gonna affect our habitat. work,
From
right?
the aquatic standpoint, we call them brown trout.
Yeah, they told me that, and I was like, okay, I know enough. I don't need to know anything.
So how about would this type of wording be okay? Because I like this project, but I think it's extremely important to find out what type of long-term relationship that we could get into. So I would say move to approve the project going forward with establishing a long-term relationship with them.
Could I just make a statement in that regard? In my professional career, I've never had one verbal agreement that didn't come back to bite me in the ass at some point. And, that, I want you guys to really think about that. not once. So I understand, I agree with what you're saying, but, in my opinion, you need more than just a thumbs up.
Oh, no, I agree. It can't be a verbal agreement.
And if we have to put this off a year, I'd rather have that in writing than just a thumbs up.
We could reduce the size of it too. So we just do, because the idea is we want to try to get some information as soon as possible about what's going to work. So we could reduce the acreage. So instead of 40,000, it's a $10,000 ask or something, or 5.
It's already what, 20 acres?
What is it?
Yeah, it's 20 acres.
20 acres.
For
Isn't
both
that big?
those polygons.
Yeah, and if you take the private land seed agreement and modify it to.
A lot of that is the seed means. So if we reduce the seed means,
That would reduce the cost.
that's the biggest cost,
I mean,
right?
you're not putting the seedlings in the ground till next fiscal year
Right,
anyways.
right.
How much are the seedlings?
And so doesn't that give you, I mean, cause this is
That gives us
2025,
more
we're
than a
talking
year,
about,
yeah.
that gives you a year to figure out.
Yeah.
If there can be,
Put that elsewhere.
yeah, but yeah, I agree with Drew. It has to be more than a verbal agreement. They're just, no matter how good someone's intentions are, there will be problems.
So NRCS funding is gonna come online later, the bigger scale, I would imagine.
Yes, yeah, this year is when they're applying and they'll be ranked in the, next winter, and then next year they could. But yeah, it'll be a variety of practices across the entire property.
And even treating them with kid gloves, but getting that, because to get that big of a walk-in access that would be good 5 years down the line, 10 years down the line, whatever, would be great. But
I mean,
we need something.
need something long-term. I mean, if we're gonna throw habitat money in, it's gotta be a 25+ year lease, in my opinion.
Well, that's what scares me about the Richfield one. I mean, it's every 5 years and we put a lot of money in down there.
Yeah, I'm hoping we can do like an easement or some kind of agreement that's way long term and not something we have to pay them for. I don't think that's their interest. They just want to.
Sounds like they're trying to do the right thing for the right reasons,
So, yeah,
but let's
get
just
it
make
right.
sure everybody's in agreement on it.
No, it makes a lot of sense.
Okay, so with that. So you made a motion.
So yeah, I wish you
So
would say
would you
that, but
revise
that's not a verbal agreement. That's establishing a written partnership.
A second.
Okay, we have a motion from Randy. We have a second from Drew. Also to include staff trying to establish an agreement. A written agreement. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Are there any opposed? Say no.
Just a clarification, or just, I need confirmation, I guess. So the funding is contingent upon that agreement.
The approval for.
Yeah.
Long-term walking there.
So by the 30th April, you think that that's signed walk-in access agreement, which I think is fair, because I was gonna just table it, so that gives you a shot at least.
Yeah, I was on the table and too.
Okay,
Thank you.
thanks, Doug. Okay, we have 3 more projects from our Northeast region and Habitat Management Plan review. So we're going to jump right into this project number 7038 Northeast Region Guzzler repair flags. Looks like we have 40 online to talk to us about guzzlers.
Yeah, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we can.
Okay. So Daniel, if you wouldn't mind just going straight to the images on this. We have built a lot of guzzlers over the years in the region, and we've never had this problem until last year. Our record-breaking snow also broke some of our guzzler aprons. They just couldn't withstand the weight of all the snow on top of that. And so this project is really just to repair some of these guzzlers that have been damaged by the heavy snowfall. If you look at the finances, it's all in guzzler materials and in helicopter flight time to get those materials there. These are higher elevation guzzlers. We can't just drive to them. They were originally built using, the same helicopter flight, dropping things off, and then our DWR employees go in and build them. So that's what we're doing is buying some material to repair the guzzlers, some flight time with the helicopter to get the material there. And this was when we met with our big game biologists to go over our project rankings to see what was our highest priority for when we go to the conservation groups. This was the top priority for all of our biologists. They thought we put enough of an investment into these guzzlers to build them in the first place. We need to maintain them. So this is the top priority for our region for wildlife. Any questions?
I'm just curious, what are you going to do with the old material, that old sheet metal roofing?
It will, if it can be salvaged, it would be reused on the guzzlers. If not, it would just be hauled off. We'd bundle it up and have the helicopter haul it out.
Any plans to build them different, beef them up?
Yes, our maintenance guys have already been looking at that and coming up with plans for how to build those better. What they've been working on, figuring out where they failed in the first place, and how to fix that. So, yeah.
Any other questions on this? And I will say, I think, they do a pretty good job of building these fairly stout already, but it's in an unprecedented snow year like we had, and not knowing that we would ever have double, twice the normal snowpack. Stuff like this happens. So, but good, we're looking into that too.
Just a statement that looks pretty cheap to me for the lease of a helicopter, but I don't know how you figured your time in flight, but we contract the helicopter for 2 days and it was $51,000.
Yeah, this was Tom's project. He's homesick today, so I'm kind of filling in for him. I don't know exactly how he came up with that number, but these are in 3 or 4 different locations, and but he's got 8 hours of flight time on there is what he's figured. So I don't know if we're going to hit all of those 3 or 4 different locations or just one. But we've done this each year, building guzzlers for the last few years, and we spend a day flying materials in, flying people in, building them, and then flying out, and it's not that bad.
8 hours is all it's going to take. Your price is about right, but it just seems like a lot of guzzlers you're going to be visiting in a day.
The map sure showed a lot of them. I was thinking it was not that many, but he's got 27, so
27.
I don't know exactly how it'll be or how he came up with those. And I suspect that not all of those will need repairs. We know of a few that, like that photo showed was one of the grazing permittees had ridden his horse in there with the cattle and found it. He's got a line item there to visit the guzzlers to determine damages pre-flight. So we know of a few that were damaged. Well, there's a few others that I think we might just be checking on. We probably won't be repairing all 27, but included them on there to make sure we get it. And I should comment that price for repair materials is far less than what we would normally be asking for a new build. So we're going to try to use as much of the existing material as we can. Just, I think some of them we might be able to just, like the frame is still in good condition, but the bolts holding it on to the posts snapped. And so we might be able to just jack it up and rebolt, bolt it in better. Things like that. So
Any other questions on this? Want to take a stab at a motion? I mean, Drew, I think you're right for a day. That looks right. I guess the question is it gonna take more than a day?
Yeah, there's a lot of gray in what they're gonna do. That's all.
Yeah.
Then maybe.
Well, that's what they're at some point, we trust what they put down, and if they find they can't do it for that, then we push to next year and they come back.
Yeah.
So.
Yep. No, it's just a lot of unknowns there.
Yeah. Okay, we have a motion on this. I'll make a motion to approve it. All right.
Second.
Okay. Motion from Steve to approve and second from Angie. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. All right. Motion carries. Okay. Next one, 7037 Stewart Lake WMA improvements. Go ahead, Tori.
Okay, so this is a project that we've been working on. It's got a number of different components. It's on our Stewart Lake WMA near Jensen in Uinta County, right along the Green River. The polygon on the west there is one that our local Pheasants Forever staff has been working on for several years, spraying weeds and trying to establish native shrubs and vegetation there, kind of as a demonstration plot for adjacent landowners to show what can be done on their property as well, but also just to improve part of that WMA. So this phase of that portion of the project would include a couple more herbicide applications and then some seeding next fall of native plant species. They've done several years of weed control and think they're ready to do the seeding now. The polygons farther to the east, last year we did some Russian olive and tamarisk removal in this area, so we want to follow up this year with some spot treatment, herbicide, and additional planting of native shrubs and trees. Last fall, under the first phase, I planted 200 sumac, golden currant. We had some woods rose, some box elder in there. So we've planted a number of things. I've got more cottonwood and peach leaf willow to plant in there this spring. And next year, hopefully, I can get some buffalo berry to go in there as well. We've also got some access improvements that you can see. We need to replace the fence that's on the main access point, as well as some road and parking area improvements just for access. If you look at the pictures, we've got a lot of photos on here, and I don't know what order they're in. They didn't seem to come out in the order that we put them on. This is a photo of some of the past work that Pheasants Forever has done in removing tamarisk and weed spraying on their polygon. This is a photo of the main fence that's there. It's in decent shape right now, or at least portions of it. This part is, if you go through, we'll find another spot that shows in need of repair. This, I believe, is part of that Pheasants Forever plot as well, showing this is that fence right at the very beginning part of the access. It seems like every time we repair it, one of the neighbors comes in and cuts it so they can drive their ATV in there. So we'd want to replace that fence with something that they can't really cut. We've got a lot of donations from dedicated hunters with pipes, so we want to do a pipe fence. This is a part of the project that I haven't really mentioned yet, but as part of the improvements, this is the inlet canal that feeds Stewart Lake, and there's a lot of history with how this came about and selenium remediation program with the Bureau of Reclamation. But you can see it's really overgrown. We need to be able to clean it out. So one of the improvements that on the map is under parking and road improvements is, I think the next picture maybe shows the road. Yeah, this is immediately adjacent to that inlet canal. The inlet canal is on the right there. And you can see the kind of a berm of fill material on the left side of this area. What we want to do is build, we want to improve this. There's a little bit of a road, a little bit that goes down here. We want to make some improvements so that we can bring in a track hoe and clean out that canal all the way through. You know, this first part, it looks pretty decent, but as you get down a little bit farther, it really needs some work in order to be able to get, this is right in the middle of where that road would go. That is the access. One of the neat things about that is if we get that access point for cleaning the canal fixed up, it would create a kind of a nice little nature loop that we could develop in the future. This photo is some of the slash piles from our Tamarisk and Russian olive removal that was done last year. Most of it was Tamarisk, and you can see in this, the areas that I targeted were primarily areas that were open anyway, except for some of that Tamarisk. There wasn't a lot of Russian olive in there. There was some that we took out. The area that I wanted to target for those removal efforts are areas that were mostly open. You know, Russian olive is a noxious weed. It was a mistake to ever plant it, and I think anybody who ever does plant it will live to regret it, or their children will someday. But we do recognize that it has value for wildlife, so we don't want to. We want to try to figure out a way to control it without causing more problems. And so, with that removal effort that I had there, we targeted areas that were mostly open, where there wasn't a lot of invasion, and we left the dense patches, and we're trying to replace that with native shrubs and trees, and eventually down the road, when those have grown up, we can go in and take out some more of the dense Russian olive, and hopefully we haven't lost much. So several of these pictures have been from that Pheasants Forever portion where they've been working. There was a photo in there of our parking area. We wanted to do some parking improvements. If you look at the finances, there's a lot of different components on this. We've got seed, we've got herbicide, we've got plantings, we've got road-based materials, equipment rental. The way that we've split this up, and this could change depending on how everything works out, but right now we're approaching WRI for funding for the seed and the herbicide and the plantings, and then we're asking Habitat Council for funds to be used for materials and equipment so that we could do the road and access improvements, and so that we could then clean out that inlet canal better. So I split it up as 30 upland game, 30 waterfowl, and 40 non-game. I've got the non-game fish in there because Stewart Lake is absolutely critical for razorback suckers and ponytail. They spawn in that area. It's absolutely vital for them. So I went a little bit higher on those, but we also get a lot of upland game hunting. It's one of our pheasant release sites in there. And it is a waterfowl management area, but with the selenium remediation, we can't keep the lake full as often as we would like for waterfowl, but there are, you know, a number of waterfowl in there, and so feel they would benefit as well. Any questions?
I have a question. I know there's there is that Pheasants Forever project as well. Is that, I mean, why isn't this one project together? Or what's the difference between the two projects?
There is only one project this year. We did combine them. Last year we had them separate because we failed to coordinate, but this year they are combined. It's so that if you look at the map, there's a polygon on the west side of the lake that was the Pheasants Forever polygon, and and all of the funding is in there. This is both projects together this year.
Okay, is Natalie's part of this proposal then?
She was going to be, I'd heard that she was moving on and Charlie Holtz was taking over for her. He's the one that started the project and decided he would continue to see it out. And Annalise was, from what I've heard, is planning to move on and won't be involved. So.
Thanks, Tori.
Yeah.
No, I don't have to ask this, but you did confer with the native species folks in Northeast region for aquatics, right?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
All right. There's a motion on this one.
I move to approve.
Okay,
I'll second it.
okay. We have a motion from Drew. We have a second from Blake. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Okay. Motion passes. All right. Last one, Tori, 7098 Harriet Wetlands. Water control bridge.
I believe Jordan McMahon with the BLM is on, and he's going to present that one.
Yep,
Yeah,
I see
thanks.
Jordan.
Yep.
Jordan, go ahead and introduce yourself, and
Sure.
yeah, we'll hear your project.
Sure, yeah, and I have some slides if you wouldn't mind letting me share my screen as well. But so my name's Jordan McMahon. I work for the BLM, the Vernal Field Office in Vernal, Utah, and I've been managing. It's funny. It's also the greatest wetland in the world for a few years now. Let's see if I can figure out how to do this. Here we go.
Okay, looks like we can see your screen now.
All right. Still looking good on your end?
Hold on a second.
We lost half our power slide. They're trying to figure out how to fix it on that.
Okay.
I can do that on my end though. Just double click on that block space on the right. Yeah, right there. Just double click and see if it expands it. Oh, still half screen. I don't know that it's on my end. Share and unshare. Yeah. Yeah, maybe Jordan, can you unshare and then share your screen again and see if that resolves it?
Sure. Sorry about that.
No problem.
Now don't touch anything.
Yeah, don't do anything.
There we go. We got it.
All right. Awesome. Yeah, so kind of a tough spot the last slide of the day, but I last minute threw in some extra pictures to make this a little easier to listen to. But yeah, so Harriet Wetlands, the oldest and largest BLM wetland area in the state of Utah. So we just celebrated our 50-year anniversary this year, which is a pretty big achievement. Been investing pretty heavily in this project since I showed up. We just spent like $330,000 to proof the water rights right at the 50-year deadline. And if you don't know where it's at, so it's pretty much south, a little bit southwest of Vernal. It's a terminal wetland, like I heard a couple times today, so it butts right up to the Green River. It's near the confluence of the Deschênes and the White River as well. So it's not as much of an island as some of the projects we've seen. It's sort of contiguous with a lot of connected riparian wetlands in this area, even though we are in a pretty stark desert environment. So here's a bit of a closer up kind of a look at the layout. It's a totally gravity fed system. It's really interesting. I mean, a lot of work and engineering went into this in the 70s and 80s, and sort of just this massive backlog of infrastructure maintenance has built up, and that's something that this proposal is seeking to achieve, along with previous proposals WRI projects as well. So you can see we have, so the water's kind of flowing to the southeast. And we have like 22 ponds, about 450 surface acres of water, kind of depending on when you measure it, depending on the year and the rainfall that we're getting, and a total of about 2,600 acres of riparian and wetland habitat. So yeah, just a little bit more history, governed by various older management plans in the Vernal Field Office. We're currently working on a updated one. So like I said, built in the 70s, it's an ACEC, which is the BLM's probably most stringent designation. So an area of critical environmental concern. So some major events, we raised the flood control dam at the top end to accommodate a 100-year flood event in 2008. Just this last year, we implemented a WRI project. I have a couple of pictures of that to replace some diversion structures, or actually one diversion structure, with a couple more happening this year. Like I mentioned, the water rights got proofed as well. So our current status, we're at about half capacity. So about 11 of the 22 total ponds are functional, and one of our 4 diversions is functional. So the great thing about this effort or this project would be that we're basically going to like double the size of the water, the surface water on the ground. Like I mentioned, pretty large, 4.7 miles of dikes, 4.5 miles of irrigation ditches, 1,200 feet of culverts. So lots of things to maintain that have sort of been backburnered for a while. And yeah, the good news though is that there's an astounding diversity down there. I think owing to it being adjacent to the Green River and various other sort of wetland impoundments and river components. So just a few more pictures to try to illustrate the layout of this area. Some ducks. It really is a pretty stark desert down there. It's amazing to see. It's in the middle of an oil field. There's some goslings, some pelicans. We burn it, usually at least once a year. Try to burn it twice a year. So that's kind of our efforts here with this proposal will assist our ability to control water and move it around and come up with a stable rotation of the areas that we burn, just because right now we can't actually really control where the water's at. It's kind of just free flowing in a lot of areas. Kind of an aerial view from the top left here. Some more ponds and swans and geese. So this is a pretty cool study. So there's actually a giant data set associated with this wetland, which is really cool. About like 45 years of duck count data. So, once a month, and I didn't do this analysis, but a former employee and student of the Uinta Basin USU branch did this. So you can see kind of like that top line with the red dash, the total number of waterfowl observed per year. It's sort of decreasing between 86 and 2010, but relatively stable. And the different lines are broken up by the different units. There's 5 different units that we divide Period up into. And then just species richness, it reaches pretty high, 12, 13, 14 different species that we'll see on any given day when we're doing a duck count. So to the project at hand, our broad goals and considerations, we want to restore the ecosystem, increase recreational opportunities. Pretty much, we do have upland game, but I mean, it's a waterfowl management area. We had a breeding population of pheasants for like 30 years, and we'll still release some down there. But yeah, I mean, we're gonna repair, the failed infrastructure. Basically, just concrete risers, which I'll show you pictures of here in a minute. Improve the roads, remove invasive trees. Kind of with Tori on that. It's tough because they are great wildlife habitat. They provide a lot of great food, but we're kind of stressed for water, and each tree can use like 50 gallons of water a day. So, I guess we're trying to making the decision that we would rather have water in the ponds. So yeah, planting native seed from the Great Basin Research Center in trees, cottonwood trees, and additionally restoring a fish control structure on the lower dam to give us the ability to pair with Fish and Wildlife and the state agency to raise endemic fish and potentially release those into the Green River. So here's a kind of a success story of the my previous WRI project, and this is a diversion. So the dam you're looking at backs water up to the closer little plastic riser on the left, and that would send it into a totally different unit, fill up a bunch of different ponds that way. As you can see, the sheet piling that was put in there in probably like the early 80s had since rolled into the channel. You can see I kind of just patched up the main dam with some trash and boards and stuff just to try to get it to function. And here's the after. So on the left, there's one of those large concrete riser boxes we're talking about. This was done using UDWR's heavy equipment crew. They're absolutely fantastic. And this proposal seeks to do some of the same. A couple more pictures of that same diversion. And so there's 3 more of these to be repaired. Now, 2 of those are not part of the proposal I'm currently talking about. They're part of a legacy WRI project that is still active. So this project, 7098, it's a multi-year project. The good news is that I was able to pull in about $1 million from the bipartisan infrastructure law. Hasn't actually shown up yet, but I'm told it's on the way. And then, WRI and Habitat Council as well. So there's 23 of those riser boxes that we're trying to replace. Right now, they're either that corrugated metal that a lot of you have touched on today, or those plastic ones that you saw a picture of briefly. Neither of those will last as long as a precast concrete riser. And my goal here is, I guess, to just ensure the longevity of this wetland. There's a couple spots where there's the large gabion baskets that are water control structures that are either reducing erosion or acting as a sort of a diversion structure to back water up so we could redirect it somewhere else. And repairing the lower dam next to the Green River, like I mentioned, there's a fish control structure on there that we would like to rehabilitate as well. Yeah, improving access, the tree and native plant stuff I talked about, and we're also including a smaller, even though it can never really be small, but a dredging component to this as well. So if you think back to the map I pulled up, the uppermost pond is known as the desiltation pond. So since this is a gravity fed system, they designed it in a way that pond would just catch all of the silt and the sediment over the years. So it would ideally allow the lower ponds to exist for a longer period of time without filling in with sediment. And it worked great, but it's pretty much totally full. So we're seeking to remove some of that built up sediment to, again, increase the longevity of the downstream ponds. And there's a couple spots where there's just some overland flow issues that are sort of contributing to our invasive tree and weed problems as well, and wasting a little bit of water, which is never great. So here are the 23 locations, the black dots of the concrete risers. I'm probably not going to go into too much detail. If you have specific questions, though, I would be happy to chat, at the end. But like I said, it's a huge place, and there's a lot of infrastructure. But 23 of these large concrete boxes. There's going to be 3 different sizes of them. This is like the largest size. This is one I put in last summer. And then on the right, you can see where it's actually holding water, working well. And we have the company, we'll do this through a contract, and we have the company actually pour the plastic corrugated culvert right into the back of it. So it's like a really nice watertight seal. And the gabion structures I mentioned, so the red dots here, there's 3 areas where we need to either replace or rehab those. Invasive tree removal is basically just the entire complex. It's pretty infested at the moment. I've been working pretty hard on doing this already. We've had youth crews out there, various operations crews out there, but this project is proposing to do this work through a contract. And same area for the native tree and seed planting. So most cottonwoods and some willow plugs as well. And the upper area here, so like the furthest left all the way, upstream, this is the area where we would like to do a little bit of dredging. That's the desiltation pond. Here's a picture of the lower dam as it currently is. I kind of patched it up, so it's actually holding a little bit of water right now, but that head gate that you can see, that is what led into a fish fountain. And it's obviously really rusted through. I pulled that out of there actually and sort of just sealed it all off. So we're seeking to replace all of the metal on here, put a new head gate on here that would hook up directly to that fish fountain. And then here's the budget. So BLM would put in $805,000, and then I'm asking Habitat Council for $50,000, and the rest would come out of WRI. And there's a fair bit of in-kind through our operations crew, myself, seasonals, just out there helping to accomplish this sort of work. So really like purchasing materials is a huge part of this. And then the labor, paying for the labor for this to happen is also a pretty big part. And that's where, in my mind, and we could talk about this too, though, I think the Habitat Council money would go to that. Paying for DWR's heavy equipment crews' salaries. If we wanted to move that into purchasing materials or equipment or whatever, or renting equipment, I'm totally fine with that, or buying the seed, buying the cottonwood trees. So I have UCC crews on here. They're going to do handwork with some herbicide lances, some hack and squirt frill cutting methods. The pretty large contract to remove trees and herbicide them. I got an estimate of about 1,100 an acre on that on 300 acres. Repairing the roads, hauling in road base, and then going to contract out the installation of those risers, hopefully as well. And so here's just a little quick breakdown of the funding. Split right now into 2 years. Only asking for Habitat Council money for FY25. And with that, I guess, any questions?
Yeah, you have it listed as 100% waterfowl, but yet if I look into the species types, you've got chubs, you have pronghorn, you have elk. So I'm not understanding that percentage.
I guess in my mind, it most directly benefits waterfowl, just doubling the surface acreage. Of course, that would also benefit those species as well. So yeah, I would definitely be open to revising that. And we do release pheasants down here as well. And like I mentioned, we had a reproducing population for like 30 years. And turkey coming up off the river as well sometimes. So
I'm not willing to take 100%. Sorry.
Jordan, is it kind of your job to manage this place then? Is this kind of under your purview?
Correct, yes.
Nelson, did you put the 50,000 in? Or did Jordan?
I believe I did put the 50,000 in.
Feel free to adjust it however you guys want.
I just saw it as a.
I know, I get it. I understand it, but if it's benefiting other things, then I understand that a majority of it is waterfowl, and I'm willing to take a chunk of it, but I'm not willing to take all of it. So
there should be some non-game fish in there. I understand round-tailed chub or the fish that you had in there, and you'd be interested in putting back in that first pond.
Correct. Yeah. So, we're not currently raising any endemic fishes in there, but this would give us the ability to hopefully do so once we fix the infrastructure and actually be able to hold more water and not just pass it through to the river. So currently right now, there are no fish in there. I mean, we'll get some coming down from like irrigation runoff every now and again, but I agree. Yeah, I mean, the goal is to start raising some probably round-tailed chub in there for sure.
They help people, they kill themselves.
Good, let's put some non-game fish in there.
Yeah. Well, it essentially becomes sport. But yeah.
Well, they are sport fish. Yeah, they are sport fish. So yeah.
How much? 50%.
25% would be about right. I mean, that seems about what that first pond would do.
I just want to say about this project, I kind of feel like we funded the engineering several years ago. And so I kind of feel a responsibility to finish this thing out, even though it's a huge project. And, you know, to me, anytime we can develop a new wetland and open up a new area for hunting, that's always near the top of the things that I think this council should be doing.
No, I agree. The project is good. I just,
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, it's a $1.3 million project, but, you know, we
for
get
a
to
tiny
contribute a
percentage.
small chunk out of, you volunteered up.
And I'm good with that.
Yeah.
I'm assuming you've worked with our aquatic stocks in the Northeast region, right?
Yes.
Okay, because there's need if you're gonna manage that to round tail to keep non-natives out. And I didn't see that in any of your proposal.
Yeah, I guess I didn't really include that here just because I guess I see that as being a couple years down the road. But I have been talking with Natalie and Mike Partlow about isolating the ponds with some like screens on the inlets and outlets and stuff like that to, yeah, keep the non-natives out of any focal areas that we're actually trying to raise like roundtails in.
Not an immediate issue, but it will be.
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
With that change, I motion to approve.
Okay, I'll second it. All right, we've got a motion from Angie, we've got a second from Blake. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Okay, motion passes. Thanks, Jordan, for being on this and presenting the project to us.
Yeah, thanks for your time, guys. Stop sharing here.
Okay. All right, that concludes our project evaluation for today. We do have one last thing to work on is we have got a habitat management plan presentation from our Northeast region, and Tori Mathis is on with us again to present that.
Okay, are you okay if I share my screen here?
Yeah, go ahead.
Just got to get the right one. Okay, you can see that. Okay, so here to present the habitat management plan for the Little Monas Creek WMA, which is located in the northeastern region near the border of Uinta and Duchesne counties. It's about 4 miles to the northeast of the town of Roosevelt. It's a relatively small WMA, about 190 acres in size. This map shows the surrounding land ownership. It's completely surrounded by private land with Ute tribal trust lands nearby. The lands around the WMA are zoned to protect agriculture, but they do allow for residential uses as well as small-scale industrial business that supports natural resource extraction. You can see immediately to the west of the WMA is the Montes Creek Reservoir, which is owned by the Dry Gulch Irrigation Company. And the presence of that reservoir and the zoning around the WMA affect the activities and habitats that are possible. If we zoom in a little bit, we can start to see some of the major features and get a sense of the habitats. We have some old agricultural fields on some of the uplands. We have riparian habitat and wetlands. And of course, the pond is the main focus. And it's the reason that the DWR purchased the property to begin with. Before we bought it, it was privately owned and used for agriculture. In 1998, the private landowner offered to sell the property to the division. And because of the pond, it was decided that it could be a good opportunity to develop a warm water fishery that would benefit the community. Most of the access and the amenities are in this northwest corner near the pond. So if we zoom in on that, we can get a closer look at it. We can see the main access road and the parking areas here. And this is the extent of the public access road system. The other roads that you can see on the aerial imagery are administrative access only. Of course, foot traffic is welcome in all other areas of the WMA, but vehicle access is limited to this part. In that parking area, we've got a vault toilet installed, and of course, the fishing pier, which is kind of a major feature for us. More recently, we've built a small boat launch to allow visitors to use a kayak or float tube or other small craft to access the reservoir. So this is a picture of what that boat launch looks like. It's just a small area on the dam that has been cleaned off and leveled out to allow better access to the water. You can see the fishing pier in the background there. And these improvements have been important for fishing access because the shoreline of the pond is quite steep and it's got a lot of vegetation. There's cattails that grow all the way around and some shrubs around. So it's kind of difficult to get to the pond except for these places that we've built access to. If you walk across the dam, you can access a primitive trail that leads around the back side of the pond. And there's a couple more primitive access points there that you can get to from that. This picture is from on top of the dam looking down towards the wetlands and the riparian areas. You can see cattails just below the dam, cottonwood trees in the background. This provides habitat for pheasants, wild turkey, and quail, all of which can be hunted on the WMA. And this is one of our pheasant release sites every year, and it gets used pretty heavily during that pheasant season. This is another view of the lowland areas. The small ponds that you can see here, as well as several others that are not in the photo, were created in 2006 with the intent to create additional wetland habitat as part of the mitigation for the big Sandwash Reservoir project. Here's one of our agricultural fields. You can see the irrigation wheel line. We do have water rights and irrigation infrastructure on the WMA. Low manpower and aging equipment make it sometimes difficult to keep these in production. We sometimes use crop share agreements with local farmers to manage the fields with varying degrees of success. In this view of some of the lowlands, you can see one of the major challenges we face, and that's weeds. Russian olive is a major challenge. As part of the wetland mitigation activities, we removed much of the Russian olive, and it's a constant battle to maintain it. What you see in this photo, the large band in the background, is actually on the neighboring property. There's a nearly limitless seed source that we have no control over. And there's a reason that Russian olive is classified as a noxious weed in Uintah County. It spreads quickly, it's difficult to control, and it crowds out everything else. In addition to Russian olive, there are plenty of other non-native weedy species to deal with, including the usual thistles, knapweed, Siberian elm, and others. So weed control on the WMA is a continual effort. Given the habitats that we have, the list of species that can be found there probably isn't surprising. As a warm water fishing pond, we have all the species that you might expect. We do stock it regularly. When it comes to game species, we do have a good variety. And while all of these are present, the small size of the WMA limits the usefulness of the area as a hunting spot for some of these. But I did mention it's one of our pheasant release sites, and it does get used heavily for that purpose. There's also the usual waterfowl species, plus Wilson snipe. But due to the nature of the pond as a family fishing pond, the usefulness of the WMA for waterfowl hunting is also kind of limited. If we look at the species of greatest conservation need, we could identify about 14 in the Wildlife Action Plan that probably could occur on the WMA. Some of those almost certainly do, but we just need more surveys. Of those 14, only these 4 have actually been documented using the WMA. For other, like I said, some we just need more surveys and more information. For others, like golden and bald eagles, the small size just limits how useful the property is for them. So while they might use it from time to time, like white-faced ibis, there probably isn't enough habitat to sustain those species throughout their life cycle, or even for a significant part of it. As a last-minute note, it was mentioned earlier that Wilson's phalarope will likely end up on the SGCN list soon, and that has also been seen on the WMA. So, if we look at recreation opportunities, the main activity is fishing. That's why we bought the property. Most of the improvements that have been made are related to fishing. It's close to the town of Roosevelt, so it has become a pretty popular spot for people to go, and fishing will continue to be the main focus. There are good hunting opportunities, especially for pheasant and quail. It's the release site for pheasants each year. Other hunting, such as for waterfowl and deer, is allowed, but the small size of the property and proximity to houses kind of limits the practicality of some of those opportunities. The WMA has also become a fairly popular spot with local birders who have spotted 144 different species on the WMA as of this year. So the habitat management plan, hopefully you've had a chance to look over it. There's a lot of information from other planning efforts, including the Wildlife Action Plan and species management plans. But we can kind of summarize all of that into 3 main goals. We want to maintain and improve fishing and fishing-related recreation. We want to maintain and improve hunting opportunities, especially for upland game. And we want to maintain and improve wildlife habitats with a special focus on the wetlands, because those were created as part of mitigation. And so we want to make sure we maintain those in perpetuity. There are specific management and maintenance obligations related to the dam and to proving up on water rights, but I kind of consider those as part of maintaining our fishing and hunting and habitats. So those are all rolled into that. And with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Story. Anybody have any questions about Little Montes? Just out of curiosity's sake, what are you replacing the cover that the Russian olives have been providing?
Well, most of that Russian olive removal took place probably 10 years ago or more. Actually, when I first started with the division, like 17 years ago, I was, as a seasonal, I helped cut out some of that. So it's been, over 10, 15 years when most of that was removed. There hasn't been a lot of effort to replace that yet. We've got a lot of weed issues. And the Russian olive is continually coming back. Some of it, the places that we're most concerned about keeping it out of are those created wetlands as part of the mitigation. And so that's been the major focus. There have been a couple of other areas where it has kind of been allowed to come back. It's been more difficult to control. I would like to, in some of those lower areas, to work into planting buffalo berry and sumac and other native shrubs to replace that Russian olive that at one time was there. We have done a lot of planting of cottonwoods and other native trees, but have not had very good success in keeping them alive. We've had, I think the biggest problem with the success on those was rodents that kind of girdled the tree trunks right at the base shortly after they were planted. So a lot of those didn't survive, and we've we have so many properties and so few staff that we haven't been able to do a whole lot. We'll do a project once in a while to try to make some improvements, but there's probably more here that could be done than we can actually do, given the staff and the number of properties that we try to manage.
Thank you.
I'm just gonna make a couple small comments. The ponds below the dam, I was involved in doing that, so I know that that was actually winter of 2007 to 2008. That's when those were constructed. And like you said, you had started Russian olive removal in 2006, and we continued that through 2008 as well.
Yeah.
And I just know that because I was there. So anyway, just.
Yeah, I may have had the wrong date on when those ponds were built. I don't know. I had to look back through all my information and maybe I got it wrong.
Yeah, the document says 2006, but it was winter 2007, 2008.
Well, I can change that. I can update that.
Like I said, it's just a little minor thing.
Okay.
Looks like a nice little spot though.
Yeah, it's kind of neat.
Good community fishing spot. Hang out.
Yeah, this is it. Monas Creek is kind of the only community fishery that we have in the Northeast region, and it's not actually classified as a community fishery, but it kind of functions that way. We are building another one in Roosevelt itself that I think will be open this spring. But it's been I guess we now have the Old Fort Ponds in Vernal as well. So it was the kind of the only close to town option for a lot of years, and it does get a lot of use.
Cool. All right. Any other comments or questions for Tori on this one?
I'm just curious if it gets like a lot of paddle boarders and kind of just pure recreational use.
We haven't seen any of that yet. I think there are other places closer that people prefer to go to, like Red Fleet State Park or Steinecker. The Red Fleet has a paddle fest each year where they've really promoted paddleboarding. So we haven't seen any of that on Monas Creek yet. In fact, I haven't even seen anybody use that small boat launch, take a canoe or kayak or float tube out on there. Most of the fishing that I have seen is off of that fishing pier. So
yeah, that pier was a good addition.
Yeah, absolutely.
Cool. Any other comments? Okay. I think we got it covered, Tori. Danny, anything else you want to mention on this?
No, just if the council wants to review the document, has any suggestions, let us know.
Jim, due date for that?
2 weeks, maybe.
Couple of weeks, and yeah, like last meeting, we had the US County. I haven't heard from anybody, but if you have anything about that US County plan, we'll let Mark know. He can go ahead and continue with that. So,
okay. All right, sounds good. Okay, thanks, Tori. Appreciate it. All right, we're gonna end this meeting here. Our next meeting is March 21st, which is our combined Blue Ribbon and Aquatics focused Habitat Council meeting. Yes, Daniel, you want to kind of tell us how that works? Our aquatics rep from the public is probably new to that.
So the first part of the meeting will be a joint meeting. We'll be downstairs in the DNR auditorium for the first part of the meeting. And then we're going to separate into the two different councils, once we get to clear all those projects. So that's it. Back up here, and then Blue Ribbon will be out actually at the UBS conference room. So, yeah.
And what was the date on that again? I don't think.
21st.
We don't vote on that last one.
I do have.
No, it's just informational.
Auditorium, is that where we do the WRI stuff?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. I assumed, but I thought I better double check before I walk into the
No
room.
idea. I'm assuming it's easy to find.
Yeah,
It's downstairs.
right when you walk in the front doors.
Okay. All right. Any other questions before we adjourn? All right, good. A motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Adjourn. Okay, thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. We'll see you all March 21st. Do you have any comments on the habitat management plan? Go through us the next couple of weeks.
I think I do have a second. I'll just thank you.